What is up everyone, it's Saber here and welcome to another Naruto What If. If you end up liking the video, please consider subscribing. It's free and you can take it back at any time and it really helps me out, and this is my third channel, so if you want some more what ifs, go check out my other channels. And with all of the YouTube formalities out of the way, let's get into it. Naruto shot his arm forward and the royal box Marcella and Tommen were crying out their brother's name, cheering him on. Sansa rose to her feet, a bright blush on her face, her hands clasped together. She was shaking in her seat the entire time. She didn't care if Naruto won at this point. All she cared about was his safety. She looked over to Cersei, seeing her look of deep worry spread across her face as well. The queen, while having a definite better understanding of the joust, wasn't all too happy with Robert's blatant disregard for her son's life, especially after the accident with Jaime. Cersei wanted to see her brother, but no one was allowing anyone but Silent Sisters and Grand Maester Pycelle. Cersei watched with utter fear. Naruto was closing in, but so was his opponent. They were near, their lances nearly clashing like swords, but Cersei felt her lips tug. A loud pound followed by a hailstorm of splinters and would brought forth the victory that Cersei hoped for. The knight was sent flying back, dust in his wake and a giant dent in his breastplate. The knight collided with the ground in a painful heap, groaning in pain, blood sputtering from his mouth. Naruto pulled on the reins and raised the remainder of his lance to the air, giving Sansa the biggest smile possible. It was then that Sansa saw it. The ribbon, the bright red and white ribbon, was wrapped tightly to the base of his lance, waving in the wind, giving him a heroic hue. The sun glinted off of his armor, shining for all to see. Sansa shot to her feet, clapping, screaming out Naruto's name, her blush never leaving her face. The prince bowed his head and his visor, untying the ribbon and wrapping around another lance. Brand disposed of the half-lance in the best way he could. He tossed it away. No location really decided. The Stark handed Naruto the lance and gave him a nod of good luck. So far Naruto has been unstoppable. He unhorsed Ser Andar Royce after a single tilt, unhorsed Lord Bryce Caron, unhorsed Ser Hugh of the Vale, unhorsed Ser Balan Swan, unhorsed Ser Brindan Oakhart, unhorsed Ser Adian Hunt, and now the boy was beginning to intimidate many of the knights. Robert was excited beyond belief to see his son defeat 6 knights in a row, all in the first tilts, was beyond what he could have imagined. Naruto was rousing the crowd, with everyone loving his showmanship. Better yet, Naruto learned that Jaime had been transferred from the simple tent to the healing house in the Great September of Baylor, but he is expected to live with little to no change in physical strength or appearance. Robert gave his son a look and stood to his feet, calming the cheering people and their cries of adoration. The semifinals were to begin. These recent justs haven't been a good enough challenge for my son, Robert exclaims. For the next joust, Ser Barristan, tell me, how would you like to take a chance at knocking my son from his high horse? It would be an honor, your grace. Ser Barristan bowed his head. Oh fuck me. Naruto took a deep breath. I'm starting to get real tired. I'm also getting really hungry. This isn't good. I really need a break. Naruto shivered, fighting back a yawn to the best of his abilities. Ser Barristan Selmy rode along, his golden armor and white cloak flowing behind him. The man carried along with him an air of power that intimidated Naruto. Even in passing, the man always amazed Naruto in ways Jaime never could. Despite the pedestal that the prince put his uncle on, he once overheard his uncle say that Ser Barristan was a painter who only used the color red. The boy couldn't believe that his father was going to pit him against that monster of a man. Naruto rode ahead to the end of the barrier, finally feeling tired from everything he's done already. His strength was waning and he could feel himself about to lose the joust. He had only 2 more opponents left to face. Ser Barristan Selmy and Ser Loras Tyrell. The knights that Naruto didn't go against were unhorsed by Ser Loras Tyrell, with none of them making it to the second tilt in the joust alone. Loras defeated almost as many as Naruto did, with him and Ser Barristan going at each other to get to first place. Naruto was horrified of going against the Tyrell. All the same, he'd heard stories of his skill, his ability crush any and all in a joust. Naruto even remembered hearing that Ser Loras even unhorsed Lord Jason Mallister, a renowned fighter and juicer, in a vicious display of strength, speed, and skill. No one ever thought that a man can fly that far. Naruto turned his attention to the older man in front of him to see Ser Barristan had a great white and gold-colored lance. He looked imposing to say the least. Ser Barristan gave Naruto a look that said to give up. Either that or the knight was simply trying to goad the prince. Naruto shivered in his armor. Ser Barristan was no joke, far from a joke. Naruto was just as his father put it, a boy so green he shits grass. So to find that he's going against this man made Naruto's blood cold. He still needed to keep his promise. He needed to keep up. He was wearing Sansa's favor. His father was watching, his mother was watching, everyone was bloody watching. The page walked up to the podium howling about 4 tilts in the semifinals for the joust, with one match being Naruto against Ser Barristan and Ser Loras against Ser Gregor Clegane. Naruto sighed. The giant was still alright despite the sword that Naruto dug into his face. Naruto was going to watch carefully. After this match, Ser Loras was probably going to defeat the mountain, but if not, Naruto was going to have to hope to the gods to make him lose this match and save him from the trouble of getting killed, neither of which were probably unlikely. But who was to think he'd defeat the mountain in the melee? 4 tilts. Naruto took a deep breath. Unless I unhorse him 4 bloody tilts, I'm going to die. I can't do this. Naruto led his horse over to the end of the barrier, keeping his lance steady, and his stomach grumbling. Naruto was excited. His armor was strapped tightly and his pauldrons were wrapped wonderfully and comfortably. His shield shattered after the first tilt with Saber. Andar decided to use a shield bearing the Baratheon crowned stag on a field of yellow. Naruto pulled his visor down, covering his face from view. Saber Barristan nodded to the king before turning his face to the prince at the other end. A squire ran up to him and handed the knight his helmet. Saber Barristan slid the piece over his head, setting the straps. The knight nodded to Naruto as well as the page raised the horn to his lips. I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. Naruto repeated over and over, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. With a heavy resonance the horn echoed in their helms. Naruto's heart stopped, but his horse took off. Naruto lowered his lance, but Saber Barristan was not. Naruto's eyes widened at the man. He was not taking him seriously. Naruto glared, narrowing his eyes immediately. The boy kept his stance, kept his pace. He needed to Saber Barristan, though, still deigned from lowering his lance. The prince shook his head, his heart racing in his chest. He was going to get a free hit on the knight. He was going to hit Saber Barristan with a perfect bullseye. Nothing was going to stop him, nothing. Cersei's jaw fell. She shot to her feet, her hands to her face. Body shaking, blood rushed through her veins, filling her with fright. She looked over to Sansa, to see her no different, but to see her husband sitting like it was nothing, nearly made the queen go mad. She had half a mind to rush down to the arena, but after receiving a look from Robert, the woman simply collapsed back into her seat. The joust wasn't over. This was but the first tilt. Naruto wasn't unhorsed, not yet. Down in the arena though, Naruto was finding it hard to catch his breath. That hit did more than just a number on him. The boy was about to pull around for the next tilt, only to finally realize that he'd dropped his lance. Everything was double to him. His head pounded and his heart was stomping into his chest. Naruto couldn't breathe. His hands tightened around the reins, trying his best to stay steady. The small folk though began to cheer Saber Barristan's name just like they always did when he jousted. Naruto took slow deep breaths. With his free lance arm he removed his helm, letting his sweat-covered locks free from their prison. His eyes were shut and the sun beat down on his tanned skin. Suddenly Bran appeared with his lance and a smile on his face. Try again, Bran said. Saber Barristan feigned you at the last second. He caught you slipping and he took the chance. Any ideas? Naruto said in between gasps. It's really hard to breathe right now. Feign back, Bran replied. Do what you did with Sarah Jamie, just not the same way. Saber Barristan isn't underestimating you, Naruto. He's trying to figure you out. Don't fall for his trick again, or he might successfully unhorse you this next tilt. Even if you lose, Naruto, you're already loved. Doesn't matter, Bran, Naruto replied hoarsely. Look, I'm already fine, just remember no one will think otherwise if you pull out. Bran handed the boy his dropped helmet, giving Naruto a worried look. Good luck. I don't need luck, Naruto laughed. The boy shut his eyes, taking slow breaths, letting the sun warm his face. He gulped softly and tried to lower his visor. He'd never been hit like that before. This entire time he'd been doing this, he'd never felt something like that. Naruto trotted up to the barrier and glared at Saber Barristan, his visor no longer going down on its own. The boy tightened his grip on both reins and lance. He wasn't going to fall for anything Saber Barristan might have in store for him. Even if Naruto was to lose 3 of the tilts, if he unhorsed the knight on the final tilt, Naruto would cement his victory. It would be better for him to unhorse him now. If only it were that simple. 2 tilts later, Naruto was barely holding on. Blood coursed from his mouth in small cascading trickle. The boy was looking more like a disgusting mangled piece of meat, but he wasn't about to let up yet. Sure, his armor had 3 massive dents in it, but Naruto was still kicking, still ready to put up a fight. He pulled his helmet off and tossed it aside. This was the final tilt and everything was on the line. The boy struggled up to the lists, a pained look on his face, the blood already beginning to crust across his cheek and chin. His hair clung to his skin, sweat pouring down his cheeks. He could taste the iron and the sweat. Naruto was disgusted. He needed to win this. He didn't want everything he'd done to look like a fluke. Naruto took a deep breath, bouncing in his saddle, heart still racing. His heart couldn't take it. He was about to lose to the knight. His arms were weak, bones broken in some places. The armor was starting to make no difference to the hits. Naruto didn't know what to do. He was terrified of Saber Barristan. None of his hits were connecting. None of his hits were even coming close to the untouchable knight. Saber Barristan though kept his honor and didn't once look smug, nor did he goad the prince. If anything, the knight was amazed with his resilience to pain that he himself wouldn't ever dream of taking 3 times over. It was no matter. He was going to defeat the prince anyway. Naruto was proving to be a challenge, with the only way of winning was removing him from his horse. It was beyond probable that the prince would be able to do that. Saber Barristan thought that the boy was about to quit, but Naruto simply gave Saber Baratheon a look before taking his position at the end of the lists. Naruto wasn't going to give up, and Saber Baratheon was beginning to think the boy was suicidal, but as before, it was no matter. If the prince wanted to get tossed around and pounded like raw beef, it was his own prerogative. Naruto wasn't going to hold back anymore. Blood was coming from all parts of his torso, and Naruto could hardly breathe. This was it, no more holding back. Blood coursed from his head wound, filling his body with unimaginable power. His once blue eyes darkened into a purple hue, energy filling his arms and his chest. Saber Baratheon thankfully didn't notice Naruto glared, taking a few slow heavy breaths, his lungs beginning to heal and his bones locking back to place. It was then that Saber Baratheon looked worriedly at the boy. Naruto gripped his lance, cracking the Verwood, making a mold to his own grip, but once the boy looked back up, the knight gasped in surprise, not expecting the look the boy held with a resounding howl. The horn blew, and to Naruto nothing else existed. It was only him and Saber Baratheon, and him, nothing more, nothing less. The cheers were drowned out, and the clomping hooves beat with his own heart. Naruto lowered his lance, bringing the lance over the barrier once again. Saber Baratheon kept his lance up. No more was the boy going to take his tricks. Naruto gritted his teeth, gripping the lance with all of his strength. There was nothing he could see, none save for the knight rushing for him. Naruto's purple eyes darkened for a moment, bleeding into red. He shot his arm forward, all the strength he had placed into one strike. The only thing that registered was a slow clap, a slow repetitive clap. It was muffled, silent, almost like it didn't exist. Color began to arrive, slowly filling his eyes with the wondrousness of the sun above. It was bright, filling his eyes with a painful tinge. The boy squinted, hiding his sensitive irides from the luminous rays. It was then that he realized that he was laying on his horse, hand still on his lance and his reins, but it wasn't the sun beating into his eyes, it was a man's armor. His now blue eyes trailed up nervously to see a man dressed in the most beautiful armor he'd ever seen. His eyes moved further up to see a man with the most handsome features he'd ever seen, hair long and brown flowing in the wind, almost like an angel of the seven. The man leaned over and lifted Naruto from his saddle, undoing his grip on his lance, and with a strength that Naruto didn't know someone so pretty could muster, Naruto was moved with a gracious ease from his horse to the next and rested his body against the knight and shining armor. Naruto tried his best to take in the world around him. His heart raced. Did he win? Naruto asked out, although it was hoarse and scratched. He rested his body against the knight, hoping he'd answer. You did, Prince Naruto, the man replied, his voice sounding like the sweet songs of the birds in the summer. You unhorsed Saber Baratheon. How? Naruto whispered, shutting his eyes, and a shower of splinters and a whirlwind of wood. Saber Baratheon was unhorsed. The bards will be singing songs of your victory. The knight said, he's unconscious right now thanks to that last hit you did to him. Sansa. Naruto whispered, tell her I won. Sansa, tell her. The knight smiled softly and trotted slowly through the lists, carrying the sleeping prince on his back. People gasped at who the knight was, though he arrived for the semifinals. The third son of Lord Mace Tyrell and Alarie Hightower, bearing his personal coat of arms, 3 golden roses on a field of green. He was none other than Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. He rode with a small smile on his face and a bouquet of roses. His eyes, though, never left the form of Lord Renly Baratheon. Suddenly a small tapping sound was heard, and he came to find a girl resting her palms on the railing, staring at the sleeping prince with worried eyes. My lady. Ser Loras held out his hand, giving her the bouquet. I'm sure that the prince would have wanted to give you these. Sansa's face went hot. Ser Loras was graceful and rode Naruto over to the Silent Sisters waiting at the other end of the lists. People were cheering him on. The ladies swooned in his beauty and chivalry. He saved a small glance at Renly before sliding his helm over his head. Ser Loras was going up against the mountain, and he needed to get serious. The mountain destroyed all of his opponents, annihilated each and every one, leaving no one to survive. The only one so far to defeat the mountain in anything in this long day was Naruto. When he dug his blade into the mountain's face, Ser Loras smirked beneath his helm, riding over to his end of the lists, looking as beautiful just as he was dangerous. A squire arrived to his side, handing him a gold and green lance. Loras raised his hand, rousing the crowd. People screamed and some women fainted. He didn't even have to say much, but those gasps of adoration were replaced with fearful gulps. Were heard. The happiness that once took hold of the arena dissipated completely. It was like a dark heavy pressure holding him down. Ser Loras didn't care though and kept his lance steady. This was one of the greatest opponents he'd have to face. Ser Loras smirked beneath his helm. The mountain used a male horse for its strength to carry him and his monstrous weight, whereas the Tyrell, he used a female horse speed and agility, without sacrificing grace. But the knight had a little secret though. His horse was in heat. He was going to use that to his advantage. The mountain may be strong, but to Loras he was but a brutish creature with little brains. A brute can always be outsmarted and definitely outplayed. Loras smirked when the mountain's horse was already displaying signs of sensing his mount and her state. The mountain was in an unbelievably angry state. For some reason his great helm snapped shut, his angry face still visible. He growled like a rabid animal and rode up to the barrier shaking in his armor. His rage was becoming unbearable. He raced forward anyway without the horn blow. Loras' eyes shot from his head. People gasped and jumped to their feet, running to try and stop the Clegane. The knight though didn't care and shot forward as well, bringing his lance down to face the mountain that rides. They blitzed forward, dirt and mud running across in their wakes. The mountain was too large and couldn't bring his lance around to face the Tyrell completely. Not only that, but his horse was being irritable. Loras had the upper hand and smashed his lance into the massive target with no remorse. Naruto Sansa's voice echoed into his ears. The prince couldn't see anything. It was dark as night. He reached out for her, but she wasn't there for him. He gritted his teeth looking for her. She was close, and he knew it. She called him again, whispering his name with a soft tone to it. Her breath tickled against his earlobes, but it was still too dark. She kept whispering his name, calling his name, but soon enough she screamed his name. Fear ran up and down his body. Her scream shook him, bringing the darkness from his eyes. Energy grew within his body as his anger peaked. Naruto stood in vile look on his face, his eyes filling with a heinous luminescence. There was blood still on his face. Naruto was frozen, staring at the man in front of him. The man was none other than Sasuke. Naruto was angry, his eyes burning with pain. Nonetheless, neither of them talked, their eyes simply locked. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his eyelids were ablaze with fire and blood. His pupils were slits. Naruto glared, energy exploding around him. He was surrounded in a strange bubbly red aura. It scared him, but his rage was too powerful. Even stranger though, the man in front of him was completely unmoved, finding Naruto not intimidating in the least. Naruto, the man whispered what the prince hissed. Where am I? I need to see Sansa. What you need to do is to calm down, the Uchiha said in the same monotonous tone. Your powers are not ready. Your body is not ready for this strain you're putting on it. It's not mature. What in seven hells are you on about? Naruto roared. Why am I here again? Where is Sansa? His power exploded in all directions, covering the entire world in a dark bloody hue, and yet the man was still unaffected. He merely sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. Naruto though continued channeling his powers, sending it in all directions, cracking the world around him, but before the reality could shatter, Naruto's powers shot back into his body. His eyes were still filled with fire and blood and an indomitable rage settling. His breaths were heavy and hot, small flickers of flames igniting. He dug his fingernails into his palms, blood pouring. Naruto, he said once more, take a breath, stop and think. You're starting to get too out of hand. Control your help me, Sasuke. Naruto pleaded, his tone taking a drastic change. I can't control this power, it's too much for me. Take it please, Naruto. Sasuke bellowed, freezing. Naruto, where he stood, a rose will crumble beneath a mountain. Stop this, Naruto shouted, bringing his slashed blood-covered hands to his pounding head. Stop this, save the rose, Sasuke replied, his onyx eyes turning into the Sharingan. Save the fucking rose. Shut up, Naruto cried. Just shut the hell up. Naruto's power exploded outwards. Blood-red energy tore through the world, crushing the reality of the dream. Sasuke was seen shaking his head, but before long he vanished along with the bright light of the dream. Naruto shot his eyes open to reveal 6 silent sisters looking at him with wide eyes. Naruto shot to his feet, pushing the pious women from his way. No apologies were said as he sped as fast as he could from the tent. Naruto took a look at a few knights talking with one another and dashed for them, wrenching a greatsword from one of their hands. One of them was about to retaliate, but Naruto glared at the knight, turning the man away. Naruto growled and took off as fast as he could, energy burning off his legs. Naruto saw the knight laying on the ground, a headless black horse lying on the lists. The mountain was howling, roaring in a rabid anger. Loras raised his visor, giving the giant of a man a pleading look. The mountain though was still about to swing his great sword down. Stay your sword, Naruto bellowed, clashing his sword with the mountain's. Watch yourself, sir. The mountain was surprised. Naruto was holding his own against his strength. His blue eyes were filled with a new fury, a new anger. The mountain gritted his teeth, pulled away stinging sparks in all directions. The mountain roared in frustration, hurling his sword to the ground, stomping along. The crowd parted, giving the giant man leave. Naruto held his defensive position a little longer before tossing it away and pulling the knight to his feet. He gave Sir Loras a nod. No words were shared. An awkward air surrounded the arena. Small folk and the nobles alike were in awe of what they saw. Why, you saved my life, Sir Loras said. I know. Naruto took a deep breath. Victory is yours, my prince. Sir Loras bowed. I submit. Naruto looked surprised, but thankfully his father didn't care much and shot to his feet, clapping, roaring out Naruto's name. The small folk immediately joined in, crying out his name like a chant, but to set his point, Sir Loras shot up and took Naruto's hand, shooting it up to the air. Sansa shot to her feet, clapping with the bouquet of flowers held tightly. Sansa's blue eyes locked with Naruto's, her lips tugging. The longer she stared at him, Cersei couldn't help but breaking into the biggest smile she's ever felt grace her features. She couldn't believe that he could survive a fall from a tower and now 3 head-on hits from Sir Barristan Selmy. She was overwhelmed with joy. Now Prince Naruto, Robert called out, silencing the entire crowd. What do you first? Naruto walked from the arena, stealing a crown of flowers from one of the pages, and walked up the stands. Bran ran up to him and began to Undo the laces and the straps to his braces. The young Stark was fast, quick and efficient, surprising a lot that a boy that small and young could be a good squire. Naruto though rushed over to Sansa, a playful look in his eyes. I'll be naming Sansa Stark my queen of love and beauty. And before you ask, Naruto smiled. So many gold dragons, 60,000 in total. I'm already rich. The boy began to walk off with Sansa in tow. She blushed, but followed anyway. Naruto called out a nonchalant order to Bran, and the young Stark took off. The king looked confused. He walked down the steps with Cersei following close behind. They called out to him, but the boy simply ignored them and continued onto the stairs. His parents were getting closer and Naruto really wanted to get out of there and get some food. There was a good tavern that served amazing kidney pie, and Naruto boy Robert roared, "We're trying to know what you want to do with the money." "Hold on." Naruto lifted Sansa and carefully placed the girl on the back of a horse, and soon enough he joined on. "Mother, father, donate it to the orphanage and Flea Bottom. Better yet, give it to the poor." Naruto smiled. "I have no need for this money." As the two rode off, all they could hear was the pounding cheer of hundreds of men and women. Naruto smiled as the girl's arms wrapped around his surprising completely healed torso. She leaned her head into his back and shut her eyes. "This is definitely better than the song," Sansa thought. "Nothing can ever ruin this." Nothing. Time skip. Joffrey was alone. The boy scowled at the city below, wanting the noise of the people to drown everything out. He gripped the railing, feeling his ears bleed. He growled, roaring in frustration. Turning to face his door, he could hear the muffled sound of the three direwolves playing with his family. He could hear them laughing together along with Sansa and the other Stark children. He could hear the direwolves trampling over each other, yelping and barking with joy. Something Joffrey didn't want the pleasure of having. He wanted the throne. He wanted to be king, a birthright to him as the firstborn child. He wanted the throne. Now his brother Naruto running back and forth doing things for the small folk and the disgusting poor made Joffrey sick. If anything, royalty shouldn't be doing something for the poor. The poor should be working for the royals. They were nothing but wastes of space and food. Joffrey frowned. The poor, claiming to have no jobs to pay for food, are the reason there's no food. They're not working in the fields to grow it. Joffrey was alone. He had no one to confide with, no one to speak with. Even the hound turned into a sick, sad, pitiful man. He rarely spoke and drank wine over and over again. Sure, his sword arm was still in use, and sure, a shield was permanently strapped to his left arm due to his lack of a hand. Joffrey looked in disgust. The hound sure fought harder and with more rage, but he was too depressed. The eldest prince felt that he couldn't put him down any further or the man might end up killing himself, something Joffrey wasn't planning on happening anytime soon. Joffrey though was awaiting some in-depth description of the entire tourney. He wanted to know something specific about his brother. Joffrey wanted that boy to show off his power so badly. He wanted the faith of the seven, the High Septon, even the superstitious dogs of the north to witness Naruto's powers, so the power of 7 kingdoms would be aimed at the boy alone. He wanted him to be labeled a freak. Joffrey could already see the firestorm that will befall his younger brother. A smirk began to play on his face, curling his lips, knowing that he was going to revel in his brother's agony. Joffrey was a king. Joffrey was born to be king. He smiled, the anger and the irritation gone. He turned on his heels and rested his back against the guard railing of his balcony overlooking the city. He was silent and didn't dare make a noise, save for the ragged breaths. He could still hear the direwolves playing in the other room. He clenched his fists, shaking with a small feeling of hurt burn within him. He tried all the time to bring his parents together like that, but throw in barbarians from the north, and the two were finally acting like a husband and a wife. Joffrey took a deep breath and let his head feel the cool, warm summer winds of the south. He is a king. He is born to be king. Suddenly a loud bang was heard from the same room that the direwolves were in. Joffrey shot forward, grabbing a sword. He threw the door open, charging into the hallway, sword drawn and an angry look on his face. Joffrey walked down the hall, sheathing his weapon. Now his good feeling gone, he took a deep breath and stomped down the hall towards the source of the noise. His parents' personal chambers were guarded by Ser Meryn Trant and Ser Jaime Lannister. Joffrey walked up to them, a pompous aura about him. Jaime frowned at Joffrey, but moved aside anyway, as did Ser Meryn. The door opened to reveal King Robert and Cersei on the floor with Lady Summer and Nymeria on top of them, licking them head to toe. Naruto sat on the bed frame with Sansa in his arms, the two of them laughing at the scene. Robert tried to stop Summer and his unending attack, but the direwolf was unrelenting. Cersei's hair braids were undone and a powerful laugh was escaping her lips as Lady assaulted her with the same treatment as Robert. Joffrey was so disgusted, getting covered in the slobber of dogs was unbecoming of a true king and queen. Joffrey shook his head, aghast with the way his parents were acting. "Oh, dearest brother," Naruto called with a bright smile, "how kind of you to join us. I'm going back to my room," Joffrey replied, turning on his heels. He pressed on the door, but the door wouldn't budge. The boy started pounding on the door, begging the Kingsguard knights stationed outside to set him free, but neither of them would answer to the boy. He wasn't king yet. Joffrey sighed and turned around gripping the hilt of his weapon, agitated beyond belief. To think waking up was to 3 giant dogs hooping and barking in joy was unsettling. He was locked in a room with the people he hated most in the world and with his least favorite animal, so he was agitated. Lady Naruto smiled, give him a nice welcome. Cersei shot up and grabbed her 2 youngest and held them tight, while Lady shot over her tongue hanging from her jaw. Lady was too fast for Joffrey and the boy was smashed against the door by the massive wolf. Kisses were given covering Joffrey's face in nothing but slobber and saliva. The boy roared in disgust, crying out for Lady to stop, but hearing Sansa and Naruto's laughter only goaded her on, and to hear Cersei's laughter simply told Lady that she should continue what she was doing. She didn't know what was going on but went along with it. Lady didn't expect a fist to fly into her face. Joffrey was huffing and puffing, crying out, screaming in anger. The laughter stopped though, and the good feeling in the room was immediately washed out. Lady whimpered back to Cersei, growling softly at Joffrey. Summer and Nymeria took up defensive positions next to their littermate and bared their teeth at Joffrey, especially Nymeria. Naruto stood from his seat on the bed frame and rolled his eyes, rubbing his hands against Summer and Nymeria's ears, trying to calm them down. They whined and looked to Naruto with pleading eyes, but the boy shook his head and pointed to his parents. Joffrey, what is your problem? Naruto asked. Why are you so hateful of everyone? Joffrey didn't even meet Naruto's eyes. He didn't even dare to open his mouth. Joffrey, for the love of the 7, please let us talk to you. Naruto held out his hand. Naruto actually thought that Joffrey would take it, but the boy in question slapped Naruto's hand out of the way and turned to give his brother a sickening glare. I don't need your help, Joffrey spat. Why don't you leave me alone and stay with your bitchmate? Naruto rammed Joffrey into the door behind him, crushing the door, sending cracks in all directions. Cersei and Robert shot to their feet, ready to intervene. Naruto though raised a hand and his parents simply stood down. I could care less what you say about me, Joffrey, Naruto replied, but don't you dare speak about Sansa that way. You don't scare me. Joffrey spat once more. Not yet, I don't, Naruto replied with a dark undertone. If you want to leave, fine. We were all jesting and you decided to take things too far. Leave, Joffrey. Leave. The door behind him opened and Joffrey fell back, stumbling over his own weight. Naruto was seething and Sansa could feel it all the way from the bed frame. Joffrey could be heard shouting incoherently, raging, almost screaming. Naruto was no different. He was on the verge of exploding at the first person to open their mouths at him. He took breath after breath, slowing his pace with each second. He clenched his fists, feeling sweat build on his forehead. Naruto shook his head and walked off, not even acknowledging his Uncle Jamie. With Joffrey heading down the hall, Naruto walked down the opposite direction. He hunched his shoulders and walked off with no direction. Decided. Naruto hobbled down the stairs, his boots clacking against the stone stairs. His sigh of defeat echoed in the empty halls. It has been 3 days since the hands turning. Naruto shook his head. That was a strange and yet informative experience. Naruto learned that food was his greatest friend. After prolonged fights, others would like rest, but Naruto would prefer food over all. Rest can wait. Naruto was pretty sure that he'd rather have food than rest. Food did sound good. The boy stopped in his steps. Food, oh, what the boy could do with some. Hey, I'm the damned prince. I can go and order food in the Great Hall whenever I bloody please. Naruto smiled brightly, all memory of the heinous interaction he had with Joffrey completely forgotten. His beaming smile fell when a rumble echoed from within his gut, even rippling his simple tunic. Naruto deadpanned, realizing that he'd been with his family since he woke up. He needed to eat soon. Naruto rushed as fast as he can, running through the halls and crashing into the Great Hall, a place where feasts were held and where servants usually ate. Usually his entire family would have food brought up to them and have taste testers ruin the beauty of the food. Naruto shook his head. If only his family would take the time to come around here other than when they're forced to. The prince entered the Great Hall and greeted the various servants as he passed them by. Many of them were still amazed with the great feats he did during the tourney and congratulated him with friendly pats on his back. Naruto grabbed a plate of bacon, potato, and a few sprinkles of goat cheese, not entirely sure how any of it would taste, having normally eaten kidney pie like most servants would. Naruto was among them, treated them no different than he did nobility. He sighed, thinking onto his normal meals of kidney pie and then the more than occasional lamprey pie. The prince dozed out, thinking on his various eating adventures, and completely lost track of the people surrounding him wanting to know more about his joust from his perspective. Naruto though finally snapped to reality due to the smell of gruel in an oxenhorn tankard. He smiled at the servant who dropped the tankard for him, and relished in the warmth that the milk had as it slid down his throat. Oats boiled in milk and cooled into a warm drink was perfect to go with his breakfast. If a noble were to see his prince drinking peasant drink and eating peasant food, someone would question Naruto's cleanliness. It was no matter though. Naruto slammed his empty tankard down and began to eat his breakfast, all the while sputtering out the in-depth details of his tourney. They gasped and roared with applause. They were very animated with how they felt about Naruto's performance. Many of them saying the Night of Flowers was simply too scared to be going against the great Naruto Baratheon. Naruto blushed at the title. It was new to him, but Naruto took it in stride, feeling his lips tug into a bigger and bigger smile, nearly splitting his face in half. As the people began to disperse, there was a young woman about 2 years older than Naruto that took a seat next to him, dressed in kitchen maiden clothing. She looked like nothing more than just a peasant working in the castle. But she was more than that. She had a head of brunette hair tied into a ponytail with black ribbon. There was dirt on her forehead and a few dirt marks on her cheek, but other than that she was clean. She was a pretty girl, not too gorgeous, but not too ugly either. She was just in between. Her name is Myra Waters, a bastard of some lord. Naruto couldn't remember. That wasn't all though. She was also his first crush. She smiled at Naruto and sat on the table instead of the seat, her smile never leaving her face. She rested her arms in her lap, finding it hard to find the words to say. Myra. Naruto smiled. Good morning, I guess you can say that. Myra sighed and looked away. So I heard that you were to marry the daughter of Lord Stark. I wondering when you'd say something. Naruto sighed and placed his hands on the table. I've been here almost a week. Myra took a deep breath and sighed. I was too busy working to see you. You probably hate me, don't you? Naruto asked. And no, she replied, her eyes widening. It was bound to happen someday. I just didn't think it would happen so soon after we, things came up in the north. Naruto looked away, unable to look her in the eyes. Well, I have to go, Myra. I hope I see you again soon. Myra was about to call him back, but after a quick glance at his empty plate and 2 empty tankards, the girl took a deep breath and sighed, a bright smile on her face. She stood and took his plates and tankards, not once complaining, and headed towards the kitchen. Myra placed the plates and the tankards in the wash bucket, scrubbing away the remnants of Naruto's breakfast. Despite there being very little left behind, she took a deep breath, trying to calm her raging heart. To think that Naruto would heal back to his normal features despite the beating he received from the tourney only made her adoration for the prince grow. She dropped the plate into the bubbly water and rested her hands against the rim of the wash bucket. To think he'd go off and get betrothed. Myra leaned back, her brown eyes shimmering. 2 months after I gave him my maidenhood, I was such a fool. Naruto walked through the halls of the castle, wanting to find something to interest him. So far there was nothing. The halls were empty. Handmaidens and servants weren't populating the halls, guards weren't guarding the main foyer, and there wasn't even the slightest of sounds through these halls. Naruto trailed down the stone stairs and headed for the one place that he knew someone would definitely be, the Tower of the Hand. The boy was in no hurry and simply walked with no care in his steps. His father was off somewhere, most likely talking with Joffrey, beating Joffrey, or playing with direwolves. Arya should be having her dancing lessons right now, or with Tommen, and Sansa was with Cersei doing lady things. The boy took a deep breath. He should have gotten Bran to come along. The boy was so used to having a direwolf trailing behind him. For a moment, he could have sworn that he heard their soft padded paws clapping on the stone floor and the polished tile. Before long that imagination became truth as Nymeria arrived, pressing her paws on the boy's back, nearly pushing the boy to the floor below. Naruto stumbled and let out a loud shout as Nymeria trampled him onto the floor, rolling him down the stairs with his arms and legs flailing in every which way. She shouted out, but Nymeria kept pushing him down the stairs, rolling him along. She didn't care and seemed to be yelping out in joy, but the moment he came to, he realized that he was now at another set of stairs, this time heading down to a rather ominous dark space beneath the floor. The boy took a deep breath and stared into the darkness with a worried look on his face. The boy's face was suddenly pressed against the tiled floor as Nymeria ran off, pressing her paws into the back of his head. All Naruto could hear though was the excited pants of the large direwolf as she sped down the large stairs. Wait! Naruto called out to the large wolf, but Nymeria didn't care and continued to run off through into the darkness. Fuck! The prince shot to his feet, running down the stairs ready to follow and find the runaway wolf. Arya was going to kill him if she found out that he lost Nymeria. As Naruto descended, the more confused he was. It was a terrifying darkness that took hold of everything. The lower he went, this place was almost like a cellar, or better yet a prison. Naruto shivered at the implications, but continued on anyway. His boots echoed against the stone steps, and soon enough those clacks were turned into thin, deep, reverberating thuds. It almost seemed like dripping water. Nymeria could be heard panting in the darkness. She's clearly down here somewhere. Naruto thought, I can hear someone else. I need to be quieter. Naruto slowed his descent, taking slow, careful strides. Naruto finally arrived in the pitch darkness of the cellar. He pressed his back against the wall and trailed along, slowly dragging his feet along the stone floor. A creak froze Naruto, and the boy dropped to the floor and began to crawl to find the perfect hiding space. He rolled on the stone floor and pressed his back against a few barrels and rested his knees against his chest. Naruto thought he was safe, but there was a sudden intoxicating smell that took over his nerves and his beating heart. He finally realized where he was. This was his father's personal wine cellar, filled with wine from all over the known world. Simple wines from White Harbor in the north and Dornish Red wines to Pentoshi green wine and all the way to wines from ET. Naruto could smell all of it, filling his mind with the beauty and wondrousness of the nectar of the gods, but the creek turned into a loud screech. The smell and the euphoric feeling disappeared, replaced with fear and sweat. Naruto turned over, hiding his face from view. He took slow deep breaths, trying to keep his ragged yuknia hidden from unknown ears. Naruto slid along the floor and turned to look between the barrels. Light began to come into his view. It was red and dim, filling the dank cellar with life. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the duo appearing from the barred gate down the cellar hall. The wolf and the lion will be at each other's throats. Someone familiar said, I know that voice. Will be at war soon, my friend. What good is war now? Another far more foreign voice said, we're not ready. Naruto narrowed his eyes as the duo began to walk through the dark halls. A torch in the hand of the bald one, he continued to speak, filling Naruto with more clues as to who this man is. This man was none other than Lord Varys, the master of whispers. The spider was talking in strange riddles, mentioning a dragon and the wolves and the lions. Once again the foreigner next to him immediately spoke of some man named Khal Drogo, and once again about this dragon. Naruto listened closely, watching them pass along. He narrowed his eyes, furrowing his brows. Daenerys Targaryen. Naruto repeated. Daenerys Targaryen is with child. What in seven hells are these two talking about? Naruto shuffled in his place, trying to get a better position, but before the prince could, the two men disappeared, the light leaving with them. The boy concentrated his eyes, watching the light disappear, but from the corner of his eye he saw a small figure along with a large blob of cream and brown run towards the side of the cellar. He narrowed his eyes to see Nymeria and Arya speeding down another set of stairs. Naruto looked over the barrels to see the two men had disappeared and the light dispersed with them. The prince took off and followed after the girl, running through the darkness, shuffling his boots along the dirty stone floor. Already he could hear a commotion echo throughout the dark caverns. Footsteps riddled the area, brimming with noise. Naruto couldn't see where he was going, but he sure could hear the pants of Nymeria in front of him. He could hear legs and breeches shuffling together. He followed the sound as best as he could, straining and training his eyes to the darkness of the tunnel that the cellar had become. Before long Naruto arrived at the end of the cellar to find Arya and Nymeria jumping down the side of the cliff face. He narrowed his eyes, trying to keep the sun from beating his eyelids. Blind Arya, Nymeria. Naruto roared, and Naruto, Arya and Nymeria both looked up. What are you doing here? Hold on. Naruto jumped from the tunnel opening, spinning through the air and landing gracefully on his feet. Sand kicked up as he connected, but otherwise he looked amazing. Arya, what in blazes were you doing down there? Were you there the entire time? Arya asked. You heard them too, right? I did. Naruto replied. I heard most of it. Did you hear them say that they were going to kill my father? Arya asked with worried eyes. Did you hear? And no, Naruto replied with wide eyes. We need to get back to the keep. Come on, Nymeria. Come on, girl. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Ned Stark sighed. I've sent all of my men across the castle and even into the city in search of you. Nymeria tilted her head dejectedly, whining softly. She backed away from the imposing look on Lord Stark's face. Arya opened her mouth ready to say something, but Naruto stepped in and placed a hand on her shoulder. Walking up to the Lord, Ned stepped back and took a look at the blonde prince. He ran a hand across his face, wiping the sweat from his brow. He leaned against the desk and gave Naruto a gesture to continue. Lord Stark, Arya and I were playing and running through the keep. Naruto quickly lied. She ran ahead of me and ended up in my father's cellar. But that wasn't all, Lord Stark. We found something while we were down there though. Two men, Lord Varys and some foreigner, were speaking together about something about wolves and lions about to go to war, and Daenerys Targaryen being with child. Ned's worried look immediately fell loose, replaced with a look of confusion. He pressed his hand on the desk behind him and sighed. They then spoke about your death. Arya interjected. They said if one hand can die, why can't the second? I wasn't done, Arya. Naruto deadpanned. They went on to say that they won't make a move because this Khal Drogo was waiting for his son to be born, something of that sort. I don't know what to make of it, my lord. My lord, Jory intruded. Lady Ned, a voice echoed. Cat. Ned said with a curious tone. What in seven hells are you doing here? Lady Caitlyn, Naruto asked with a surprised and dropped his head. Arya rushed forward and grabbed her mother in for a tight hug. Ned, I need to speak to you alone, Caitlyn said, giving the two children in the room a knowing look. Please, of course, Ned replied. Go, Prince. Naruto. Arya. Once the door shut, Ned and Kat embraced one another for a tight, warming hug. Ned rested his forehead against hers, the two of them not sharing words for a few moments. I'm here with important news, Ned, Caitlyn said with frown. Our son has been having dreams, strange dreams, Ned. These dreams are becoming worse and worse. He came to me one day though, speaking of a stag killing a wolf, only for the stag to shed its skin to reveal a lion. And wait, you came to me to speak of dreams? Ned was incredulous. I forgot all about John Aaron's supposed murder, and now you come to me talking about dreams? Our youngest son, Ned, Caitlyn said with a worried look on her face. Please listen to me. I was convinced that he knew something we didn't after an incident. God's cat. What incident? Ned asked, turning on his heels and heading to his desk. He kept saying something about a falling fox. Cat replied. He kept saying something about the tower, the same tower that Prince Naruto fell from. What? Ned turned back to face her, his gray eyes reflecting his confusion. What of the tower? Rickon wouldn't stop trying to go into the tower. Rickon wouldn't stop sneaking out of his room to go to the tower. Caitlin replied. For 2 weeks he went about it until I finally decided to go up there and see for myself. What? Rickon kept worrying about. I found blonde locks of hair, golden blonde hair wedged between some of the stone tiles. What is this to mean? Ned asked, still not getting it. It means the queen must have pushed her own son from the tower. Time skip. Ned couldn't believe what he'd just heard. His wife had been gone for over 3 hours, and now Ned was beginning to wonder, truly wonder, why would Cersei ever want to push Naruto from the tower? If anything, the Stark thought that they were a closely knit family, save for the black sheep Joffrey. Cersei was there with Naruto since his fall from the tower every day. Ned could remember it clearly, but with this fiasco there was more reason to worry about the Lannisters. With the death of Jon Arryn and Lady Lisa's accusation, Ned was beginning to see a pattern. Lannisters. The name was like a drill digging into his head. That family name was the only reason why he was reluctant to accept the position of Hand of the King. There were too many bloody Lannisters here. Ned glared at the wall in front of him, feeling a dark and boding feeling in the pit of his stomach. The lion and the wolf at each other's throats. A war, too many things at once, too many revelations. But a stag shedding its skin to reveal a lion meant one thing: Cersei's children. Ned quickly shot that belief down, knowing that his mind was running loose and emotions running a bomb. There was no way that Cersei would harm her own child. He knew her to be a Lannister, a heartless, conniving lioness, but not the type to kill her own children. After all of the conversations he'd had with her, he got to know her better, know that she loved her children more than her own life. He'd come to know that she'd sacrifice everything for those kids of hers. Ned shut his eyes, releasing a stressed sigh. He just couldn't believe that accusation. Ned turned around and pressed his knuckles on the desk, his heart raging within his chest. He shivered and glared out towards the city. Naruto was with them this morning along with the bloody children. Ned thought they were close as a family. They were together, almost unbreakable. Naruto brought Robert and Cersei together, so why would she want to kill her own son? Why would she want him dead? What does she gain from Naruto's demise? None of this is making sense. Ned walked around and collapsed into his seat. This is simply too complicated. If only Naruto could remember what happened that day. Gods, if only he could. Myra walked with her hands clasped together. She was heading with nowhere in particular, finding today a boring day. It's been days since she and Naruto spoke, but they haven't seen each other since then. She ran a hand through her brown locks of hair, trudging through the tiled halls of the castle. The girl was doing her best to avoid the looks of the various servants and kitchen maids. Her brown eyes rolled when a few gold cloaks gave her a lecherous smirk. She shook her head and walked past them, heading off through the rest of the hall, trying to get to the grand foyer as fast as possible. She never did like how these men looked at her. Being a girl of 6 and 10, she was a perfect target for men like them. Too bad I'm no longer a maiden. Fools. Myra hobbled along, her dress flowing behind her. Her brown eyes watched the vermilion walls of the castle flow along with her as she passed. She was silent, watching the people pass by her. Their blue eyes, or brown depending, trailed up and down her body. She shut her eyes and continued on with what she was doing, but the farther she walked the heavier their stares became. She could feel their eyes glued to her backside, watching her walk. She took a deep breath. She always did have a large ass, something she hated half the time. Their stares always going down to her, always giving her the same look. Everyone did, everyone except Naruto. The prince looked at her the same way he looked at everyone else. He never even brought up her nature as a bastard. He was just him. Myra stopped herself and sighed in despair. What was she doing? He obviously didn't care much about her if he didn't even think of her on his way north. Now to think that he's with a northern highborn lady. Myra felt that it was all a cruel joke from the gods to take the one man who truly cared for her like this. She shook her head once again. Baseborn could never be with highborn, too stuck in her thought. She bumped into someone, knocking them to the ground. She was about to shout to the person, expecting them to be some stupid servant. She was in for a nasty surprise. Myra, Naruto asked, wiping wine from his tunic and breeches. How nice of you to come along, Prince Naruto. She ducked her head, trying to hide her rising blush of embarrassment. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you coming. It's alright, Myra. Naruto laughed. I'm at fault too. So where are you going? Naruto. Myra asked. I'm going off to find Sansa. Naruto replied, we were going to go out into the city. Would you like to come along? If you're not doing anything, of course. I am sorry, Naruto. Myra bowed. I have to go somewhere. I was going to meet some friends in one of the taverns. Oh, Naruto nodded in understanding. I guess I'll see you later. He disappeared once again, just like he did before. She reached out, wanting to say something to him, but before the words could leave her lips, the boy was already gone. The 16-year-old rested her palms on her dress, looking down dejectedly before turning back around. She watched his form disappear. To think she'd be falling for someone 2 years her minor. She watched his form disappear into the grand foyer, brown eyes shimmering with pain she didn't let him know about. For some reason she got it into her head that the boy wouldn't even care. Maybe she was right. For all she knew, Naruto simply used her as a sheath to put his cock into. She didn't care. The sight of the boy disappearing into the crowd of servants, knights, squires, and highborn lords and ladies filled her with a strange sadness. She took a deep breath and sighed in despair. The 16-year-old turned on her heels and walked off towards who knows where. She just wanted to find a place to ease her stress, a place that Naruto wasn't in. She ran a hand through her brown hair and made sure that it stayed in the loose ponytail she had it in. She wasn't one for doing the over-the-top southerner hairstyles that everyone tried to do, be it small folk or highborn. She froze and bit her lower lip. That was one of the main reasons that the prince even took notice of her. Myra took off, lifting her dress to keep her legs from tripping. She needed to relieve her stress. Soon Ned rode through the streets of King's Landing, not knowing what to expect. Jory Castle was at his side, riding close. Men and women, city folk, dispersed from their path as they rode along. Ned had received a tip from Lord Baelish about the last few works that John Aaron had been doing. He visited a boy somewhere down in Flea Bottom by the name of Gendry Waters. Ned was going to get to the bottom of this farce soon so he can continue to investigate the accusation his wife had placed on Cersei. He arrived at the blacksmith with a blank look on his face. There was a boy, black of hair with sapphire blue eyes that screamed familiarity. Sharing a few brief words with the boy and the blacksmith master, Ned and Jory disappeared onto their horses. Once again, Lord Stark. Who was that? Jory asked. That was none other than one of Robert's bastards. Ned replied it was obvious who he was from just a look into his eyes. Come, Jory, we have to go. The two Northmen rode along, clomping their hooves against the cobblestone road, the people parting to give them passage. They were silent and watched the world around them. Ned was stuck in his mind. John Aaron was looking out for Robert's bastards. If so, why? John Aaron was also strong, not one to succumb to something as trivial as dying of fever. It was too ridiculous to believe. Not only that, but if he was dying, there would have been no reason to search out Robert's bastards so close to his date of death. Thanks to Lord Baelish, the Stark had been funneled information about John Aaron's movements prior to his untimely death. Ned was a bit weary of the man, but it just so happened that it was Baelish that snuck Catelyn into the castle under the Queen and the King's watchful eyes. How Ned was going to forever wonder. Baelish told him that he promised Catelyn that he'd watch over Ned and that he'd protect him every step of the way. Not once did Ned believe those words. Not once did those words even seem convincing in the least. It was no matter though. Ned needed to have as many allies as he could here in King's Landing, especially if his wife is right about the sadism of House Lannister. Ned followed the winding road, reading a map of the different places that Lord Baelish said that John Aaron visited a month prior to his death. The map was marked in almost completely random parts of Flea Bottom. The hand took a deep breath and sighed, knowing that there was no way in seven hells that he was going to be able to see all of the bastards that John visited. He looked to his faithful guard Jory, and with a nod they headed off towards the Red Keep. Instead of staying in the streets, it would be better to head back to the tower and reallocate their resources, and pool their information for a better idea for an area of search for clues. They came along the darker and smellier part of Flea Bottom, nearing the infamous gin alley. Ned pursed his lips, feeling the saliva evaporate in his mouth and the smell burn into his nostrils. The Stark gripped the reins of his horse, as did Jory, the two of them trying their best to best the heinous scent. Ned knew that this was just the beginning to something bigger, something greater. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die. There is no middle ground. Ned repeated in his mind. If what Cersei was saying was any indication, she was implying something. If this is all just a game, there must be other plays in turn. There has to be other countless ruses and schemes just lying in wait to be sprung. That much was true then. That meant that John Aaron was planning something. Ned wanted to know what that bloody plan was. Meeting bastards of Robert seemed to be a random action. The Stark took a deep breath and shut his eyes, finally leaving Gin Alley, and finally arriving at the gates of the Red Keep. Once inside, the Stark headed up to the Tower of the Hand, ready to pass out into his bed. He was tired and exhausted, eye bags beneath his eyes. He entered his room, a blank stare on his face. Jory gave Ned a nod before heading off to check with the rest of the guards. Ned took a deep breath and turned on his heels, only to take in the sight of none other than Lord Peter Baelish. The man held a massive old-looking book. It was ragged and torn, closed by golden locks. On the cover of the book it said in bold lettering, the lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Ned, in a confused whirlwind, asked Peter what it was. This is the book that Lord Aaron was interested in shortly before his death, Lord Stark. Peter said. Grand Maester Pycelle was holding this book tightly, but after a few talks and convincing offers, the book is now yours to examine. Thank you, Lord Baelish, Ned replied, whisking the book away from the man. For now I'd like to rest please. Joffrey was walking through the castle in search of his mother. Things weren't looking up for him for the last few days. Since when were things ever looking up for him? Joffrey chided. The boy felt this indomitable rage swelling within him with every step. Joff for a moment was scared. This anger he felt was insatiable. It ate away at him like a leech clinging to his skin. This hatred that he so loathed was like a cancer, thriving on the damage that his brother had caused. Joffrey shut his green eyes and ran a hand through his flowing golden locks. The prince nearly gagged when he felt that it was greasy, filled with sweat. Joffrey brought his hand down and turned to face the large man following behind. The hound had a blank look on his face, massive eye bags beneath his unscarred eye. He followed behind Joffrey like a haunting specter. He was hunched, bringing a more imposing image to his already terrifying visage. A large shield was strapped to his left arm with his sword arm resting at his side. The hound moved with a silent grace but still seemed to be dragging his weight along. He was broken in too many ways to even mention. Joffrey frowned a bit though, finding the hound's near infinite silence unnerving. Half the time the empty color in his eyes filled with nothing but sadness. The two of them headed down the hall with only the shivering of the hound's chainmail and Joffrey's boots being heard. Joffrey's head pounded with the coming moments beating into his skull. They walked off, keeping the steady pace he needed to speak to his mother about his predicament. Joffrey stopped mid-step, the hound following almost immediately. Joffrey had an estranged look on his face, almost as if he was asking himself why he was so stupid. Why go to his mother when it was Grand Maester Pycelle that had all of the medicine? Joffrey shook his head and continued walking. He didn't mind having to take his time. The longer away he spent, the longer he and his brother wouldn't have to see each other. Oh, how he would dread the moment he and his brother would appear in the same room for once in his life. Joffrey wished Naruto never existed. It hurt to think it, but Joffrey truly wished the boy hadn't been born. Joffrey walked along, his frown growing to proportions unknown. Joffrey ran a hand against his soft skin, wiping the sweat from his brow. Joff headed along, finally finding the door to his mother's solar, half expecting his mother to be there if she wasn't with his father. Joffrey rested his palm onto the door handle, ready to pull the doors open. It creaked slightly, but before long Joff pulled the doors open, revealing her room. Everything was in perfect placement. It seemed as if the room had been untouched for a while. He was about to sigh in despair and head off to Grand Maester Pycelle's tower. He felt a strange pull to the room though. Curiosity it was. He saw something sitting at the table on the far side of the chamber. It looked out of place, almost as if someone had planted it there to look inconspicuous. The boy tilted his head, green eyes focusing on the parchment wedged beneath a vase of flowers. To someone glancing by it was unnoticeable, but to Joffrey he took notice of the bright tan parchment and was immediately intrigued. The boy turned to the hound and had him guard the door with a silent hand gesture. Joff headed over to the table, moving the vase from sight, and lifted the parchment for him to read with a closer examination, his green eyes running over the words. With a close inspection he took a deep breath and rested his knuckles against the table, dropping the parchment onto the table. His brows furrowed deeply. His uncle was lost in the Vale of Arryn somewhere unknown. Reasons behind it also unknown. Joffrey backed away, crossing his arms over his chest. His uncle was in the Vale of Arryn. Gods could only know why. The blonde boy looked back to the hound and realized that his mother wasn't going to be showing up anytime soon. Joffrey didn't understand what to make of it. Was his imp uncle captured? Did he disappear? It was no matter though. Joffrey needed to think of a way to use this to his advantage. Joffrey froze and thought, his glare loosening. This was an interesting turn of events. Suddenly a voice was heard coming from behind the prince, and the hound's shivering armor could be heard. A few more steps echoed into Joffrey's ears, bringing the boy to turn. My prince, the man said with a near whisper. Is her grace the queen present? No. Joffrey replied, she'll be back in a moment's notice. Do you have a message for my mother? I do, my prince, the man replied. It is a message for her grace the queen's eyes only. Leave it on the table. Joffrey replied, I'll let my mother know. The man looked at the prince with a nervous look on his face and dropped a similar parchment onto the table, landing next to the vase where the first was placed. The man looked to Joffrey and then to the hound, but then took off once more through the hall, disappearing from sight. Naruto gave the silent hound a look and turned in his seat, reaching over and opening the parchment. His eyes glazed over each and every word, examining each and every detail. Everything burned into his mind, memorizing everything on the parchment. This message was something else entirely. It wasn't the same as the previous parchment. This one bore names, 50 names in total, each one varying in many different ways, and genders next to each name had different profession, but there was a small sigil next to the professions. This could only mean one thing. Joffrey had come in at the right time to find his mother's spy roster. He was surprised that his mother even had that many in her employ. Hearing Lord Varys and Lord Baelish go at each other's throats, spitting out information in vain attempts to outdo each other, Joffrey stared off into the city from the view his mother's solar had. Joffrey took a deep breath and stared back at the parchment, reading over each name his mother had. These people in her pocket apparently, though his mother hasn't even been keeping up with her spy network. Joffrey smiled. It would seem that maybe those dumb dogs, dire wolves, did come in handy. After all, they distracted his parents from their greatest asset. I believe I've found something of great worth. Joffrey smiled. I can definitely use this to my advantage. Mother can't know that I know yet. I'll be smart about this, and outthink my stupid brutish brother. These people can be used to do my bidding with. The right convincing such a good asset left to dust and ruin because mother and father decided to fall in love. How ridiculous. After all, mother, when you play the Game of Thrones you win or you die. You taught me that yourself. Time skip. Ned walked from the small council room with a glare marring his face, entering the throne room and glancing at the Iron Throne. Ned for a moment saw himself sitting on, but his small image was interrupted by the incessant screams and roars from the irate king, who decided to join a small council meeting. Strange, since Ned was expecting the man to be there when news of Daenerys Targaryen having a child was made knowledge amongst the lords. The Stark frowned at the turn of events. Against his wishes, the small council acted and had an assassin head over to V's Dothrak, the only city of the Dothraki people. Ned was filled with so much anger it was dishonorable. The things these men plotted to do, it was a good thing that they failed in their attempts. Ned saw no reason to try and kill a woman with child. Targaryen or not, what he hated the most, Robert constantly bringing up the pain of the past. Ned knew better than Robert what happened with Rhaegar and Lyanna. Ned knew better than any of them, yet Ned didn't let it bog him down and blind him from the truth. Daenerys was but a child, and not only that, but since when could a Khalasar cross water on horses? Ned knew that it was impossible. The Dothraki Sea was far from water, bordered by the Red Waste and the Free cities, neither of which were welcoming to Dothraki hordes riding along with the hopes of conquest. Ned shook his head in disgust. Friend or not, Robert was a fool. The Stark trudged off, a glare marring his face. It had been almost 2 months since their stay in Winterfell, and already things were beginning to fall apart, at least for Ned and Robert. Simple disagreements that grew into something that wouldn't be healed for a long time. It seemed all Ned could do was hope that it wasn't so. Ned hurried, clacking his boots against the polished granite tiles of the throne room, wanting to get to the tower as soon as possible. He ran a hand through his sweaty locks of long black hair, gray eyes watching his corners. Ned needed to get out soon. Ned was silent, watching his back. Jory was outside of the Tower of the Hand with the rest of his guardsmen. Ned was disappointed in his planning, but decided it best to continue on his way. For some strange reason, the Stark felt that he was being watched every step he took. He felt as if someone's eyes were following him, almost tracing his silhouette. Ned froze and turned his head, staring endlessly into the empty hall. No one was there. Ned took a deep breath and headed on, walking with a stiff glare on his face. The Stark was feeling behind on this game that Cersei and practically everyone else on the small council spoke about. Ned arrived at his door and stopped to think. Dishonor, backstabbing, and cruelty, what the Game of Thrones was all about. Swindle your contenders to get the upper hand, trick others to do your bidding. Nothing this game had was with honor. Ned pressed his knuckles on the door before pulling to enter. This game was not made for him. Ned took a deep breath, releasing a sigh shortly after. He needed to get out of the city soon. Not only that, he did insult the king to his bloody face, and even quit his hand. Neither was going to bode well for the man. Ned entered his room and immediately began to pack his belongings. Ned looked out of his window, finding the sun already at midday. He looked around, placing things into a large chest, tossing objects left and right. Ned was stressed, and this entire day wasn't helping him in the slightest. He wasn't even able to take a look through the blasted book that Lord Baelish gave him. Ned sighed and continued what he was doing. Leaving King's Landing on the morrow was of the highest importance. He needed to be out of the Crownlands soon. Ned stopped and looked out the window. Neither Sansa nor Bran was going to enjoy this turn of events, but this had to happen. Suddenly the door opened to reveal Jory, sweat pouring down his brow. I'll go ahead with my daughters, Ned replied, moving quickly, hiding his things away into his chest. Go get them ready right now. Do it right now, and don't ask for anyone's help. That'll have to wait, my lord. Jory replied, Lord Baelish is here for you. The king went in great length after you took your leave. Peter replied, the word treason was mentioned. I came as soon as I could. What can I do for you? Ned asked. When do you return to Winterfell? Peter walked around. Why do you care? Ned asked, his brows narrowing. If you're still here come nightfall, I'll show you the last person Lord Aaron met before his death, Peter said with a small frown. It won't take longer than an hour, my lord. Ned turned on his heels and walked back to his side table, lifting his sword and his leather coat of plates. Ned slid the garment over his body, wrapping the belt and his sword to his waist. The Stark gave Jory a stern look. Who are your two best swords? Darren and Will, Jory replied with a nod. Good, gather them and meet me at the stables, Ned replied, tightening his belt. Post the rest of the men in front of the children's room. Jory nodded once again and let the Stark pass. Ned shook his head and wiped the sweat building on his brow. Once again the Stark was feeling exhausted. Wiped and rather put out he followed after Lord Baelish, his eyes never once leaving the man's fleeting form. Ned was a bit nervous of him. Lord Baelish may have promised Cat that he'd watch over him, but he wasn't entirely sure if he could trust him after the revelation to him about his coming death. Ned knew he couldn't trust the lords on the small council. Lord Baelish of course was putting up a good show, acting trustworthy. He might just make it work. Let's just get this over with. Joffrey walked along with a frozen expression on his face. He was out in the city looking around at the different people, looking for someone specifically. Joffrey traveled with the Hound in tow. The boy wanted to travel with a small group. Seems that the smallest was using the Hound. There were a lot of people. Good thing almost none of them looked at him or his way. Joff needed to find this person, this gutter rat. He assumed Joffrey wore the most smallfolk-like clothing he could find in his wardrobe, with a dagger hidden in his sleeve. He knew he was protected on his own well enough. The Hound looked no different than Joffrey, but it was the scars that turned people's eyes away. It was a big city, and Joffrey was sure that his face was common knowledge thanks to the man's rather infamous reputation. Joffrey followed along looking for the man Hardin Tanner, son of a local tanner in Flea Bottom, but also the man to go to for the rest of Cersei's spies, a middleman for most of the information that flows along. Joffrey didn't know what to expect of the man. Maybe he was just some fat man, or maybe even just some useless gutter rat as he believed before. Who's to know really? The prince read that he was a tanner. Holding the paper in his hand, the parchment was a list of names and occupations. The boy stopped and turned to a small building, door non-existent. This is it. Joffrey frowned. What kind of sad little joke is this? The prince shook his head and went along. Entering the building, the prince looked around, finding large cow skins hanging from the walls, tanning. There were a few hanging from the ceiling as well, his green eyes watching the room around him. Suddenly a man dressed in simple garb arrived, sweat pouring down his brow. He looked at the prince with wide eyes, but immediately shot forward and whisked him along. Sandor and Joffrey nearly drew their weapons on the man, but he said in a hushed tone, "Come with me." The two were confused, but went along with the man. Joffrey and Sandor followed the man into the back of the store, going deep to the cellar beneath the tannery. The prince nearly slipped and tumbled down the stairs. Soon enough the three of them arrived, to be met with nearly 13 men sitting around a table with tankards of wine and plates of food on the table. Joffrey looked to the man with a strange look. Soon enough the boy was led to a personal seat at the table and handed a plate filled with chicken, grapes and slices of bread. "Prince Joffrey," the men said softly. "Where am I?" Joffrey asked. "This place is where we meet and consolidate our information before coming to the queen." The man said, "Her Grace's spies have arrived, at least those who already aren't deep within other factions. Now why are you telling all of this to me so eagerly?" Joffrey asked, taking a bite from his plate. "There was a reason why I came to her room with a parchment." A man at the end of the table said, "I am Hardin Tanner." "So you're the man that came by?" Joffrey narrowed his eyes, baring his teeth. He'd pieced it together. "Why, your mother, Her Grace, hasn't come to us in almost a month," Hardin said, "so we decided to come to her, but she sent us away. She decided that she didn't want us anymore." "Why, the gods could only know." "My mother's grown soft." Joffrey frowned, taking a drink of Arbor Gold. "She's fallen in love with my father. It's despicable. She finds the Starks to be friends and the Northmen to be possible allies." Joffrey took a deep breath and continued his meal. "Her change of demeanor is unsettling, to put it lightly, as you yourself have said. Why she'd give up her network of spies like this is beyond any of us." "My prince," a woman said suddenly, "I am Catherine Waters, bastard of some Crownland's lord. Never really knew I, along with everyone else here, would like to ask you to take us." "And take you?" and Joffrey asked with wide eyes. "Goad them, and I want them to say it. My esteemed friend Catherine is right," Hardin replied. "We have skills to spy, not be some city folk struggling to make ends meet. It is all most of us know to do, especially Catherine." "What do you mean?" Joffrey asked, taking a bite of his chicken. "I might want to tell you the story sometime, my prince," Catherine replied, running a hand through her soft brown hair. "All I feel like telling is that I have a sister. But back to the problem at hand. There's no way that we can simply lay down and succumb to city life. We need to spy. We need to get information. The only difference is that we'll do it for you." A little over an hour later, Myra walked from the kitchens, her hands wiping along the apron she wore. She popped her neck and ran the back of her hand against her sweat-covered forehead. Her brown eyes watched the castle around her with a dull look on her face. The days were growing with a gray, with a deep feeling within her gut. She frowned and her eyes looked down dejectedly. For some reason she just couldn't get the foreboding feeling to leave. She shivered, thinking of the possible consequences. She walked along, her shoes echoing against the granite tiles. She was tired and felt that she needed to take a rest. A small smile came to her lips, though. Since Naruto came by to talk with her, her heart raced, thinking back on the boy. It wasn't just any conversation between the two of them. He actually talked to her, asked her questions about her days so far. He showed that he cared. Myra shook her head, pressing her palms against her burning cheeks. She shook her head vehemently in a futile attempt to make the blush go away. Her breath hitched thinking of the blonde prince. She missed him and she wanted to kiss him again, to feel him within her. She bit her lip to try and stop herself before going too far. The girl sighed, lowering her hands to the apron, releasing a shaky sigh. Her cheeks were hot and burning red, her lips tugged into a smile. Myra, despite being a baseborn with little to nothing to her name, she kept care of herself to the best of her ability. She bathed every day and she ate healthily, or as healthily as she could, so for the prince to take notice of her in more than just a passing glance, she knew that she was doing something right. She yawned softly and placed her hand against her mouth to keep her face hidden from the lecherous glances of the gold cloaks walking about the city. She walked along, trying to get out before they could get a good look at her passing by. She sighed in relief when she turned the corner. Free from their glances, she rested her head against the wall and removed her apron, leaving her brown work dress. She headed along the castle halls until she arrived at the grand foyer and laid eyes on the countless small folk talking amongst each other, wondering and worrying about their villages and farms. There were knights standing around with their squires carrying their sigils and banners. Some took notice of her and immediately raised their visors to get a better view. She shook her head and walked off as fast as she came to the workers' house within the castle. It was annoying to see their eyes follow her fleeting form so longingly, and so hungry she glared at the various people heading past her. She was a good-looking gal, at least Naruto would always say she was good-looking. Always good-looking, nevermore. She lifted her skirt and headed off down the steps of the Red Keep and turned on her heel to the workers' house. The courtyard was beautiful and filled with wonder and gorgeous works of art. The shrubs and bushes were trimmed and cut to form the stags of House Baratheon. There were various others that took the form of wolves, and lion statues also lined the gardens, bearing semblance to the Targaryen kings of before. She walked ahead, knowing she couldn't even name 5 of those kings save for the ruined statue of the Mad King Ares too. She frowned at the thought. She could only hope that never will a king like him come along. She lowered her skirt and walked with her fingers clasped together, with a timid look on her face as she passed another patrol of gold cloaks. Never mind that. She opened the door to the workers' house and took off to her room. Workers gave her nods and some of the kitchen wenches gave her glares and looks of envy. She didn't care. She wanted to sleep and get the images of Naruto from her mind. The prince did have a funny way of getting people to like him, she surmised. She took a deep breath and rested her palm against her door handle, expecting nothing but a nice cold bed for her to warm. She pushed the door open and released her hair from the restricting ponytail. The brown locks flittered down into wavy curls to her mid-back. She shut her eyes and collapsed into her bed while a voice suddenly said, Myra, shot from her bed and pressed her back against the wall. It was resting against her. Brown eyes were wide with surprise. How did she not see this person? The girl ran a hand through her hair and rustled her dress, patting her hands against every inch of her clothing. Her heart was racing and she didn't even take a look at her intruder. There was a woman standing against the wall with a blank look on her face. She had a head of light brown hair bordering on orange. Her arms were crossed underneath her breasts, puffing them slightly. This girl had brown eyes like she did, but they had a distinct glimmer in them that gave her an aura of superiority. What are you doing here? Myra asked with wide eyes. Is that how you greet your little sister? The girl replied, I thought I made it abundantly clear that I never wanted to see you again. Myra replied, drawing a knife from underneath her pillow. Oh, but Myra, you and I were the perfect team, don't you remember? The girl asked. Once again we would silence. Myra shot forward, lunging her knife forward at the woman. The woman ducked, punching Myra in her chest, knocking her back. The woman, though, didn't let it stop her and elbowed the intruder, forcing the girl to take a step back. Myra wasn't going to let up and shot her arm down, nearly digging the knife into the girl's shoulder. What Myra didn't expect, though, was for her to get sent to the floor with a painful kick to her legs. The intruder took Myra's knife and held it to her throat. The woman drew close, bringing her face to perfect view beneath her veil. She smiled maliciously, revealing teeth as clean as Myra's. You know, big sister, you've gotten soft, the girl said. Sleeping with the prince sure made you lose your touch. Get off of me, Catherine, Myra shouted, pushing the girl away and taking her knife back. You're here for a reason. What do you want? I need you to go back to your original job, Catherine replied with a small smile. Spy on Prince Naruto? Why would I spy on him if his mother hasn't even come to me in almost a month? Myra asked with a glare. I haven't even given her information on anything for these past few months to begin with. Oh, sister, Catherine laughed. It's not for the queen then? Who? Myra asked with wide eyes. Prince Joffrey, the future king, Catherine replied, but Naruto told me. Myra was suddenly shut quiet with Catherine's fingers. Not for long he won't be, Catherine said with a cryptic tone. You're my sister and I trust that you'll do your best to seem as inconspicuous as ever. To believe that you're a kitchen wench now is surprising to say the least. To see that you're still spying on people and ruining people's lives is just as surprising, Myra retorted. After my last order, you're not an assassin. Myra Catherine replied, I know it was hard seeing as he was the man that brought you to the keep, but you had to do it. You were the best at what you did, Myra, and now you let yourself dawdle with a prince and even fell in love. You will shut up if you know what's good for you, Catherine, Myra said with a dark tone. Don't mock me. Oh, I'm not, Myra Catherine said with her same playful tone. I'm just trying to save your life in the long run. Do your job, and when Joffrey is king you'll never have to wash another stupid plate again. How can I trust you, Myra sighed. After everything that's happened, I'm your sister. Catherine smiled. That has to count for something. Naruto yawned and walked from Sansa's room. The boy couldn't stop smiling. Sansa was one hell of a kisser. It seemed the prince headed off through the halls hoping to crash into his bed. After spending nearly the entire day in the presence of Sansa and her siblings, the boy sure let time fly by. The light of the sun was fleeting, and it wouldn't be long before the moon rose to claim the night. The prince was looking forward to speaking with Lord Stark over something important, and better yet his own father, about certain inheritance and the line of succession. It was important for the boy to know all the details. His father was originally planning to announce the change of heir on Naruto and Sansa's wedding next year, but Naruto felt that it would be better if it were to happen on his 15th name day, coming along within the next month. The prince walked along, his chest heaving softly as the air suddenly became stale. The boy stopped and turned his head towards the source of the smell. It was almost as if the air reeked of blood. Naruto rushed down the hall to see two Kingsguard knights, Ser Mandon Moore and Ser Marin Trent. Strange, since his uncle Ser Jaime was always there to be guarding his father. Naruto walked up to the two men and they gave him quick nods. Before reaching over to open the doors behind them, Naruto smiled, entering the room only to find Lord Stark leaning against a bed covered in sweat and his mother and father looking at the Stark with undeterred worry in their eyes. Prince Naruto, Ned said suddenly. Naruto, my love, Cersei said, walking up to him. Come, my child, we have to let the two speak alone. But mother, what's going on? Naruto asked with worried eyes. Who attacked Lord Stark? I'll speak to you in your soul, Cersei replied. Now go, I'll be behind you. Naruto gave her a weary look but nodded his head anyway. The boy sighed, trudging his feet against the stone floor. He wasn't expecting any of this to happen. Naruto shook his head. Who in their right minds would attack the hand of the king? He shivered at the implications. Maybe Lord Varys was right about someone trying to kill Lord Stark. Naruto had a conversation with Varys a few times, and not once did the prince peg him for the murderous, assassinating type of man. Sure, Lord Varys had secrets of his own, but he would never be the type to kill someone, let alone the hand of the king. He was thinking too hard on a subject that may or may not concern him. Naruto moved with the utmost grace, trying his best to not get ahead of himself. He didn't know if Sansa knew or not, but he was hoping that she wouldn't react too badly to it. After all, he did just leave her room barely half an hour prior, being in the Tower of the Hand. The boy was glad that Lord Stark didn't decide to stay in the guest solar, where the rest of his family was. Naruto strode along minding his own business and arrived at his large oaken door and pushed his way along, entering with a sigh escaping his lips. His feet dragged along and the boy collapsed, his body against the bed frame, his eyes tracing back and forth through the room. Thankfully a jug of Arbor Gold was waiting for him. Naruto smiled and rushed ahead, pouring the drink into a stray tankard. The boy always did find tankards a better choice of cup than the standard chalice used by nobility, especially with the amount of wine the oxenhorn tankards can hold. Naruto was in love. Once the tankard was near overflowing, he brought the drink to his lips, relishing the flavor and the sweetness. After downing the entire tankard, the boy was ready to refill for a second drink. Again and again the boy went. After finishing his fifth full tankard, Naruto tossed the tankard away, finding that he was out of wine and for some reason exceptionally hungry. He looked down to find bread and goat cheese waiting for him on a plate. He smiled brightly, bringing the plate to his hands. Taking small bites, he stared bored with his surroundings as he ate. He was beginning to wonder when his mother was going to appear. After all, she did say something about wanting to speak to him after they had talked with Lord Stark. As if his wish was confirmed, the door opened to reveal his mother, a distraught look on her face. She pulled a seat up to her son and held his hands in hers, tears shimmering in her eyes. She took a deep breath and looked to Naruto, green eyes locking with his sapphire blues. She seemed to be struggling with the words to say. Your uncle has attacked Lord Stark, Cersei said after a long pause. Not only that, but your other uncle, the fool, was captured by the Arryns for some strange stupid reason. He decided to travel to the Vale on his way home from the Wall. Why would the Vale men capture Uncle Tyrion, and why by all that is holy would Uncle Jaime attack Lord Stark? Naruto asked, unconvinced. Lady Arryn is Lady Stark's sister, Cersei replied. Uncle Jaime has always had a strange love for your Uncle Tyrion. I don't know where your uncle has gone, but he made a final demand that I convince your father to convince Lord Stark to release Tyrion from Lady Arryn's imprisonment. It's all a ridiculous joke to me. I don't know if it's to be believed since she hasn't even sent ravens. I don't know, mother. Naruto replied, something about all of this seems wrong, so sudden. I don't know either, my love. Cersei hugged her son. I know how much you look up to your Uncle Jamie, and I'm sorry you couldn't see him off hanging from the side of Naruto's window. There sat a woman, her brown hair tied together in a tight bun keeping her hair from escaping. Her eyes watched the city in front of her as the sun disappeared into the coast. She turned over, spinning her feet against the balcony and holding on to the green vines grown along the wall. She grasped the vines with all of her might. Once she heard the door closing and footsteps coming close to the balcony. The woman held her breath and dropped down to clasp her fingers against the edge of the balcony away from sight. She looked down to see that the fall will undoubtedly kill her should she let go. Shutting her brown eyes, the woman crossed her legs together, folding the breeches between her. Naruto was talking to himself as he leaned against the balcony railing. The girl, of course, couldn't tell a single thing what he was saying. Half of it was just mumbling, but she heard Sansa and her own name being spoken from what she could see between the posts holding the railing. Naruto was walking towards her position. Her body froze, but the girl needed to escape soon. She waited too long. Swinging softly, she looked at her different options. There was a pool just a few jumps away, but the more reckless and more dangerous choice was to get onto one of the support beams that held the balcony up. Naruto was suddenly speaking louder, feeling more comfortable with the silence. The girl cursed herself. She needed to move whenever he moved. Thankfully she was smart and decided to keep her hair tied into a bun. Her hands were wrapped in a pair of deep black gloves that could easily camouflage with the night, so her hands being seen were out of the question. She kept her grip as Naruto continued to talk. There was a shuffle, and the girl took it as her cue, shooting her legs forward, wrapping her feet around the balcony post with a near impossible flexibility. She spun around and wrapped her hands on the post right side up with a beaming smile on her face and a racing heart. Naruto was speaking to himself, still filling her with more information. This night couldn't get any easier. In the dead of night there was a lone woman walking down the abandoned streets of Flea Bottom. Maybe it wasn't such a great idea to come in the middle of the night, she surmised. At this time rapers, pickpockets, and worst of all murderers were on their way looking for prey. A woman alone was the perfect definition of prey. She had a head of beautiful brown hair hidden beneath a black shawl, along with a pair of black breeches and black tunic. Everything about this woman was covered in black. She looked like a wraith ready to take your soul. She was calm and silent, moving with the utmost grace and beauty, scaring a few of the street urchins laying in the various alleyways. Her brown eyes watched the people around her. It's been easily 3 hours since she snuck up to the prince's room and spied every single word. She smirked, feeling that she was finally getting the hang of it. Once again she moved along, keeping her shawl close to hide her chest that seemed to be pushing her tunic open. The girl glared when she remembered that she had to wear breeches that belonged to some fat baker to hide her large ass. No worries though, she was ready should any raper find her to be a target. She froze and smiled once she reached her destination, taking a few looks left and right. The girl entered the building that seemed to be missing a door. "Who are you?" a man asked, irritated. "We're closed, can't you see? It's me, Myra," the woman said with a stern voice. "I've come with information." "Gods, Myra," the man said with a hushed growl, "I'm glad to see you, but couldn't have been a bit more subtle. Gold cloaks are patrolling harder tonight. For some reason someone attacked the Hand of the King and they believe he's hiding out in Flea Bottom. Come on." The two of them arrived in cellar to find at least 30 different people, men and women of all cultures, standing about talking with one another, with others sitting at a table with scrolls, books and parchments writing things down. Myra took a deep breath, nearly having forgotten what it was like to be in a place such as this. Suddenly 2 arms wrapped around her shoulder and immediately the bastard knew who it was. Myra rolled her eyes and pushed the girl away and headed over to the table, a glare marring her face. Catherine took a seat next to her sister with a bright smile on her face. "I didn't think you'd be able to make it," Catherine said with a laugh. "To climb so high and so fast, I thought you were going to fall and bust your brains." "Fuck off, Catherine," Myra sighed. "So Sir Jaime Lannister attacked Lord Stark under the belief that Lady Arryn of the Vale had imprisoned Lord Tyrion." Myra looked around at the people present at the table. Hardin was surprised, but for some reason everyone else wasn't. Catherine crossed her arms over her chest and leaned into her chair, a thinking expression wrought across her face. "You mean to tell me that all of you already knew?" Myra asked with an estranged look. "Are you telling me that I almost fell and died tonight to learn something that all of you already knew?" "Calm down, Myra," someone said from across the table. "We knew about this, but we weren't too entirely sure. Lady Arryn actually did not imprison Lord Tyrion, and we most certainly didn't expect Sir Jaime to react in the way he did." What Myra asked, a dark look on her face. "So you mean to tell me we have spies all over the 7 kingdoms?" "Myra," the man replied, "now we are beginning to show our true skill. Thanks to Joffrey and his unrelenting hatred of his enemies, he's decided that sacrifices have to be made, honor has to be lost, and most of all the Starks have to die. Their liege Lord Eddard Stark was just the beginning, child. Soon the 7 kingdoms will revel under the rule of Joffrey." "Understood." Myra took a deep breath and rested her palms against the wooden table. "Understood." Now thanks to a Certain anonymous informant, the lions and the wolves, are already on the verge of combining together as one. The man said our job is to make sure that doesn't happen. Tension will brew, and this was just the catalyst for something far more greater. We're to step up our operations. Myra, you are to continue spying on Prince Naruto and Lady Sansa. They will prove to be powerful annoyances in the near future should they not be taken care of in time. What do you mean? Myra asked. Kill them, the man replied. Or I'll send someone who will time skip. Color began to meld into one, showing the world in nothing but light and beauty. His hair stuck to his skin thanks to the buckets of sweat he was drenched in. The boy sat up, leaning his head against the headboard, trying to ease the aching pain that radiated through his body. His eyes were shut tightly, trying to think on something else, but the pain, it felt almost as if something was torn from his body. Something big. He was taking deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. He clenched the bed linens, trying to get a good grasp on the world around him. He wasn't comfortable where he was, but he sure as hell couldn't walk. The boy couldn't even feel his legs, for that matter. His dream was something else entirely. At least his scar wasn't bleeding anymore. Naruto froze once again, this time eyes as wide as plates. He wasn't bleeding. Naruto used as much strength as he could to fight off the abhorrent pain that exploded through his body. The boy's hand and arm clenched, nearly bringing a scream from the prince, but he didn't care. He wanted to check something. His hand traced along the supposed scar and stitches, but the boy found none. All he felt were the follicles of hair and soft, smooth skin. The boy gasped in surprise and shot his hand down. The boy's blue eyes trailed over to see a blade and a small collection of cut string sitting on his bedside table. He narrowed his eyes at the sight and nearly decided to go back to sleep. Suddenly the door shot open to reveal Sansa and Bran with Summer and Lady at their sides. The four of them came to Naruto and pulled up seats next to his bed while Summer and Lady jumped up to join Naruto. The two wolves cuddled on top of Naruto, their heads leaning on his lap. Naruto took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his brow and scratched the back of his head with a blank expression on his face. It was clear that he wanted to know something. Naruto, are you alright? Bran asked. We were training yesterday and you fainted. I did, Naruto asked with wide eyes. I don't remember much about yesterday. A week had occurred since the attack on Lord Stark, and the crown had never been in the midst of such a delicate situation as this. Lannisters were neck to neck with the Vale of Arryn, and the Starks were claiming to aid the Vale men should the Westerlands make a move on them. But that wasn't all. Tensions between House Lannister and House Stark were all but about to explode in all directions and engulf the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Naruto and Bran were forced to do more extensive training in case a war was to break out. This wasn't going to be pleasant. The Knights of the Vale were just as fearsome as the Knights of the Westerlands. The kingdoms of the South were equally matched, so if a war was to blow off, it would be the bloodbath of the century. Something Naruto wasn't looking forward to. That was a conflict that Naruto hoped no one else was wanting. Shaking his head from the sudden recollection of this past week's issues, Naruto could only nod his head in understanding. Bran and Sansa were worried about him since he'd been knocked out since midday yesterday. Well, we hope you're going to be better later today. Bran smiled. I was hoping we could get some spear training done. I'm fine, Naruto lied. Let's go and train. Naruto threw the blanket from over his body, scaring Lady and Summer from their naps. The two whimpered and growled at Naruto for a second before jumping off to join their masters. Naruto led the way but stumbled slightly, nearly collapsing to the floor completely. Naruto shot his hands out and rested on the wall with a small laugh escaping his lips to ease the tension. Bran sped forward to help the prince to a more steady position. Naruto shivered and stood still, feeling his legs start to work again. Blood flowed through his veins and arteries, filling his body with warmth and much needed strength. He leaned his head back and took a soft breath. First, Naruto's stomach growled, gaining a few growls from Lady and Summer. I need to eat real soon. Myra washed the final plate clean and wiped the sweat from her brow. Next to her, a pile of clean plates and other various dishes were stacked. She moved through the kitchen along with the other kitchen maids working tirelessly. She yawned, but then was told to cook some bacon, pork sausage, and cut potatoes. She knew exactly who ordered that and went along her business. She went ahead, tossing the bacon into a wrought iron pan over a burning fire spit along with pork sausage cooking next to it. As the juices of the meat sizzled and popped around, she went ahead to cut the raw potatoes, wedged then diced. Soon enough she tossed them along onto the pan as well, throwing spices like saffron and pepper. She stirred them along, evenly cooking them. Once the boiling juices splashed onto her cheek, she knew it was done and ready. Pulling a plate from the stack, she slid the meal onto it with professional perfection. She scratched her brow and wiped the sweat from her cheek before lifting the plate to deliver to the prince. She was about to continue, but another kitchen wench arrived and slapped a plate filled with lemon cakes into her other hand and told her it was for Lady Sansa. Myra took a deep breath, sighed. Moving along, she leaned back and the door shot open to reveal the prince's betrothed and his squire, all sitting together with big smiles on their faces. She heard of how Naruto fainted yesterday, but she was a bit surprised to see how quickly he'd healed. She moved along, though swiftness and a beauty of air in her steps. As she came closer to Naruto's table, Naruto looked up at her and immediately gave her a beaming smile. She couldn't help but to smile back and handed him his plate filled to the brim with more than enough bacon and sausage. She placed the plate of lemon cakes in front of Sansa and walked off without sparing Naruto another glance. She watched him though from the corner of her eye as he ate. His body looked more full of color. The more he ate, the better the boy began to look. The beads of sweat on his forehead disappeared soon enough. Once his plate was cleaned of any article of food or meal, Naruto looked almost as good as new, completely rejuvenated. His smile was 10 times brighter and he began to talk more, flapping his lips and mouth 10 times as before. She took a deep breath and headed along. He was probably just hungry after all, but despite the probably coincidence, she was still going to deliver the message to Hardin and Catherine. Their boss, Prince Joffrey, would probably want to know this information. Myra pushed on the doors, disappearing into the kitchen, returning to whence she came. But just as she entered the kitchen, she was handed a large plate filled with meal and raw meat. The girl gave the woman a confused look, but the woman simply pushed on the door and pointed to the 2 giant wolves sitting with Naruto and the Starks. Myra took a deep breath and sighed in despair. This must have been one of those days. Then she trudged back out with a weak frown growing with each coming step. Not only that, but the damn dog food seemed to be getting heavier and heavier the longer she held the plate. Lady and Summer turned their heads to Myra with their tongues hanging from their mouths. Oh no! Lady and Summer suddenly shot forward and tackled the girl, gnawing into the raw meat and meal, some of it flying onto Myra as well. Lady turned her attention to Myra and immediately started licking her face of meal and blood. Naruto and Bran burst into laughter and Sansa tried her best to apologize to Myra for Lady's actions. Myra shook her head and bowed her head to the 3 lords and petted the 2 direwolves before walking off. She sighed once again, raising her apron to her face to wipe the saliva from her face. She needed to be more careful next time and think her approach better if she was going to continue her assignment. She'd need to get past those direwolves. Naruto walked along the perimeter of the Red Keep, sword at his side and a shield on his back. Next to him, Bran was dressed the same, sword at his side and a shield strapped to his back. The 2 of them were dressed in the armor of their houses. Naruto wore a breastplate of plate armor bearing the sigil of House Baratheon and House Lannister, while Bran wore the standard leather hauberk of House Stark. No longer were things going the way they wanted. No longer could they play around and have fun within the castle. Things weren't that simple anymore. They were finally about to begin their training with live steel done. They were with blunted blades. Now was the time to step up their training and begin the next stage of Bran's ascendancy to knighthood. A war is coming and the lions were clawing at the falcons of the moon. Naruto could only know that things were going to get worse. The Aarons weren't going to give up. His uncle Tyrion and House Lannister was growing impatient. He didn't believe anything that was happening throughout the realm, but who was he to tell the lords at court otherwise? Naruto stopped for a moment and thought along the lines of how his mother used to act before they went to Winterfell. She always talked about family and always talked about being a Lannister. Not once did she say anything about being a stag or being a Baratheon, but always said he was a lion, just as she would for the rest of her children. Naruto took a deep breath, snapping from his reverie. He looked around, blue eyes trailing along the afternoon silhouette of the Red Keep. Naruto sighed with a glare, staring endlessly to the various tips and pointed roofs of the towers of the keep. Something was going to happen soon, and Naruto knew it in his bones. A dark, foreboding feeling was simmering within. The 2 arrived at the training field to meet their new master at arms. Ser Delran Bell of Crackclaw Point, knighted during the Greyjoy Rebellion. The man was a great fighter and even personally chosen to train the 2 boys on the arts of live steel fighting. It was also a good thing that Joffrey was still being a painful shit. The pompous boy still needed to do better with his blunted sword training. Even then, Joff couldn't do it and always avoided it in any way he can, always disappearing during the day and returning just before dusk. It's been 3 weeks since the attack on Lord Stark and the days were passing. Naruto dearly needed to concentrate. Ser Delran smiled at the prince and the young Stark at his side. His eyes trailed over to see a large wolf covered in small plates of armor shimmering in the light of the sun above. Summer looked calm with his hazelnut eyes scanning the training circle. The wolf trailed around, coming along Bran's side, baring his teeth in excitement. The wolf was ready to pounce, but Bran placed his hand against the wolf's ear, rubbing softly. Summer tilted his head down softly before yipping in joy. Ser Delran drew his sword, the steel sliding free from its scabbard. The knight held his blade forward for the 2 boys to do the same. Naruto took a deep breath and gave Bran the same look. The 2 of them drew their swords with little to no objections. If anything, their hearts were racing to speeds thought impossible prior to this spar. For Bran, this was an entirely new experience, fighting with live Steel was something that the boy had never done before and expected to happen in Winterfell under the watchful eye of Sir Roderick Castle. Naruto looked down at the sound of Summer's low growls. The boy was glad that his idea for a flexible armor worked in more ways than what he originally hoped. The armor contorted with Summer as he hunched his back and bared his teeth. Summer was not only protected, but he was twice as large as he was last month, easily going up to Naruto's waist. The direwolf was definitely something that House Stark would be proud of. Naruto could only imagine the growth spurt Grey Wind was going through, or even Shaggy Dog for that matter. The steel in his hand was tempered and balanced perfectly in his hand, the blade being about 46 inches in length with a 6-inch handle for as much space as he can get for his two hands. At the end of the handle the pommel had the head of a lion instead of a stag, which slightly bothered him, but it was no matter. The eyes of the lion were different. Unlike Joffrey's own bastard sword, his lion may have had emerald gems for eyes. Naruto's had bright sapphire gems for eyes. He twirled the sword in his hand and held it ready to strike. Bran looked down to his own sword. It being a standard arming sword, the handle was made with extra grip and leather, with the pommel bearing a wolf head for its design. The blade itself was only a meager 35 inches. At least the sword was personalized for Bran specifically. The Stark twirled his blade, getting ready to face the night. This was going to be a rough fight, even with Summer at his side. If anything, Summer was who he was worried about. The direwolf attacked at his own leisure and had little to no strategy when he faced opponents. That was something that he was hoping Ser Delran would fix. Now before we start this match, I have someone else to introduce to you, Ser Delran said, snapping his fingers. This is Lady Tarina Baratheon. She is an expert with fighting alongside animals, and at my request she came along from Selharis, and she arrived 2 days ago with her personal battle aide. Naruto and Bran gave the man a strange look before turning their heads over to see a beautiful woman with copper skin wearing a tiger skin cloak over her shoulders. At her side a scimitar was dangling free of a scabbard, but it wasn't her appearance that got Naruto and Bran, it was rather the large waist-tall tiger that followed at her side. The tiger was bedecked in jewelry and golden claws from a necklace around its neck. The woman walked along and stepped into the ring alongside Ser Delran. She gave the knight a look before giving both Naruto and Bran a look of disappointment. And here I was believing these two to be other knights, she said with a tone neither boys liked. I'm afraid I'm beginning to think this was a waste of time, and that wolf isn't impressive at all. Sure, his armor looks expensive, but money can't buy strength. Lady Sorsha would kill your wolf boys who? Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes, trying his best not to disrespect one of his teachers. Lady Sorsha Tarina sighed. Suddenly the tiger strode close to the two boys, baring her teeth, revealing amazing tusks protruding from her mouth. The tiger walked back to her master, jewelry dangling and ringing as it walked. Bran and Naruto were definitely terrified of the woman's companion, but Summer sure as seven hells wasn't. Bran could only hope Summer was just being tough and not suicidal. The direwolf bared his teeth, revealing his own teeth, while not anything special, were unusually large. The wolf hunched his back and took a position. Naruto and Bran shared a look before turning their attention to their opponents. Bran, I'll handle Lady Tarina, Naruto said with a smirk as the two changed positions. Lady Sorsha will destroy you. There was a pair of brown eyes watching from the garden surrounding the training field. The woman was tending to the bushes and shrubs, making sure they were always beautiful and presentable. She wore simply workers' clothes, and her dress was covered in wrinkles and dirt from working tirelessly from dawn to dusk. She wiped the sweat from her head and pushed the branch forward, snipping a small smidgen. Leaves were cleared and flew in the wind, leaving her to continue with her caretaking of the shrub. Her brown eyes trailed over to the fight taking place in the training circle. She narrowed her eyes but shot to the ground and began to dig at the soil, turning it over to bring the nutrients from underneath to the top. The smell was abhorrent and felt like it was burning her nose with its disgusting reek. Her eyes locked with the fight taking place in the training field while keeping up the facade of her doing work. Good thing that she wasn't the only one working in the blasted garden. Altogether there was about 200 people working in tandem on this garden. In her opinion, overkill, but who was she to give opinions to the queen? She was a simple servant. She continued her actions, culling the dirt, but she watched with scrutinizing detail every move the blonde prince made, and every move the little lord made was memorized and followed. She stood once again and wiped her dress of dirt and headed along to the next bush or hedge that needed attending to. She felt along the branches extending from the bush's original shape and began to snip away. Her eyes trailed back to the prince and the little lord. They were putting up a good fight against two experienced and much older opponents. The direwolf was also putting a very good fight, and against the tiger that was clearly twice its size in length. The two animals clawed at each other, bit into each other, but thanks to the direwolf's armor the tiger's teeth couldn't puncture, and thanks to the tiger's larger size Summer couldn't puncture the skin. Either way, this fight was beginning to tilt into the knight's favor. Prince and little lord just weren't experienced enough and were wasting all of their energy on power attacks. She shook her head and dropped to her knee to cull the soil once again. Her brown eyes scanned the area once again. The two boys were about to lose the fight just as she predicted. Bran was suddenly disarmed and his sword flew across the field and dug into a bush, with Lady Sorsha bashing Summer away and tackling Naruto to the dirt. Their defeat was so fast that the woman had to blink a few times to completely register what happened. It was all too fast. She dropped her three-pronged cultivator. With a drop jaw, the tiger backed away and the prince wiped himself down, patting his hands against his armor to clean off the dirt the girl hid behind the shrubs, and began to snip away at the green leaves and branches. Naruto could be heard declaring something, and the sound of grinding steel could be heard once more. She turned her head to see a strange wisp of blue energy coming off of Naruto's arms. It was strange since none of the people he was facing could see it. Either that or they were simply pretending not to notice it. The boy swung faster and stronger, bringing sparks to life between the clashes he had with the woman from Essos. The tiger backed away completely, giving the two more space to have their fight. The woman moved along to a different shrub closer to the fight to get a better look, and now she was within earshot of their shouts and their battle cries. Using her shears, she snipped away, looking as inconspicuous as possible. She leaned over a bush shaped into a swan and watched as the blue wisps only grew and compressed. Her brown eyes narrowed. He was stronger and faster, but definitely less controlled. He swung and swung wildly, and with no actual target in sight, the prince kicked the woman, breaking her stance, and lunged forward. Her scimitar danced along the straight double-edged blade of his bastard sword, simply sliding along the length of the curved blade. The woman went back to her bush sculpture, cutting away while sneaking peeks at the fight behind the swan. She dropped to her knees, as did a few other garden keepers and servants. While most weren't paying the spar any attention, the girl was able to pinpoint at least 7 different people that ranged from man, woman, and child. Suddenly a roar was heard, and her eyes snapped up to see Naruto swinging down on the woman with an undeterred amount of hatred and anger flowing off of his body. Larger wisps of energy began to flow off of his arms, and even the blade itself, but the people within the sparring circle were still oblivious to their presence. But the prince was suddenly kicked in the knee and fell to the ground. The woman bashed the pommel of her scimitar against his temple, forcing him to the ground once more. She kicked him over while he gripped the throbbing bruise on his temple. "Are you sure he's not a lion?" Tarina asked. "No stag would fight like that. He takes after the Lannisters in more ways than one, it seems." Ser Del ran side, "Stand and let's do this again." The sun was falling, as were the gallons of sweat down Naruto's cheeks. The boy was covered in bruises and small cuts across his face and arms. His armor was dented and torn in a few areas. Bran was no different, with a few of his locks of long auburn brown hair sliced clean. The two of them were exhausted, and Summer decided to sit out the spar for the last hour and a half. Neither of them were ready to give up, impressing Lady Tarina of their resilience to pain. She looked down to her left arm to see a few large cuts that Naruto had managed to give her. She smirked and sheathed her scimitar and called her tiger back. Ser Del ran sheathed his sword as well, bothering Naruto and Bran. "We've done enough training for today." Ser Del ran smiled. "You two have done wonderfully for the first time. Go along and get some rest." "Prince Naruto, you look exceptionally tired. You should eat something." "Tea, that would be a good idea." Naruto agreed. The boy took slow deep breaths, nursing a large cut on his right arm. "Bran, I'll need your help for something." "Sure." Bran wrapped Naruto's arm over his shoulder and led the prince over to a seat. "What is it?" "I am so bloody hungry." Naruto sighed. I used up my energy too fast." "Really?" Bran gave him an incredulous look. "This is nothing like the tourney. Just do it." Bran, Naruto said in a very uncharacteristic roar. Bran gave him wide eyes, but nodded anyway, taking off as fast as he can back towards the Red Keep. Ser Del ran and Lady Tarina walked away, leaving the prince in his chair, probably off to do the same. Naruto took slow deep breaths, trying to calm the raging storm within him. A heat unknown before began to rise within his gut, searing into his stomach. His hands shot to his stomach as the pain exploded throughout. He gritted his teeth, trying to fight back against it. He shut his eyes, trying to fight back the images that were flowing through his mind. Growling filled his ears, and the heat began to spread throughout his body. Naruto gripped his shirt, trying to claw at his stomach. He felt as if there was something within there, something alive. He could hear a deep voice reverberating from within, almost as if there was a specter within him, as if he were possessed. He shut his eyes, and the image of gigantic bars appeared in his dark reverie. But just as he felt his body begin to tear, he saw great big eyes staring at him with so much hatred from in between the bars. Naruto, the prince shot from his thoughts when he felt a frantic hand shaking him. His sapphire eyes sprang open to see Bran standing over him with a plate piled high with meats and potatoes. Bran set the plate down and pulled over a large wineskin, pulling the cork free. Naruto was starting to scare the young Stark. Naruto, though, grabbed the wineskin from Bran's hands and downed the contents faster than Bran could imagine. Little did they know there was a pair of brown eyes watching them with rapt attention. Bran handed Naruto the plate, careful to not cause any of the meat or potatoes to fall From the plate Naruto whisked the platter from Bran's hands as well and immediately dug his face into the meal. He didn't care about pleasantries nor the massive mess he was creating. Pieces of meat and small flecks of potato were stuck to his tunic and some were covered in the wet disgust that is his salty sweat. Naruto rested the plate on his lap and started digging his hands into the meat and potato, forcing large chunks down his gullet like a fat noble. Bran backed away with eyes as wide as could be. He'd only seen Naruto eat like this after the tourney of the hand, but for Naruto to eat like this meant that he was under a lot of strain. A fight like this shouldn't have caused his hunger. Bran had been training with Naruto for almost a month and never once did the prince ever run out of energy that quickly, nor did he ever waste it like this. Bran sighed and pulled up a seat next to Naruto and rubbed his brows to remove the beads of sweat. He was about to try and calm Naruto, but the prince shot Bran a dark glare that forced the boy's hand. Bran leaned back in his seat and let the prince eat on, looking as dirty as can be. It was starting to make Bran uncomfortable with how Naruto was acting. After 30 seconds of watching the boy go at it, Bran was immediately feeling sick. Not once did Naruto stop to breathe or even drink. He just kept eating and eating, but what almost pushed Bran over the edge, Naruto was licking the plate like Summer or some crazed dog. Naruto slammed the plate on the ground and stood from his seat, a beaming smile spread across his face. He crossed his arms over his chest and nodded at Bran, his smile never leaving his face. Let's go and swim. Ned Stark took a deep breath, sitting on the Iron Throne, clearly uncomfortable with where he was already. 15 different people came to him with complaints about things he didn't really know how to deal with. He answered as truthfully as he can, but he wasn't too entirely sure he was making any real difference. The Stark rubbed his hand across his face, wiping the building sweat on his brow. He looked back and forth between Grand Maester Pycelle and Lord Baelish for their input. They'd give their input anyway. Suddenly a man, smallfolk dressed in Riverland's garb, along with 7 other men. They looked shattered and dressed in tattered tunics. He came to the foot of the Iron Throne, body shaking with fear and worry as he stood before Lord Stark. They burned most everything in the Riverlands, our fields, our granaries, our homes. They took our women and they took them again. When they was done, they butchered them as if they were animals. They took our children and covered them in pitch and lit them on fire. The man's voice began to break. Brigands, most likely. Grand Maester Pycelle quickly assumed they weren't thieves. They didn't take nothing, the man replied with a quick response. They even left something behind, your grace. This is the king's hand. The king is out hunting. Pycelle interrupted suddenly. One of the small folk walked forward and turned a large sack over, pouring fish out onto the polished granite floor. Gasps of disgust echoed throughout the hall. Ned leaned into his chair, taken aback at the sight of all the things. Fish. The Stark frowned softly when Lord Baelish managed to piece it together faster than anyone present. Fish. The little finger said, that's the sigil of House Tully. Isn't that the sigil of your wife's house? These men were they flying a sigil? Ned asked, but was only replied with a look of confusion. A banner, none your hand, the man replied, but the man leading them was taller by a foot than any man I've ever seen. The man shivered. I saw him cleave the blacksmith in two, and I even saw him remove the head of a horse with a single swing. That sounds like someone we know. Lord Baelish leaned in and whispered, the mountain you're describing, Ser Gregor Clegane. Ned said, Ser Gregor is an anointed knight. Why would he turn brigand? Grand Maester Pycelle asked. I've heard him being called Tywin Lannister's mad dog. Lord Baelish retorted, I'm sure you have as well. Can you think of any possible reason that the Lannisters would be angry with your wife? But Catelyn had nothing to do with the imprisonment of Lord Tyrion. Ned thought, if it isn't for Cat, then it's for Lisa. If anything that I can probably piece together right now, Tywin is trying to draw Catelyn, and probably me as well, to fight. I will not fall for the Lannister's plots no longer. I cannot give you back your homes or restore your dead to life, but I can give you justice in the name of our King Robert. Ned said with a powerful voice. Lord Beric Dondarrion, I give you command. Assemble 100 men and ride to Ser Gregor's keep. Ned wrapped his hand around the ball of his cane, struggling to keep its balance. He gritted his teeth and wiggled to his feet, feeling the pain radiate from his leg and up to his chest. He shut his eyes and took low breaths, beads of sweat growing and cascading down his cheeks. Nevertheless, he stood tall and watched. Every man and woman present could see the anger in his eyes. The burning fury was visible for all to see. In the name of Robert of the House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Undols and the first men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, I charge you to bring the King's justice to the false knight Gregor Clegane and all those who shared in his crimes. I denounce him and add in him. I strip him of all ranks, titles, of all lands and holdings, and I sentence him to death. This is a drastic choice of action, my lord. Grand Maester Pycelle came up ready to try and convince the Stark otherwise. Grand Maester Pycelle, send a raven to Casterly Rock, inform Lord Tywin that he has been summoned to King's Landing to answer for the crimes of his bannermen within the fortnight, or be branded an enemy of the crown and a traitor to the realm. A bold move, my lord, Lord Baelish said. As Ned began to walk off admirable, but is it really wise? Tywin Lannister is the richest man in all the Seven Kingdoms. Gold wins wars, not soldiers. Then tell me why Robert is king and not Tywin Lannister. Ned arrived in his children's room, sweat building on his brow and a dark depressing feeling within his chest. The Stark knew that his children would probably hate him for what he was about to do. The Lord limped along, leaning his body along the cane after the stunt he'd pulled today. The Stark knew that it was going to bite him in the ass later. He just wanted to make sure that he was the only one to receive the repercussions of his actions. He couldn't let his daughters and son be the caught in the crossfire of this brutal world that they were all whisked into. He walked through the solar heading their room only to hear the yips and gleeful cries of the dire wolves within. You think this armor could fit on Lady? Ned looked confused and walked faster towards the door, wanting to know about the nonsense about armor going on the dire wolves. He pressed against the door, pushing it open to reveal Nymeria, Lady and Summer, all dressed in battle armor that seemed custom made for their bodies. Ned's eyes were wide, going along to see Bran decked in a leather hauberk bearing the Stark sigil on a thin overcoat. Bran was beginning to look like a true squire. Sansa was wearing a necklace that seemed to be bearing the sigil of a lion, clearly from the prince, and Arya was wearing a necklace as well, bearing a different pendant of a lion. The sight of his children was only making this harder than it had to be. I am sending you back to Winterfell, Ned said, his voice cracking. What? The three children asked with glares. What do you mean? It's not safe here anymore. Ned simply replied, Father, you can't do this. Sansa replied, please, this isn't a punishment. But Father, please, Bran pleaded. I just started to learn to fight alongside Summer, and I'm good at it. I also just started getting good at dancing too. Arya added, no one cares about either of your skills. Sansa cried, I can't go. I'm going to marry Naruto and be his queen, and he was going to be a beautiful golden lion, and I was to give him beautiful golden-haired babies. His sigil isn't a lion, he's a stag like his father. Arya quickly retorted, he's shown more traits of being a fierce lion than being a stag like his father. Sansa replied, he's not a drunk and he's not drowning himself in whores all the time. Time for bed, the lot of you, Ned said with a sigh, and pack your things, you leave midday on the morrow. But Father, Sansa cried out. Arya grabbed Sansa's arm as Bran tried to push her along. Lady Summer and Nymeria used their heads to push Sansa along as well, the metal on their heads working as hands to push the statuette girl. Ned would have laughed at the sight if the situation wasn't so dire. At the moment he listened to the words that his eldest daughter had said, and hobbled along to his desk, more sweat pouring down his brow. He collapsed into his seat and opened the book titled The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the Seven Kingdoms, and immediately began to turn over to House Baratheon. Orys Baratheon, black of hair; Boros Baratheon, black of hair; Steffan Baratheon, black of hair; Robert Baratheon, black of hair; Joffrey Baratheon, golden-haired; Naruto Baratheon, golden-haired. Ned shut the book, eyes as wide as plates. It can't be. Time skip through the night. A pair of women walked through the city streets dressed in simple black breeches and black tunics to disappear into the night scene of King's Landing. Their hair was tied up in buns and ponytails to keep their long locks from impeding their sight. After all, when a woman, paired or not, goes into flea bottom during the night, the slightest blind spot could mean life or death, rape or not. The two were silent as they passed through the cobblestone streets. Men's eyes followed them with lecherous grins spread across their faces. Good thing for the two, none of them made a move. Catherine was looking for a fight though, while Myra wanted to move along in silence. Their booted feet clacked against the uneven stone tiles. Slowly they trudged through the rather unattractive parts of Flea Bottom and neared their destination. Myra sighed, never liking to come around Flea Bottom. Even at night the district reeked of broken dreams and depression. The two headed along until two men appeared in front of them, both with the distinct stench of wine behind them. Three more men arrived, covered in dirt and missing articles of clothing. One thing all these men had in common was the perverse looks on their faces and the glimmering knives in their hands. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours, my lady, one of the men said, whispering in Myra's ear. I haven't had a good fucking week. Myra glared and pushed the man away from her. He fell back and was caught by one of his friends' throats sliced open. She kicked one of them as they neared her and dug her blade into the nape of his neck. Catherine burst into laughter and drew out two knives and charged along, cutting the limbs from the remaining men. Once it was all said and done, Myra could only watch in despair as her sister killed the last two men in a rather gruesome and disturbing way. It was bordering on inappropriate. No matter though, Catherine finished what she wanted to do and followed after Myra to the tannery. You know, I was told that the prince was going to show up for this meeting, Catherine said with a smirk. That's why I was in the Red Keep today watching Prince Naruto. You sure did a good job keeping an eye on him. What? Catherine asked suddenly. No clever remarks or threats to make me shut up now. Your silence is beginning to make me worried, big sister. Catherine frowned. Can you please shut up, Catherine? Myra asked with a sigh, leaving her lips. I just killed two people. I need some time away from your annoying voice, so please stay quiet. But aren't you excited To meet the prince, Catherine asked. I've already met him multiple times. Myra growled. I don't like him, nor will I ever like him. You think we're doing this because we like him? Catherine asked with an incredulous smile spread across her face. Gods, you're either naive or completely stupid. What do you mean by that? Myra asked. You served the queen and now you're serving Joffrey and you're trying to make him king. We have our reasons, Myra. Catherine replied with a laugh. We don't trust you enough yet to tell. You said reasons. Just know we're not the only spies in Joffrey's employ. Joffrey awoke the next morning in his bed, a dark calculating look on his face. It was his turn to do some information gathering. Thinking back to his private conversation with Catherine Waters, the bastard spoke of Naruto's powers as well. Joff knew that if one of the spies could see it, then that mean that he wasn't crazy. Joffrey continued to think about all she said, speaking of his need to eat food shortly afterwards, or his extreme fatigue from either a mental illness or something else entirely. Not even she could tell why he was clawing at his stomach. This was a good thing to Joffrey. He just needed to figure out a way to take advantage of this weakness. The boy slid from his bed and slipped into a pair of brown breeches and a loose-fitting tunic. His green eyes trailed around, blocking with the various different sights to see. He headed along, pulling his door open, and entered the hall. Kingsguard looked at him and nodded their heads. Gold cloaks were no different, bowing to their prince. Joffrey trudged along towards the Tower of the Hand and stayed close to the walls, making sure he wasn't seen by any unwanted eyes. There was a small boy wearing a hood over his head that was scrubbing the floor. The child's eyes couldn't be seen because of the hood, and the child was surprisingly the perfect size. Joffrey walked over to him and pushed the child away, slipping the hood from the servant's head and wrapped it over his own head. Joffrey looked to the little child and gritted his teeth. The boy was about to scream until Joffrey hurled a small pouch of silver coins at the boy's face, knocking the kid over. Joffrey gave the boy a knowing look and the kid ran off. 300 silvers richer. Joffrey hated every second of this cover, but he needed to get close. He scrubbed the stone tiles with water and soap substance, barely cleaning the floor. His green eyes kept locked with the wounded Stark. Ned sat on a bench, covered in sweat, with massive bags beneath his eyes. The Stark's cane was at his side, his right hand wrapped tightly around the ball handle. Joffrey needed to be as silent as possible while still keeping his cover up. Ned Stark couldn't know that he was listening, and Joffrey was expecting the man to be speaking with some lord about some ridiculous kingly things, but it was his mother that came from the keep. She looked distraught and clearly angry about something. She arrived in front of the Stark with her arms crossed over her chest. Ned rose to his feet. Although shaky, the man managed to stand as straight as he can. The Stark looked at Joffrey's mother with a dark look, almost as if Cersei had done something disgusting and outright atrocious. Cersei sighed and leaned against the fountain behind her, a bored look on her face. I know the truth about your children. I know the truth to why Jon Arryn died. Lord Stark said, I know the truth behind this god's awful charade. You may have the king fooled, but you don't have me fooled. Do you love your children? Cersei asked. With all my heart. Ned interrupted the queen. I do as well, Cersei replied. And they're all Jaime. Suddenly Cersei's face turned dark with a glare that could probably terrify a dragon. She clenched her fists and crossed her arms back over her chest to calm down. You don't understand how Robert treated me, Cersei growled. My brother was worth 1,000 of your friend until recently. Your brother? Or do you mean your lover? Ned interrupted yet again. I've met with countless of Robert's bastards. My son is no bastard, Cersei roared, her eyes turning bloodshot. You don't know a thing, Lord Stark. I have met with countless of Robert's bastards, and all of them had black hair. Ned replied. All of them your sons and daughter, all golden-haired. Eyes can change color, as did Renly, so you can't fool me saying he has Robert's eyes. You can't convince me in any other. Lord Stark, my son is not a bastard, Cersei roared once more, this time sounding like a lioness protecting her cub. Don't profess to know. I will tell Robert the truth behind everything, Ned said, releasing a sigh. Once he returns from his hunt, which should be soon, he'll know. I advise that you take your children as far away as possible ahead of time. You don't understand, Stark. My son isn't a bastard, Cersei cried with her cheeks turning red. I'm sorry, your grace. Ned shook his head. I can't trust the words of a traitor, Lord Stark. Cersei shivered in anger. Do you remember what I said to you about? Ned asked, stopping in his steps to face the queen. When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, Cersei glared. There's no middle ground. You were a fool to not take the Iron Throne, a bloody fool. It was there for you. It was there waiting for someone honorable, and yet you let your fat drunk friend take the throne. You made a mistake that will haunt the realm for the coming century. I've made countless mistakes in my life, Ned retorted. Not becoming king isn't one of them. Joffrey turned his head down as the Stark began to limp away, his cane slapping against the stone tiles as he passed. Joffrey scrubbed away, looking as inconspicuous as possible. His cheeks were on fire and his hands were beginning to shake. Not once did his mother deny the Ned Stark's accusations. She only said her son isn't a bastard. Joffrey gripped the brush with all the strength he could muster. Joffrey pieced things together and already decided that he knew who she was talking about. Joffrey gritted his teeth as tears began to form in his eyes. He was a bastard with little to no claim to the Iron Throne, and Naruto was the only trueborn. He was raised on a lie. Joffrey rose to his feet, anger forcing his legs and body ahead. He pulled a knife from his sleeve and charged through the garden, seeing nothing but red. But suddenly another servant arrived and pulled him away. Cersei took no notice of the action and walked away, tears in her eyes. Joffrey was about to start screaming like a madman, until a gag was placed in his mouth to shut him up. He was dragged away, kicking and whipping his arms around to make whoever it was to stop. He was thrown against a wall, causing the knife to fall from his grasp. The prince was red-faced and teary-eyed. He gritted his teeth as his breaths began to hitch and lose control. Joffrey shut his eyes, feeling his heart race as the realization that he was destined for nothing came to light. He clenched his fists and removed the hood from his head to reveal locks of golden hair. His hands shot up, gripping the hairs on his head. As the tears finally fell, he shuddered as the sobs roared out with a pained croak. He leaned his head back against the brick wall, his face burning with hate and pain. He looked to the one who pulled him back to reveal none other than Hardin and Catherine. Joffrey leaned forward and embraced the man. As the tears continued to fall, Hardin held the prince tightly, making sure to muffle his cries from being heard. Joff gripped the spy's tunic as the wails grew fierce. Catherine looked at him with a small frown. The girl may have been a bastard, but she wasn't lied to. She was never raised to think she deserved something. She was never raised to believe that she was someone to amount to anything. She couldn't even imagine what the boy was going through. She took a deep breath, resting a hand on Joffrey's shoulder, trying her best to calm him down, but his cries were calmed, and soon enough Joffrey pulled back to reveal a new look on his face. Anger, hate, peace, your grace. Hardin whispered, make the preparations to make me king. Joffrey roared, did you switch my father's wine? Lancel has been doing his job well. Hardin replied with a smirk, for a man as soft in the head as he is, he's a damn good spy. Ned. A hoarse roar came from down the hall. Ned the Stark froze in his steps, turning to see Renly drenched in blood. Renly moved with fear in his steps, barely able to get to Ned without almost breaking down. The Northman walked toward the Stormlander with a limp in his steps. Ned gave the man a frown. What happened? Ned asked, sweat already beginning to fall down his brow. Robert, we were hunting in the boar. Ned looked to his guards and moved quickly to follow after the man. They arrived at the Royal Solar to find practically everyone present. Naruto was holding his father's hand with a worried look on his face. His eyes were red with shimmering tears. Cersei had a hand on Naruto's shoulder along with another on Robert's, trying to ease their pain in the best way she could think of. Robert was whispering apologies to Naruto and to Cersei alike. Ser Barristan stood at the foot of the bed with Lord Renly as well as the rest of the small council when Ned arrived, though Robert rolled his eyes in pain and released a small sigh. All right, Robert groaned, leave us, all of you. I want to speak to Ned alone. Father, Naruto pleaded, my love, please let us. I said leave us. Robert sighed, I can't bloody speak with the hand alone. All right, my love, come on my son. Cersei wrapped her arm lovingly around Naruto, but not before stealing a glare in the Stark's direction. We'll speak to your father later. Once everyone had vacated the room, Ned took a seat next to the Baratheon and was immediately tasked with getting a sheet of paper and an inkwell. The Stark immediately took out a quill and dipped the end of the quill into the inkwell and gave Robert a look to begin. In the name of Robert first, you know how it is. Fill in the damn titles. Hereby name Lord Eddard Stark. Titles. Protector of the realm until my rightful heir Naruto Baratheon. Titles comes of age. Robert managed to sputter out, give that to the council after my death. Handed over. Eddard handed the board and paper towards the wounded king, but felt the urge to say something about what he'd learned the night before. Ned wanted to say something so badly, but he didn't want the last thing his best friend to know before he was claimed by the eternal darkness of death is that his heirs weren't trueborn. Ned clenched his fists as the Baratheon signed his name on the letter, making the letter Robert Baratheon's last royal command. Teach my sons honor. Ned, teach them everything I failed to do. Robert cried, tell Cersei that I'm sorry. I wasn't the loving husband until now. Tell all my children I'm sorry. I wasn't the ideal father. Too many regrets, so little time to atone. Robert, bah, the king sputtered with a bloody laugh. King Robert Baratheon, the bloody usurper, slain by a fucking pig. Give me something for this god's awful pain. Let me die. Ned nodded at the man and rose from his seat, rolling the letter up and placing it in his belt. The Stark headed towards the door and came to see the sight of the small council and 3 Kingsguard knights waiting at the door. Ned took a deep breath and nodded his head at the maester of the group. He wants the milk of the poppy. Eddard said. Grand Maester Pycelle moved along, shuffling his feet along the stone floors. Renly followed behind the maester, confused by Ned's assessment, but came along anyway. The Stark ran a hand across his face, letting the events of this day finally catch up to him. He'd threatened the Queen of Lannister at that and couldn't go through with it, and now his best friend was dying in the room behind that door. The man sighed softly and told Lord Varys that Daenerys Targaryen was to be left alone, but of course plans had already been made and plans were already executed. Ned groaned at How shitty everything was becoming. He needed a drink. Naruto gripped the handle of his sword with tears flowing down his cheeks. Tears ran down his cheeks as he swung his blade against the training dummy, beating the hay from the burlap body. He was merciless in his actions, tearing at the burlap skin. He gritted his teeth, twirling the blade before bringing it back down onto the shoulder of the strapped target. His heart was racing, and his blood was pumping. Naruto had never been so angry or saddened. In his life his father was dying. Naruto took slow deep breaths before collapsing onto the dirt below and rested his face in his hands. He wept and sobbed, drenching his hands in snot and tears. He was distraught. Anyone can see that, but his mother was making sure no one disturbed him, not even Sansa. She said that he needed time, but if anything he needed someone to listen to him, someone to comfort him. His father, although not a good one for most of his life, was dying in the castle, and dying slowly. At that, the boy leaned his head against the tattered burlap sack and stared at the sun above. He didn't say a word and simply stared off at the brown dirt of the training field. He was in the only ones there with him were Bran and Summer, both dressed in armor and training on their own training dummies. The young prince's sapphire blue eyes trailed along the field, seeing nothing but blurred colors and silhouettes. Naruto was in pain, and his heart was tearing at the seams. He rested his hand against his stomach, but there was a strange feeling within, almost like a burning fire. The Baratheon slid up against the post and started wiping his hand against his stomach, trying to remove the feeling. The burning sensation moved up onto his skin, almost like someone was burning a spiral design onto his skin. He clawed at his abdomen and clawed at his shirt, but it was all held together, making him look delirious. Naruto lifted his shirt to feel his stomach, but immediately regretted it. He looked down to his gut to see a large deep black searing scar that was in the shape of a strange spiral starting at his navel to a few inches in all directions. But just when he thought the burning sensation couldn't get worse, something dug into his skin, tearing it apart. He gripped his gut, trying to stop the pain. Strange markings were carved into his skin and others seemed to be burned into him, but the pain suddenly disappeared and Naruto came to realize that he was on the dirt with sweat pouring down his face. His eyes trailed over to the other side of the training field to see Bran and Summer working together to fight their training dummies, and didn't seem to notice him. Naruto, the boy, flipped over onto his chest, staring in the immediate direction of the voice. There was no one there, so he quickly assumed it was nothing. He stumbled to his feet, fighting back the innate burning sensation within him. His stomach was free of the markings and the pain, but the fire wasn't gone. Naruto was lacking balance and nearly fell back to the dirt. He quickly wrapped his hand around the shoulder of the training dummy, using it as leverage. Naruto, the voice was nowhere to be found. Naruto narrowed his eyes in all directions, trying his best to figure out where it was coming from. He limped forward, leaving Bran to train, and headed into the maze design of the hedges. That was the best choice to go. He walked along, following the voice as it continuously whispered his name over and over, calling to him. The voice was deep, reverberating, alluring. He rested his hands against the hedge walls and walked forward, his boots dragging along the dirt-covered stone tiles. He stopped for a moment to regain his bearings. Deep breaths, he told himself. He leaned his back against the hedge in a vain attempt to calm his raging heart. Naruto, he turned his head to see a dark figure standing at the end of the hedge line. He was about to call out to the silhouette, but the figure disappeared, going deeper into the maze of hedges. Naruto shrugged and walked along, following the path laid out, and still used the hedge walls as support. While the maze of hedges weren't that bad to follow, it still blocked him from the sight of the people outside of the maze. In the center of the maze was a large fountain that sadly wasn't in use anymore. He followed along, finding the wind's change in temperature clearly dropping a few ticks. The boy shivered in anticipation of who or what he was about to find. Naruto, the boy, stopped and clenched one of the branches he was holding onto and snapped it like a twig. He gritted his teeth and swore to walk away if the voice called his name again. He walked forward, shaking his head, and finally arrived in the center of the maze to see the fountain, but there was no one there but him. He walked ahead and sat against the water fountain, running his hand through the clear water, distorting his reflection. He stared at the ripples, watching them shake his image and disperse the features of his face. Naruto shot back from the fountain. The waters began to rise, shaking and writhing in all directions. He watched the waters merge together before coming to reveal a woman in a pale white gown of sorts, with strange red markings going around her neck like a necklace. The sleeves were too long and covered her arms and her hands entirely. The boy shivered and continued to slide away, although at a snail's pace. The woman walked from the fountain. A dark smirk spread across her face. She has 3 fucking eyes. Naruto turned over and started to crawl away, but he was grabbed by his collar and hurled away by this woman's superhuman strength. The boy flew through the air and smashed into the stone fountain, destroying a part of the fountain. He fell over, groaning in an immense amount of pain. He took deep breaths, trying to calm down and assess the situation. He looked left and right, only to realize that he'd left his sword in the training field. The woman was coming close to him with a curved sword of sorts she swung down at him, but he drew out his dagger as fast as he could, meeting blade with blade, bringing sparks to life. His eyes met with hers, pale lavender met with sapphire as flames ignited between them. Naruto turned over, brining her blade away from his skin, and kicked her gut as best as he could. She stumbled and slid away a few feet, her pupil-less eyes widened in surprise, and swung her blades around ready to face the boy, this time a serious look on her face. Naruto was about to swing his blade but froze in his steps when the woman sheathed her weapons and put her hands together in a strange sign. Naruto looked in confusion and waited to see what she was planning to do. If it was about to be one of those strange foreign religious dances, he was going to leave rather than try to kill her and have the gold cloaks handle the nutcase. You don't remember, she said with a sickening smile. Byakugan Naruto had seen a lot of strange things in his life, but not once has he ever seen veins pop up along someone's eyes. The boy backed away in disgust. Her pupils suddenly became visible, albeit barely. He narrowed his eyes to get a better look at his opponent and saw the same blue wisps of energy coming off of her as well as his own self. He glared at the woman and channeled small amounts of his own power, ready to handle her on his own. He knew he could do it, and once he defeats her, he was hoping he could get answers about who she was and where his powers came from. She charged at him once again, this time not even bothering to draw her weapons. Naruto glared at her and knew she was probably mocking him. He swung for her, but she shot her fists forward, hitting pressure points all throughout his arm. His eyes widened to the size of plates, and soon enough he found himself flying through the air. She'd flipped him like a raw chicken. His back smashed against the stone tiles, bringing a roar of pain from the boy. She raised her foot and brought it down onto his chest. Forcing blood from his mouth, she kicked him over before throwing him towards the fountain. Once again this monster, Naruto thought, wiping the blood from his face. How in seven hells is she so damn strong? Gods help me, there's only one God. The voice sounded once again, this time sounding far more feminine. The woman smirked darkly, the eye on her forehead darkened and seemed to be bulging from her forehead. The ripple design darkened and filled Naruto with a strange feeling, almost euphoric. He couldn't move his body as the woman walked closer to him. He watched her coming close with a blade as dark as night. He tried to move, but he just couldn't will his body to do so. Suddenly 5 gold cloaks appeared and drew their swords and their shields. The woman sighed and sheathed her sword, finding these men of no challenge either. She backed away and let the gold cloaks file into the opening. Bran stood behind the men, dressed in his armor with Summer at his side, snarling his teeth. The woman laughed and dropped into a fighting stance, the veins growing at the side of her face. Once again Bran was clearly disgusted, as were the gold cloaks. Naruto tried to shout out to them, tried to warn them, but he couldn't even move his lips. He struggled and kept fighting back, but he couldn't move or speak. He was stuck where he was until they kill her. He assumed at least she was used some sort of spell to keep him where he was, and whatever it was working. Suddenly the gold cloaks and Bran rushed her there. Blades and armor glinting in the morning sun above. The first gold cloak swung down to behead the woman. She weaved around the attack and elbowed the gold cloak, breaking his nose. She leaned forward and shot her foot back, denting his chest plate. Naruto's eyes followed the man's flying body before he collided with the head. She ducked a swipe from Bran but rammed her fist into his cheek soon after, brining him to the ground, and with a pain thud 2 gold cloaks decided to team up on her, but she shot her right hand forward, ramming her fist into one of their throats, and elbowed the other in the throat, with the both of them choking messes. She grabbed one, turning him around to take a lunge from his friend. The 2 men stared at each other with fear in their eyes, but only one was left living. The woman burst into laughter as 2 large horns began to protrude from her head. She pushed the dead man from her hands and spun on the heel of her left foot, slamming her right foot into the still choking gold cloak's face. They were fodder, just like every other man and woman she's killed. The man flew back, face beaten with no recognizable features. The remaining 3 gold cloaks sped at her with anger in their eyes, while Bran and Summer came around her ready to flank her. The woman was a vicious hand-to-hand fighter, far better than any the gold cloaks or anyone had ever seen for that matter. She punched one and kicked another before grabbing the last and snapped his neck. One of the remaining gold cloaks sped to the entrance and grabbed Spear from the hedge. Once he returned, though, Summer was gnawing on the woman's shoulder and Bran had just dug his sword into her back. Bran tore the sword from her back and Summer had just finished tearing her throat from her body. The direwolf walked over to Naruto and licked his cheek. Suddenly the boy shot to his feet. He could feel his arms and his legs again. Bran and the remaining men panted softly at the fight. Never had they seen someone fight like that before. She was fluid and moved with a strange and deadly grace, almost as if she was dancing. Her punches and kicks did more than hurt them. They felt their bones break from just simple punches and kicks. They couldn't even recognize one of their friends' corpses. His face looked dented and nose gone, teeth gone, eyes gone, everything just gone. She snapped one of their necks like it was the easiest thing to do, and she had no regard for other life and had no honor when she fought using her enemies. Against her enemies as human shields, 3 dead in the quickest hand-to-hand fight they'd ever been lucky to be a part of. Naruto walked closer to the corpse to examine the woman but found that the horns that protruded from her head disappeared, and when he turned her over her skin tone had darkened to copper color and the color of her eyes revealed to be brown dilated eyes instead of the pale lavender he'd watched. His throat went dry, and his tongue shriveled. His breaths were dry and held no warmth. Naruto was beyond confused as the nature of her attire also came to light. Hexagonal designs weren't common in Westeros but rather an ass high. He gritted his teeth. Sasuke said I needed to get to ass high. But why would an Ashai want me dead? What in 7 hells is going on? Something dark reveled within him, but a sudden aching sensation grew on his left shoulder. He took a deep breath and looked to Bran and the gold cloaks. The boy looked different for a moment, almost like a rabid dog whisker. Marks seemed to be forming on his cheeks and his blue eyes darkened in color, turning from sapphire to a dark amethyst. Strip her of her clothing and bring it to my solar, Naruto said with a dark look on his face. Bran, feed her to Summer. What? The gold cloaks looked in awe. Bran was no different. Why? Bran looked disgusted. She's an Ashai, most definitely a follower of R'hllor, the god of fire from most in Essos, Naruto said with a glare. Those hexagonal designs are common among the women of Ashai. I met a red priest who brought a red priestess, or was it prostitute? I don't know, but they burn their dead to give to the Lord of Light. I won't give this bitch the honor of seeing her god. Feed her to Summer or I'll do it myself. Naruto headed into the keep and Bran was sent to his room with Summer. Apparently due to the death of Robert, their date of leaving was pushed for tomorrow. The boy headed along through the halls, his thoughts coming back to the Ashai who attacked him and his mother's reaction to the news. She nearly fainted, of course, and coddled him, checking him over and over to make sure he wasn't hurt in any way, or at least too badly. The boy then thought of Lord Varys specifically. His reaction was strange to say the least. He didn't seem surprised, and seemed that he already knew. But something on Varys's face told Naruto that the Associ didn't expect it. Who would expect it? An Ashai attacking the prince, no less. In the center of the Red Keep's garden was absurd to most of the population of Westeros. Ashai was a mythical place visited only by merchants and traders willing to even go that far across the Jade Sea and through the Saffron Strait. A foreigner getting through palace security. The blonde was sure that this would bring about some questions on the integrity of King's Landing's security and defense. Already Naruto was beginning to wonder himself if that assassin could easily slip through the guards. Imagine what an army could do, or a team of trained assassins could do. Thankfully there was only one today, but who's to say there won't be more in the future? Naruto walked through the halls half hoping to find his father already up and walking, but that wasn't the truth. Maesters walked towards the king's room, scaring Naruto slightly. Why did they need more than one? He didn't want to look. Once the Silent Sisters arrived, Naruto would know that his father had died. He shivered and walked away from the scene as fast as he could. His father had shown his true and softer side over the events of the last month and a half, growing a bond between the two. A bond that only grew stronger with each passing day. To think that the moment he'd gotten the bond it was immediately severed, only proof that the gods were indeed cruel beings. Too much pain and suffering too soon. A bit ironic really, since everything went to shit when the Starks arrived in King's Landing. Naruto didn't blame them though. He simply blamed the Game of Thrones that his mother constantly rambled on about. Night was falling soon and Naruto was in need of dire rest. They'd spent a long time explaining what had happened, wasting hours in the Queen's room talking and rambling. Bran and the Stark children were to be leaving on the morrow, bringing unbelievable amounts of heartache. He'd probably never see Sansa again, and he'd be married off to some southern lady and she to some northern lord. Bran would be squired to someone else, and Arya, she'd probably not really care either way. Naruto sighed as a chapter in his life was beginning to close and friends were about to disappear from his life. A saddening thought really. Naruto understood Lord Stark's decision, though the man had angered his grandfather, the most powerful man in the continent. Of all the people, the wolf had to tangle with it. Had to be the lion himself. The boy shivered at the implications once more. The thoughts of what Varys said to that foreign dignitary. The wolf and the lion will be at each other's throats. Naruto knew that this is exactly what Varys was talking about. The wolf was siding with the falcons and the lions were clawing for both, but neither were relenting. The stubbornness of these lords was undoubtedly going to tear the continent apart, and war will engulf them all. A war that will most definitely decide the survival of House Lannister and House Stark amongst other less influential houses. Naruto just had a feeling that nothing good was going to come from this war. His only hope though was that he can still emerge the same person he is now. He wasn't willing to lose every shred of his humanity in a war that will undoubtedly tear him to shreds. He walked along through the red halls, keeping to himself, as the sun continued to disappear along the crystal horizon of Blackwater Bay. The waters shimmered softly as the boy passed the halls to his side. The hall had great windows that faced the bay, showing him the coming night. As the sun set inch by inch, he continued his walk, letting the soft graceful wisps of sea water kiss his cheeks and arms. He needed to get some rest soon. After all, he'd gotten his ass kicked by a woman earlier and his ego was in serious need of repair. It was nothing a good night's rest couldn't fix. He arrived at his large wooden door and pushed it open to reveal his dark room. No lights as of yet lighting one of the candles. The boy illuminated his room to find everything in place, and his view of the bay undeterred. His balcony was empty, and the cool winds of the narrow sea flowed and blowing through his unruly blonde hair. His bed looked welcoming, carrying him with a soft spell. He felt like he was floating, and before he knew it he was lying face down on his bed, letting the air built in his feather mattress flow out. He moaned softly and pressed his face into the feather pillows, the cold feeling spreading through his aching head. He was finally ready to rest and finally ready to sleep. His eyes suddenly felt heavy, almost as if he was put under a spell of sorts. Feathers began to fall around him, filling his mind with running sheep. His breaths became shallow, and soon enough he began to snore. Thankfully he was asleep. Suddenly a man dropped from his metal canopy, dressed in strange garb of all black, but bearing dark hexagonal designs that matched the rest of his color scheme. He wore a mask and had a headband of sorts bearing a blank metal plate. He moved silently and drew out a knife of even stranger design. Around his feet were sandals strapped together with buckles and small belts. His arms were wrapped in black splinted arm braces tied together with small belts as well. Around his torso were knives of all sorts inserted into different openings on the bandolier straps. This man was no ordinary assassin. He raised his knife ready to kill the sleeping prince, but his arm was suddenly pulled back and flipped, smashing his face into the floor. He rolled away and met eyes with the one who attacked her. She wore her own mask covering her face, revealing brown eyes and a head of brown hair held back in a ponytail. She wore a tight form-fitting leather jerkin over a black tunic with black breeches and black boots to match the rest of her reoccurring theme of black. The man glared at her, clearly revealing himself to be an Ashai. He lunged forward, swinging his knife with perfection, almost as if it were an extension of his body. The woman quickly drew her own knife and met the blade with his, clearly realizing that he was on a different league than her. They held their stance, blades clashed against each other. He reached behind and clenched his fist. The woman looked confused, but the man shot his hand back around. While breaking their clash, he threw his hand around, showering her face in pepper powder and shards of glass. She shot back, wiping her face as the glass shards dug into her skin. She looked back at the man to see him smirking at her inability. She clenched her teeth and rushed forward, swinging with precision, aiming for his neck veins and his throat. The man knew what she was trying to do though, and dodged each attack before ramming his knee into her gut. He pushed her away while she tried her best to recuperate. He punched her face and ripped her mask from her face before hurling her over to the balcony and sent her careening over the side of the railing. He followed after her though, knowing that it was too easy that she'd die that way. Then he heard it, her shout. He rushed over to the balcony to see her fingers holding onto the railing for dear life. Her brown eyes were wide with fright. The man looked at her with a dark smirk and started stepping on her fingers to see how long she can handle the pain. Behind him, Naruto was still asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. The man grew impatient and started stomping on her fingers, expecting her to finally let go. Something though was making him wonder if this girl was a kunoichi, if she could take this pain. After all, he was a shinobi of Ashai, an assassin gifted with agility and strength beyond that of man, from none other than Rala, the Lord of Light. The man glared at the woman hanging for dear life. She didn't look like a follower of the Lord of Light. If anything, she looked like some kitchen wench, some no good. She wrapped her hand around his leg while he was stuck in his thoughts. She used a good portion of her strength and pulled his foot from under him. He fell back, bashing his head against the stone floor of the balcony. With the remaining strength she pulled her body up and over the railing of the balcony to meet the would-be assassin. She was about to punch his throat to kill him, but he rolled away and reappeared in Naruto's room. Already in a fighting stance, he once again reached behind, but this time returned to reveal a handful of strange star-like blades. He swung his hands around in lightning fast repetition. She had to strain her eyes to see the stars coming for her over and over. She dodged them, but every star he threw, they'd cut her or graze her. But like all projectiles, he was bound to run out soon enough. Once he did, he returned with his strange knife and shot forward himself. He stabbed forward, cutting Myra's cheek, adding to the many cuts she was already sporting. She rammed her fist into his ear and dug her knee into his gut, just like he did to her not even 5 minutes ago. She pushed him away and kicked him once more, this time slamming her foot into his chest before he could fall back though. She grabbed his collar and then grabbed his head. She bashed his head against the stone railing over and over, crushing his skull and forehead. She didn't let up until his arms fell limp and he stopped trying to fight back. With one final smash, she crushed his skull Completely covering the railing in his blood, she took a deep breath and sighed. His sleeping technique will disappear, but Naruto will still be asleep. The prince will thankfully awake in the morning, so she need to clean up before that happens. She lifted the ash eye over her should and hurled him over the side of the balcony, and watched him smash on the stony coast of Blackwater Bay. She was glad that Naruto didn't choose a room with the beach. Those rocks were going to get washed over in the blood and corpse. With it, she reached into her pouch strapped to her belt and immediately went to cleaning the blood from the railing of all the people she'd managed to defeat. She never once imagined that she'd be defeating an Ashai assassin. Hardin and Catherine have a lot of explaining to do. Time skip. Naruto had no idea where he was. Everything around him, the walls, the ceiling, the floor, everything was made of metal. He'd never seen so much in one place. What bothered him though was the ankle high water drenching his feet, strange since he thought that he'd grown out of that habit of leaving places without boots. The boy sloshed his feet through the liquid, bringing about strange ripple designs, but nonetheless he headed through the dark metallic cavern. Everywhere large ominous halls of never-ending darkness went on for ages. For some strange reason the boy knew where he was going. He'd see different halls that seemed like perfect exits, but his legs would continue walking. He was alone. Wherever here is this place was speaking bad vibes to him, filling his gut with uncertainty. Suddenly the metal echoed, shaking and reverberating a deep rumble. His eyes scanned the tunnel around him, watching water drip from the various metal pipes protruding from the ceiling and walls. The ground was beginning to twist and turn until before he knew it he was kneeling in front of the largest cage he'd ever seen in his life. Metal bars shot up towards the ceiling, easily reaching at least 200 feet into the air within the cage. None of the light from the dimly lit torches could reach. The darkness was all-consuming within the cage, almost as if something was calling to the blonde boy to enter. Naruto was about to turn around and run away, but the waters rushed together, spiraling around his body and carrying him to the cage itself. The boy tried to fight back against the powerful currents, to no avail. He screamed and threw his arms around in a vain attempt to escape. Suddenly his face was rammed against the gate key, dragging his skin along the cold metal. He gritted his teeth as the pressure of rushing water began to take its toll. He clenched his fists and tried to push off the gate, but the waters were just too strong. He fought back against the power, but he felt himself slipping and beginning to go with the flow. The water suddenly stopped, letting him fall to the floor below, splashing against the metallic surface. The waters rippled around in waves, sloshing about. For some reason Naruto felt that the water was beginning to rise almost to neck level. He smirked when the water finally stopped rising. Naruto, holy shit! Naruto's eyes widened, staring into the dark chasm that is the cage. The metal began to shake and the surface quaked. The waters rippled and waved, slowly drifting Naruto away from the cage. The voice was deep and enchanting, while at the same time filled with malice and hatred. The direction of the waves suddenly changed direction, pushing him forward, pulling him towards the source of the voice. He came closer to the cage and shot his arms out, gripping onto the metal bars for dear life. The waves were heavy and pressed upon him without mercy. Water forced its way up his nose and down his throat. He choked and writhed beneath the rushing waves. Suddenly a hand wrapped around his leg and began to pull him. If it were not for the water, Naruto would have squealed. Damn it, Naruto! The waters drenched the metal bars, and soon enough the boy shot back and the rushing rapids of water subsided. He fell to his back, splashing against the water, this time feeling absurdly dry. His hair wasn't wet and his clothes weren't wet. Whatever this meant, Naruto didn't get it. His sapphire blue eyes trailed in the darkness, looking for the one who pulled him away. He hobbled to his feet, stepping into the ankle-deep water. It was a lot darker than he originally thought it to be, and easily 1,000 times more terrifying. Every step he took was amplified, and the sounds bounced around him almost as if it were a cruel trick to make him lose his sanity. Whatever the reason, it's working. After 10 steps into the cage, the light had completely disappeared and the bars of the cage were all but gone. A deep cold washed over his body, but he trekked on, pushing through the water-covered floor. Where he was going the prince had no idea, but his legs were moving on their own. Once again he was moving deeper into the darkness, but with each step he could feel the air growing darker and heavier, yet at the same time cooler and more like ice. It was cold and heavy, two contradicting feelings, but that's what they were nonetheless. Wherever he was, Naruto was hoping it wasn't too far off from King's Landing. Of course it would have to be anywhere but King's Landing. He'd never seen metal constructs such as these walls and caverns in King's Landing before, so it was safe to assume otherwise. Not only this must have been some sort of metal sewer of some sort, definitely not King's Landing. The blonde thought back to when he followed Arya through the wine cellar and out through the large stone cave. It was in fact a stone sewage pipe that dumped all the shit and grime from the city and palace into the Blackwater Bay. He sighed and continued walking against his will, dragging his feet through the waters, which were growing thicker and harder to move through. Naruto pushed onward, though feeling his feet get bogged down by the water below, for the most part, at least his britches were rolled up to protect them from getting wet. Suddenly his nose began to burn with the all-too-familiar stench of shit and piss. His hands shot to his nose to save his sense of smell. To no avail. He groaned and dropped into the water, his blue eyes trailing down to see large chunks of brown shit floating around along with yellow piss marks. The boy shot away but was suddenly grabbed by someone and thrown against the metal walls. The impact echoed in all directions. A massive indent formed thanks to his hard back. The boy was about to start shouting questions and nearly began to demand things from whoever it was that saved his skin. The person though pressed a hand on his forehead, channeling power to his fingertips, and soon enough Naruto's nose no longer burned and the shit and piss were gone, leaving nothing but the calm waters that he and the man were standing on. Naruto's eyes widened with surprise, standing his blue orbs shot down to the waters below, watching the water ripple perfectly around him. Each second the ripple would get larger and larger, spreading out in all directions. He was standing on water. Naruto, the silhouette said with a sigh, leaving his lips. Katan Gokaku no Jutsu. Suddenly flame shot from the silhouette's mouth, spreading in all directions, igniting the water as if it were oil. Naruto backed away, his feet splashing lightly against the surface of the water. The boy pressed his hands against the metal wall to get away from the man, but once the fire showered the chasm with light, it came to reveal none other than Sasuke. Naruto released a sigh of relief and nodded at the man in front of him. Hello Sasuke, what can I do for you? Naruto asked with a small smile. The boy turned on his heel and soon enough began to walk towards the deeper end of the tunnel. No, Sasuke grabbed Naruto's collar and pulled him back. Listen to me Naruto, you're not ready yet. You're not ready to handle what's down there, not yet, at least. Again with the cryptic speech, Naruto growled. Why is it that every time you show up you're always telling me to stop? Because I know what's happening to your body, Sasuke replied with a glare. I know that the things down this tunnel are going to mess your head up if you see them too early. Your mind is too pure, too innocent to deal with what you'll see down there: hatred and pain. Two things you need to learn before you journey any further. What are you trying to say? Naruto asked with wide eyes. Haven't you wondered why it's so damn dark in here? Sasuke asked when Naruto gave him a small nod of uncertainty. The man nodded back. The night is dark and full of terrors. That doesn't tell me anything, Sasuke. Naruto frowned. It doesn't tell me anything at all. Like I said before, you're too pure, Sasuke replied. Anyway, you need to wake up. The wolves are in danger. Wait, this is all a dream? Naruto's jaw dropped to the floor. I'm asleep, damn it, Naruto, Sasuke roared and slapped the boy across the face. The wolves need you. The images began to warp, his heart began to pound, beating heavily, and the metal walls began to dent and tear. Whoever was smashing the walls was doing a damned good job. Sasuke cracked and soon enough exploded into a million different shards. The walls collapsed, crushing Naruto, and between the waters disappeared, as did the fire, leaving him in nothing but the purest night. The banging grew louder, and the thuds echoed in his chest, reverberating in his bones. He roared out, trying to stop the walls from crushing his body, but just before all went black, he could have sworn he saw a large dark-skinned man wearing black-tinted glasses. Naruto shot up, realizing that what Sasuke had said was indeed true. His blue eyes scanned the area around him, finding his room to be just the way he'd left it, save for a few tankards and empty chalices left about on the floor, and the wine stains. Everything was the same, but the pounding was still there. He charged from his bed wearing nothing but breeches and his wine stained tunic. He ran a hand through his blonde locks of hair and pulled the door open to reveal none other than his mother, standing with a distraught look on her face. Massive bags were beneath her eyes and small dark tear stains trailed from her eyes and down her cheeks. Her blonde hair was out of its normal braids. Next to her was Bran, dressed in his Stark armor, with Summer dressed in his own armor as well. Get dressed. Cersei pressed Naruto's sword into his chest, and Bran immediately went ahead and began to strap his armor to his chest. Arms and waist. Your father has died. Naruto and Joffrey is to be king. Bran and Naruto froze for a moment, but the Stark of the two immediately went along to continue what he was tasked to do. The Baratheon though kept his eyes planted on his mother, waiting for her to break and tell him what was really going on in the recesses of her mind. Cersei knew that Ned was going to come forward with the real plan, and not only disgrace her family, but disgrace her children. Nothing that she could possibly say would probably beat back the evidence that Ned placed before her. Her son was destined to be king, but after what she was told by her former employees, he wasn't any longer. In fact, most of King's Landing despised him in less than a fortnight. How Cersei had no idea bribing the heralds throughout the various streets of King's Landing was probably the best choice of action to slander Naruto's birthright. Oh well, Cersei thought there was nothing she could do now, especially since Joffrey knew the truth. He knew the truth, every bit of truth, of all the people that her old spy network could have fallen under. Work for it just had to be Joffrey. She would have rather had her spy network fall under Lord Varys, Hell's even Littlefinger. Nonetheless, she knew everything was doomed the moment Jaime attacked Lord Stark. Attacking him was probably the stupidest thing Jaime's ever done, and most undoubtedly, the most reckless. Lord Stark wouldn't have done half the things he did if House Lannister hadn't provoked him first. Not only the Vale blamed Tyrion for the death of Jon Arryn, in fact none of the Lannisters actually killed him, it was rather that one well-endowed kitchen wench. Cersei mused, if only Jaime didn't care so much for Tyrion. She felt that maybe something good could have come out of all of this god's-awful shitty mess, turning her thoughts back to the situation at hand, knowing that Lord Stark was not about to recognize any of her children as the rightful heirs. The Stark was definitely going to leave that statement to the heir, and with no proof save for her word, a hated prince's words and a dead king's words, there was little to no proof that Naruto was indeed supposed to be the rightful heir to the throne. That is, if people don't agree that Naruto is among her incest-born children. Cersei highly doubted that they'd think otherwise of Naruto. Small folk were easily swayed, and once they were stricken with enough proof, it'll be a long time before their minds are changed. She shook her head and looked to see her son already dressed in his armor and his sword at his side. The shield strapped to his back was hidden by his yellow cloak. The three walked through the halls, an awkward silence befalling them and the soft low-toned growls coming from Summer. Naruto trailed his eyes left and right. Gold cloaks were running about along with Lannister men-at-arms with their red and gold-colored plate armor and their ornate helmets. They rushed through the halls, not once looking in their direction. Naruto was just as confused, but Cersei pulled him and ran to her, her green eyes shimmering with pain and fear. She placed a small kiss on Naruto's forehead and hugged him as tightly as she could. She even grabbed Bran and for a hug just as tight. Summer bared his teeth when the sound of ringing chainmail began to echo through the halls. Kingsguard knights were heading in the same direction as the Lannister men. What in blazes was going on? Cersei didn't say a single word, but held Bran close and whispered something into his ear. Bran's eyes widened suddenly, but the boy nodded anyway and took off with Summer at his heels. Cersei turned back around and motioned for Naruto to follow along. The air was turbulent. Even the slightest turn in any direction felt as if the entire keep would go up in flames. It wouldn't stop there though. The entire continent of Westeros would be engulfed in the flames to come. His mother knew it, and Naruto had a good idea that even Bran knew it, given his reaction to whatever it was that his mother said. Mother and son headed down the halls, clacking their boots and shoes against the stone tiles and down the stone steps that swiveled around until they finally reached the final floor of the keep. Naruto's breath shook as his eyes took a glance to notice Stark men running about, swords at their sides and spears wielded. His blue eyes watched them run about, bringing supplies left and right, while others sharpened their swords. A few more of the pious members knelt and prayed, but out of all the Stark men, Ned Stark wasn't among them. It was no matter. Naruto had a more terrifying matter to attend to. If what his mother had said is true, then that meant Joffrey was sitting on the Iron Throne. If Joffrey, of all the gods' awful people, was sitting on the Iron Throne, that meant the Starks were in danger. Naruto froze in his steps. This is what Sasuke meant. The wolves were indeed in trouble. Naruto followed quickly after his mother, and soon enough the large valiant doors that protected the throne room came to view. Gold cloaks waited at the sides of the door, all of them sweat-faced and nervous about something. The doors swung open to reveal countless Lannister men-at-arms waiting at the foot of the Iron Throne, with Kingsguard waiting as well. Gold cloaks stood in lines parallel to each other, bordering the pathway to the Iron Throne. Joffrey sat alone on the Iron Throne, a pompous look on his face with the crown situated on his golden head at an uneven angle. He looked ridiculous in Naruto's eyes. Joffrey didn't even bat an eye at Naruto and simply looked to his mother. The queen and the prince walked up the steps and took their places at his side, with Naruto standing as far back as he could. The farther the happier Joffrey was. The king didn't even have to say his command. Naruto already knew Joffrey well enough to do it anyway. Something was different about his older brother, almost as if he was filled with a new kind of hatred, a new kind of anger. This time his anger and malice was pointed towards him and his mother. Naruto was sure that if his father was still alive, his anger would be at the man as well. Tommen and Rosello were nowhere to be seen, probably locked away in his mother's solar to be kept safe from Joffrey's reach. Naruto was glad that his mother had thought of that beforehand. Why she brought him along, Naruto didn't know. Joffrey was silent and rested his chin against his fist, green eyes scanning the throne room as a whole. Men stood everywhere, but Joffrey wasn't entirely too sure where their loyalties lied. Thanks to a few well-advised bribes here and there, Joffrey felt that a few alliances were secured. The rest were yet to be seen. He pressed his cheek into his jeweled fist, eyes still staring at each and every person. His eyes landed on the more nervous ones. Sweat was pouring down their faces, almost as if they were holding in the piss of a lifetime. They looked like stuck pigs. Joffrey had half a mind to laugh, but he was sure that someone would break if he ever did that. He smirked. Everything was falling into place. His mother was under his thumb, and she brought his wretched brother to the throne room. If his mother would play her part once things went to shit, Joffrey knew that he'd be able to finally break his brother in the end. There was only so much someone can take. Before finally submitting for him, Joffrey knew that it was finding out that he was nothing but a disgusting product of incest wrought by his mother and her own twin brother. But to add insult to injury, she began to care for Naruto 10 times more after he fell from that stupid tower in that northern shit pile they call a castle. Joffrey took his chance at that time to send an assassin to kill his own brother and secure his place as the heir to the throne, but that of course didn't turn out as well as he'd originally planned. Nevertheless, Joffrey was hoping this plan of his wouldn't fail as badly. Not with the information he's been given. Joffrey leaned back in his seat, locking his fingers together, gaining a dark thinking gaze. Naruto always eats massive portions of food in the mornings, and after every single fight he eats even more if he uses his powers. That was a weakness that Joffrey was planning to exploit since learning of it from Catherine and Myra together. Food was Naruto's obsession, and that was the source of his energy and power. Joffrey felt like laughing at how simple it was to force Naruto to do his bidding. Of all the things food Joffrey half expected his weakness to be cunts or wine. After all, those seemed to be Robert Baratheon's weaknesses, like father like son. Joffrey thought darkly, oh wait, I'm not a real Baratheon, those are weaknesses for fools and Baratheons. I'll keep this name though for the sake of not getting my own head lobbed off. Now all I have to do is wait. The doors suddenly burst open to reveal the entirety of Lord Stark's host, all 50 Stark levies. Cersei was a bit surprised at the sight. Lord Janos Slynt was standing side by side with the Starks along with the rest of the Gold Cloaks. Cersei narrowed her eyes at this sight. Something wasn't right with this scene. Lord Stark limped with a rolled paper, and immediately Cersei knew what it meant. That was the last will of King Robert, the only piece of paper that could kill the realm or save the realm. Lord Stark hobbled forward, leaning his weight into the cane. Before taking his next steps, Cersei gave the Lannister footmen behind them a look, and the men immediately walked forward, leaving Naruto alone behind the throne. Cersei wasn't about to let her counteraction be for naught. She trusted Bran and Summer, but with the way things were progressing ahead of her thought time frame, she was going to have to send her son. She bit her lower lip. Betrayals were going to have to be made, and hearts were going to be broken by sundown. She just wanted to make sure that she didn't have to see any of it. Betrayal. She hated the word. She spat at it and thought of all the times she's already done it. Her whole life was nothing but betrayal stacked upon betrayal, and now this was the biggest betrayal of them all. The betrayal of the realm. Call her selfish, but she wanted to save the lives of her children, and this was basically the only way she had to do anything she can to protect them. Tears were already forming in her eyes. A sudden fear began to crawl its way up and down her spine like a starving spider in search of a meal. Her blonde locks were beginning to stick to her white skin, growing thicker with each passing second. Damn it, Lord Stark, why are you taking so fucking long to get to the throne? Cersei was shaking now, cold feeling pinching her skin, while in other places digging into her skin even with her elongated silk sleeves. The cold hated her. She stood in her seat, trying her best to keep her face from dropping and revealing anything too soon. Her eyes trailed down from the struggling look on Ned's face and down to the rolled paper on his waist. He limped forward, hobbled forward, struggled forward, but he wasn't getting closer to the throne any faster than his original speed. Cersei knew that this was the god's retribution for all of her mistakes in life. The pressure was undoubtedly going to destroy her, explode her in all directions. She shut her eyes and ran a hand against her forehead and rubbed her eyes. She needed to give Naruto the command to flee and get the Stark kids. She needed them safe along with their dire wolves. If anyone on the royal family knew anything about Joffrey, it was that he hated the dire wolves. She took a deep breath and sighed in momentary relief. Ned finally came to a halt and rested his weight on the ball handle of the cane. She watched him meddle with his balance, but not once did he reach over for the paper at his waist. She was losing her patience. She needed to know what was on that paper. Just as she was about to order Ser Barristan Selmy to take the letter, Ned beat her to the punch. He immediately went on to talk about honor and how Ser Barristan had a lot of it, so on and so forth. All she cared about was what was in the letter. Ser Barristan took the paper, saying it had the seal of the king, and immediately tore the seal and began to read the lines up and down the sheet of paper, all the while reading the contents out loud for the entire throne room to hear. Protector of the realm, Cersei didn't have a problem with. She knew all about how Ned was tasked to write all of this down, but what irked her to no end, what nearly caused her to blow up, was the fact that the damned Stark believed her children, all of her children, to be base-born products of incest. All the bloody paper said was, "Until my rightful heir comes of age." Cersei, overcome with anger and rage among other emotions like disappointment, ordered Ser Barristan to hand her the will. She read over the words over and over, and she could have sworn that she saw the Stark smirk in victory. She gritted her teeth. This paper was supposed to solidify Naruto's seat on the throne, but in fact all it did was throw the line of succession out of the window for practically anyone to claim it. And someone already has this paper was nothing to her now, and it held no significant value to anything pertaining to her only trueborn son. Giving Ned Stark a glare, she tore the sheet of paper 10 ways to next week and tossed the pieces in all directions, letting the soft breeze flow in and blow them about. She clapped her hands together, trying her best to calm her glare. "Was that supposed to be your shield, Lord Stark?" Cersei asked. "It was supposed to be mine too, you bloody fool." "Kill him!" Joffrey roared. "Kill him now, men of the Watch!" Ned cried. Suddenly the gold cloaks bared their spears at the Lannisters, and the Kingsguard swords were drawn and spears were poised. The throne room was about to become a bloodbath. Cersei began to shake her head in disgust. None of this would have happened if Ned wasn't so honorable. The fool doomed the Seven Kingdoms in more ways than one. Ned was sweating harder now, and his hands were shaking. The Stark levies drew their weapons and strapped their shields. Her green eyes trailed over to see the Hound, already drawing his blade. His dog head helmet seemed rather intimidating, his shield strapped to his left arm, always ready since he lost his left hand. Cersei's heart began to race. Ned had just ordered Lord Janos Slynt, the Lord Commander of the City Watch, to seize her and her children and put them into custody, or should she say house arrest. She knew Janos better than that. She was still the one paying for his salary. She was the bloody one that gave him the position of Lord Commander. Lord Janos. Joffrey smirked and leaned into his seat. Begin. Cersei's eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Janos was taking orders from Joffrey. The men of the Watch lunged their spears forward into the Stark men, digging the spearheads through their backs and out their chests. Soon enough the Hound and the Lannister footmen shot forward as well, swords drawn and shields strapped at the ready. Joffrey was excited and even stood from his seat, ready to get the best view of the show. Starks took down a few Lannisters in gold cloaks, but there were simply too many for just 50 men to handle on their own. Suddenly, just before Ned Stark could escape, Littlefinger shot forward and wrapped his arms around Ned's neck. Cersei was sure the man betrayed the Stark 10 times over in his duration of being Hand of the King. Cersei growled and clenched her fists. The carnage was continuing, and Joffrey even took a few steps down to get a ground view of the fighting. Cersei took this as the perfect moment. She walked towards her second and trueborn son and grabbed him close. He had tears in his eyes, and fear wrought across his features. She could feel his heart racing through his breastplate, but placed her hand on his cheek and gave him another soft kiss on his forehead. Her green eyes looked anywhere but his sapphire blues. She shuddered and hugged her son as tightly as she could. Uncertain of the events to come after her betrayal, she pushed him away and immediately ordered the boy to get the Stark children and their dire wolves from the city. With the most fearful voice she could muster, Naruto of course nodded his head and moved silently through the fight before escaping through the main doors. She was glad that he was smaller than most. These men were battling it out as hard as they could, slicing and roaring out at each other. Before long, all that remained was Ned Stark unconscious on the floor thanks to Lord Baelish. Cersei wasn't going to enjoy this. "Where's my brother?" Joffrey asked with a glare. Naruto. Cersei turned around, then back to Joffrey with a bewildered look on her face. I don't know, guards." Joffrey roared. "My brother has become a traitor and has most likely run off to find the Stark children, find him and put him in the dungeons with the wolf he so dearly loves." Naruto ran as hard and as fast as he could. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. Now he understood why his mother had acted so strangely today, but none of this was explaining why Bran of all the people could be so calm under the information. He turned the corner, sliding his boots against the polished granite tiles, only to come to meet 3 gold cloaks with another giving orders. Naruto listened closely, and the only words he got out of their conversation was "Naruto, traitor," and "imprison." His eyes widened in fear when the gold cloaks turned their heads to face him, swords already drawn down the hall. Naruto found 5 Stark levies already cut to shreds, their chests mauled open and their throats sliced clean. They laid in puddles of blood, and Naruto came to realize that the red stains on the gold cloaks wasn't their blood, it was Northman blood. The 4 of them shot forward for Naruto, but the boy reacted quickly, bringing his round steel shield up to block the first attack. These men were undisciplined in fighting against a boy trained to fight like knights. The first attack had all of the man's weight into it and was easily manipulated. Naruto leaned into his shield and forced his weight towards the left, causing the gold cloak to lose his balance. The second came along, lunging forward, but Naruto caught the man's sword in his armpit and twisted his body. The sword came free from the watchman's hands. The prince shot around, sword still clenched, and bashed the edge of the shield into the gold cloak's throat. The 2 backed away stumbling, while one fell dead within seconds. Naruto took the arming sword of the gold cloak and immediately dropped into a position. The first rushed him once again, but Naruto spun on his heel and dug his blade through the man's chest, plunging his sword through the man's heart. The man fell limp on Naruto just as the remaining 2 charged at him. Naruto growled and pushed the dead man off of his body and weaved in between the different sword strikes and lunges. He blocked with his shield and even bashed with his shield. The 2 gold cloaks were making sure to not let Naruto draw his sword or even escape for that matter. Naruto shook his head and jumped in between the 2 men just as they lunged forward. Naruto dug the edge of his shielding into the sergeant's side. Naruto tore through the man's chainmail, all the while drawing Out the man's dagger, Naruto turned to face his next opponent with speed unmatched by any man or animal and stabbed the man's chest repeatedly before turning around and hurling the dagger into the final gold cloak. Fucking hell, I need to hurry, Naruto cried. He drew his sword and rushed through the halls, gasping at how many dead there already were. Stark levies that were stationed to protect Ned's daughters were dead, along with the Northmen and women that came south with them. Dead Lannister footmen and dead gold cloaks lay throughout the courtyard of the Tower of the Hand, along with at least 20 dead Stark levies. Naruto took a deep breath and rushed forward as fast as his feet could take him, only to see 4 Lannisters cut down. Septa Mordain, filled with an untamable rage, Naruto shot forward and dug his blade into the first Lannister. He laid eyes on his roar of pain, caught the attention of the other 3, which was something that Naruto was hoping for. The boy kicked the dead Lannister from his sword and immediately sliced through the throat of another before clashing his blade and blocking the last with his shield. The 2 men struggled against Naruto's strength. Suddenly the boy's eyes darkened into a purple hue and the power directed to his arms. Naruto shot his shield arm back, blowing all the men in all directions. They dented the stone walls and fell to the ground unconscious and fortunately not dead. Naruto hobbled forward, trying to rein in his powers. If he used too much of it, he was definitely going to pay the consequences. If he fails, he turned into the Tower of the Hand and immediately found 7 Lannister footmen charging down the hallway. The boy rushed forward, powers rising and eyes darkening to a deep navy blue. He swung down on the first Lannister sergeant. He laid eyes on splitting the man in 2. Naruto quickly spun on his heels and dug his blade through another. He wasn't in the playing mood. These men were threatening the lives of the direwolves Sansa, Bran and Arya. They already imprisoned their father and Naruto wasn't about to let them take the children to Joffrey. He pulled his sword from the dead Lannister and swung once more for the Lannisters, clashing his sword with theirs and blocking their attacks anytime they decided to make a move. With his perfect shield, Naruto jumped at the first chance and lunged forward, slicing the throat from one of the Lannister men, showering the boy in the man's blood. Naruto stepped forward, almost like the dances he'd do with Sansa, and swung over shoulder, digging the sword through the next Lannister's neck and down to his gut, drenching Naruto in more blood. He pulled the sword free, but the remaining Lannisters took off down the halls, leaving their weapons behind. Naruto breathed heavily, having not had breakfast yet, and using his powers so soon and so much was already taking its toll. He turned around, eyes still navy blue. His face was painted red, along with his armor. His shield had large blobs of blood forming long lines, and his sword was sticky with it. He stepped over dead Lannisters and dead gold cloaks before finally reaching the door he was hoping to find. He pressed with all his might, but the door wouldn't budge. He could hear the sound of chainmail and scale armor shivering together. That could only mean that even Kingsguard were sent. He roared and punched the door open with all of the strength he could build, revealing boxes and chairs pressed against the door in a vain attempt to bar it down. The prince filed into the room and pushed the door shut, leaning all of his weight against it. For once he took notice of how he looked and felt the blood no longer warm, was thick and cold. His armor was drenched in it, and his face was no different. He had half a mind to think his hair was sticky because of sweat, but he knew that wasn't the truth. His hair was stuck to his skin because of blood. The blood of his enemies. Naruto's eyes began to glow a menacing vermilion. His powers were heading to a level that he couldn't control. He took slow breaths, trying to calm the raging storm of energy within his body. This power was going to be the death of him. Sansa, Arya. Naruto heard Bran's voice. It's Naruto. He's here. Suddenly Bran arrived, bloodstains on his armor and a bloodied sword in hand. Sansa arrived as well, a bloodied knife and tear-stained cheeks. And Arya finally came about, a skinny bladed sword almost as thin as a needle, came around, blood on her as well. Naruto sighed softly, looking at the dark bags beneath their eyes. They'd taken their first kills today. Sansa looked the most affected out of the whole ordeal. Blood was on her hands, and the boy could easily see that she was still shaking from the confrontation. Naruto pushed that thought away. On a side note for later reference, Bran rushed forward and immediately pulled Naruto in to reveal the plan that his mother had set in place. Naruto looked to Bran with wide eyes, but complied anyway. Summer Lady and Nymeria were dressed in their battle armors, teeth and maws already bloodied. Naruto took a deep breath and headed into the hallway, only to be immediately clashed with 2 raging Stark levies. Their blades were pressed against Naruto's neck, but Bran stopped them before they could do any real damage. They lowered their weapons and bowed their heads to the children. They took up positions in the hallway, swords drawn and ready. Naruto whisked the Starks down the hall and called upon the levies to follow up as rear guard. Naruto felt that they were actually going to make it. His feet carried him and his muscles were already about to give out, though his eyes were no longer glowing vermilion but instead glowering with malice. As they darkened to blood red, they burst through the doors and charged through the courtyard to see 8 Lannister footmen standing around with dead Star levies at their feet. The men joked about killing the Men saying they were shitty fighters but smelled even worse, and so on and so forth. But the Lannisters turned their heads to face the small group and immediately drew their bloodied swords again. The sergeant of the group roared, "Capture the traitors," and the 8 men shot forward. Naruto glared, but the direwolves shot ahead of him. They jumped and sunk their teeth into the men, leaving the perfect opening for Naruto and Bran to do what they were trained to do. Just as Naruto rushed into the fray, an arrow lodged into his right shoulder. He roared out in pain but continued to fight anyway. He swung wildly thanks to the arrow. Sansa and Arya watched with fear plastered on their faces. Not only were they terrified for Naruto's well-being, but they were terrified for Bran's. The direwolves were holding their own, tearing through the men like butter. The Stark levies were still fighting strong, but they were sporting a few arrows in their legs and backs. Bran, though, was uninjured, almost as if the archers were aiming specifically for Naruto and the footmen. Bran pulled his blade, formed the final Lannister footmen, and immediately took positions with Summer Lady and Nymeria. The levies and Naruto were wounded, all 3 sporting at least 5 arrows in their bodies. Naruto had 1 in his chest, but he was still standing as straight as he can, trying to be defiant to the last breath. Cersei appeared and wrapped her hands around Sansa and Arya. She gave them both teary frowns as she stared at the carnage in front of her. Sansa was about to ask Cersei why she wasn't doing anything to protect her own son, but Cersei simply gave her a glare. The tears cascaded down the queen's face. Thankfully no one but the Stark girls were present to see her look as weak as this. Arya did her best to support the queen, but the girl was simply too short. A bellowing roar scared the 3 of them, and they each brought their eyes up to see Naruto cutting through the Lannister reinforcements, all the while getting cut and impaled with arrows. Why he kept fighting like that, Cersei couldn't understand. Of course she wouldn't understand. The woman thought her son was an enigma that she hated and couldn't stomach for most of his life. She bit her lower lip, trying to stop the cry from escaping. The world around him was changing slowly, revealing too many colors, and he found himself in a canyon surrounded by beings of pale white skin and hair as green as grass. Naruto dodged their attacks and their blades and their knives, but for some reason he kept finding himself getting hit from behind. He ducked under a slash from a blade and swung for the man's legs, removing them in one fell swoop. He turned on his heels to see a girl with flowing blue hair and lavender eyes akin to the horned woman he saw yesterday. The girl shot forward, power and energy shooting from her open palm. One by one she dug her hands into the various white beings, sending them back in all directions. He nodded his head and jumped forward, digging his blade into the face of another. When he pulled his blade from the being's face, his neck was suddenly drenched in what felt like blood. His cheeks were no different, his eyes stung with pain, but it was no matter. He needed to keep fighting. But just as he was about to swing, a great unbelievable pain radiated throughout his body. The colors in the canyon disappeared, warped and changed before his very eyes. The trees disappeared and the bodies of men and women vanished. The soil itself hardened and turned to stone tiles. The beings turned into Lannister soldiers, and what looked like an arm lodged into his side changed form to reveal a spear trickling with blood. Naruto's blood-red eyes dulled to black to navy blue to purple and finally back to his normal sapphire blue. His breaths were ragged and his stomach was burning and churning. His fingers loosened and the sword fell from his grip, clanging against the stone tiles of the courtyard. All around, Lannister footmen arrived surrounding the fight. Cersei came about and took Bran and the direwolves away, placing them under her protection. Even Joffrey can't touch them now, but she couldn't save her son as badly as she wanted to. She couldn't, especially since Joffrey's specific order was to have Naruto arrested and thrown into the dungeons with Lord Stark for treason. The king had no hold over the Stark children or their direwolves. Cersei made sure that she locked her green eyes with her son's sapphire blues, and she knew her heart was no more. A red tear trickled from Naruto's left eye. His hand wrapped around the spear and snapped the wood in two. Naruto roared once again, his eyes returning to their blood-red color. He shot his foot up, crushing Lannister's helm into his cheek. Naruto didn't need a weapon now. He sped forward to the Lannister that stuck him with a pike and dug his fist through the man's armor, puncturing the man as if he were butter. Naruto pulled out, revealing nothing but a massive hole in place of where the man's heart should have been. The boy lifted the broken pike and twirled the shaft in his hands, bashing the men surrounding him left and right, knocking them out with single hits. He turned the pike shaft around and pointed the metal claw at the end towards a Lannister lieutenant and shoved the staff into the man's open mouth, exiting through his helmet. Naruto's eyes were bleeding at this point. No longer did he have pupils or irides. His entire eye was nothing but a deep blood red. But just as the power began to grow and the ground began to shake, Joffrey rushed forward and bashed the steel pommel of his sword against the nape of Naruto's neck. Naruto fell to the ground, but Joffrey didn't let up and continued to bash the pommel onto Naruto's neck, and soon enough his head over and over until the boy was no longer moving or fighting back. Joffrey kicked the prince onto his back and checked his face to see if Naruto was still breathing. Naruto was, but it was labored and low. Joff smirked and reached for the piece of pike still protruding from Naruto's side. He wrapped his hand around the shattered wood and twisted the spearhead, reveling in the squishing blood and organs within, but he removed the spearhead. Naruto was more used to them alive than dead. Take him to the dungeons. Joffrey smiled. Lock this monster up with the Stark timeskip. Lord Baelish, foreigner, master of coin, ambitious politician, a mixture that wasn't good for any one man to have. He always spoke like a snake, always ready to pounce at the chance of gaining more power. So when Lord Stark came to him asking for his help, Lord Baelish couldn't help but take this as a chance to enhance his placement in the council. Master of coin was great and all, but growing dull in light of all of this excitement. The hand of the king betraying the throne and betraying his best friend's words was the easiest thing to conjure. He marveled at the simplicity of it all. That Stark had a slow mind, but at least he had a quick temper. Too bad he couldn't draw his sword to match that temper. Baelish smirked in his greatest success to behold his black eyes never leaving the image of Joffrey leaning into his throne. The boy was Baelish's most successful ruse, putting Joffrey on the throne. Few wanted it, but Baelish wanted it the most. A boy with that kind of anger and rage within him was the perfect catalyst for greater events to take hold. Naruto was the perfect candidate for Baelish's operation, but the boy proved to be almost as honorable as Lord Stark. Now both of them are rotting in a dungeon with the prior being tortured on the orders of the king. Baelish almost felt a laugh escape his lips as the procession continued. The boy king was a fool. He was swayed easily, but for some reason wouldn't outright kill his own brother. To Baelish, if the boy wanted to be king as badly as he made it seem, Joffrey would have killed Naruto on the spot. Peter felt that the king was going to use his own brother for some public display of humiliation and then kill him. Who's to know really? To Baelish, everything was falling into place. The kingdoms were gearing for war and the Starks weren't going to take lightly to their imprisoned liege lord. It was perfect really. He watched as the crown was placed on Joffrey's head. He drowned out the words of the High Septon, not one for religious anything. Peter felt that it was all a charade. Joffrey is just a pawn for Baelish to complete his endgame. Joffrey turned and plopped into the throne with a sly smirk on his face. The crown was officially his, and now he had all the power to behold. Baelish shook his head slightly, making sure no one could see it. After all, he was going to do all he can to make Joffrey's rule wise and prosperous. Baelish kept his smile tight and thin. He followed after his fellow small council members, a little put at ease that Joffrey was willing to come to small council meetings. It was a joke really, since Baelish knew all that was going to happen. They were going to go over what they should do about Robb Stark marching down the Riverlands and the Arryns being overly stubborn for their own good. To Baelish, the only action that would make all of this that much more worth the trouble is if Joffrey killed his own brother, be it by his hand or Ser Ilyn's. As long as Naruto was out of the picture, the throne could be secured. Baelish wanted him gone. Baelish needed him gone if Naruto was still out and about, which if he isn't dead he'll most certainly be living and doing what he can to get revenge on Joffrey. Littlefinger knew that he wouldn't enjoy that turn of events should Naruto leave prison. He clasped his fingers together and kept his facade of loyalty stern and steady. Lord Varys sat next to him with Grand Maester Pycelle on the other end of Joffrey. Things were going to get fun. Water dripped softly in the dank dungeon, slowly ticking the time away. Rats scurried screeching and picking at the food crumbs left on the stony floor. Naruto slowly awoke to feel the sensation of insects burrowing into the dead flesh of his side wound. He could feel flecks of blood crack and fall from his mouth and nose. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, a powerful explosion of pain radiated from the back of his neck. His head pounded and it felt that his skull was about to blow up in all directions. Trying his best to get his bearings, Naruto found that his arms were chained, and he was standing. Who was he kidding? Standing was a kind term for what this was. He was hanging from the ceiling of the dungeon with barely any feeling in his legs. The boy shivered at the feeling of so many insects flocking to his open wound. How long has he been down here? Naruto kept thinking on it and kept wondering why he wasn't dead yet. He couldn't see more than 2 feet in front of him, but he could tell that there was someone else in the dungeon with him. He knew that there was someone there, he just couldn't find the voice to call him or her out. He groaned softly, confused with how he ended up wherever here. As he winced when the insects began to sting into his open flesh, it was no matter. He was obviously in prison, and that meant he'd failed to protect the Starks. He lowered his head at the thought of failing the Starks. Of all the people he could let down, it just had to be them. The 3 of them were probably being used as political prisoners, and the dire wolves were probably making new carpets. Naruto felt his stomach lurch. Joffrey was evil and sadistic, but Naruto was sure that the king wouldn't dare do something as sickening as that. Naruto breathed heavily, heaving the stale air into his lungs. The chains jolted with his body, resounding with their skin-freezing clink. It was dark as night in this dungeon, and Naruto was wishing he didn't wake up yet. He looked to his right towards the source of another set of rattling chains. Neither of them spoke, but they both acknowledged each other's presence by rattling their metal binds. Naruto Couldn't believe the situation he was in. Suddenly the door to the dungeon creaked open, sending frozen shivers up and down the boy's spine. Footsteps shivered along, dragging through the hay-covered stone floor. A dim red hue began to light the dark, shimmering the fear and the anxiety away. 4 men arrived with torches in their hands and similar expressions of malice. Their smiles didn't make Naruto feel any better. They stopped around Naruto and started sliding torches into sconces, saving for the largest torch that seemed to be made of a different kind of fire. Wilder and alive, Naruto's blue eyes trailed along the faces of the different men. None of them looked familiar, but once his eyes trailed to the far right, he came to find Lord Stark laying against the wall, chained like an animal. Hey, what the hell? Oof! Naruto felt the air leave his lungs. Naruto wheezed for air that was uncalled for. He swung around a bit, looking like a ceiling ornament. One of the guards took out a wooden club and bashed Naruto's side, forcing a voiceless scream from the boy's lips. Naruto writhed in pain, but before he could start swinging wildly, the guards grabbed his shoulder and the hem of his tunic with a swift movement that tore the article of clothing from his body. Naruto's heart raced, body shivered, and the feeling he thought he'd lost rushed back into his legs. His mind pounded, the fire coming closer and closer to his skin. He could feel the flickering flames tickle his bare skin and burn off a few pit hairs. He shuddered as the flaming torch grazed his wound. The feeling of melting insects brought quivering fear through his body. Wait, where are you? Naruto's eyes shot open. Fire had never felt so cold to him before. It felt alive, digging into his skin, burrowing into his bones. He squirmed and writhed, trying in vain to escape. He wailed like never before, clenching his fist around the metal chains. The man didn't let up. If anything, he pressed the fire deeper into the wound, reveling in the prince's pain. Naruto kept trying to fight back against the pain, howling out until he returned to having no voice. Even after his mind fell loose from the pain, the men continued to burn his skin. Once the wound was blackened and completely shut, the men backed away and watched in awe of the wound. The skin was already showing signs of healing over. The men shook their heads, believing that they were seeing things. Naruto sputtered suddenly and immediately asked for water or food. You want water? One of the guards asked. Here's some water. The guard reached to his back and removed his leather water skin and popped the cork free. Naruto smiled slightly, but the other guards punched Naruto in his gut, forcing him forward. The prince felt a cry leave his lips. There was unfortunately very little water for him to cry out. Suddenly water began to drench the back of his head and flow down his cheeks and face, with little to no water reaching his lips. The guard poured the contents of the water skin onto Naruto's head before punching him back. There's your fucking water. The man cracked up. You're lucky that his grace is allowing you to live. His grace decided to have your wound cauterized so you don't die too soon. I don't care whose son or brother you are. Remember that you are in no position to ask for water or food again, or next time we'll feed you pig shit and horse piss. Shut the fuck up and never speak again, monster. Through the darkness of the dungeons, a woman could be seen sneaking through the guards, and through the centuries she was on a mission and she was intending on completing it. She slid in and out of jail cells and in between men without being noticed. She smirked at her skill. She still had it after all this time. She dove forward when she heard the sound of chainmail ringing out. She rolled over on the stone floor and hid behind a few barrels. The men sounded drunk and were laughing at nonsense. They stumbled along, their torches carrying the light with them. Her chocolate brown eyes followed after the men and waited for the darkness to befall the area. Once more she checked her waist and patted the small pouch hanging from her side. It was large and unscathed. She smiled and jumped over the barrels, barely any sound being made as she made her escape into the depths of the darkness. She shot her back to the walls, sliding with a grace that belonged to a master. Her boots barely scraped the stone floor as she whisked past guards and prisoners like a specter. She moved like a shadow, unseen, unnoticed. Rats ran along with her, hiding the sound of shuffling clothes. She smirked at the chance of luck she was given. She slid against the floor, dodging a few drunken guards patrolling the halls of the dark dungeon. She spun on her heels and leaned her back against the stone walls, once more realizing that she didn't have anywhere to hide. Suddenly 2 hands shot out against her back and began to snake around her torso, grabbing onto her chest. She nearly yelped in surprise. The light was growing brighter and this prisoner was groping her. She growled and spun around, punching the man through the bars, knocking him back. The light was growing brighter and she was sure that the guards were about to see her. Her brown eyes scanned the bars, glad that her lithe body was flexible enough to fit in between. She snaked her arms and legs in between the bars, making sure that her packages didn't fall free of her belt. The criminal was beginning to gather his bearings. It seemed she punched him a bit too hard. She was in the cell with the man who groped her now, and he was about to scream, alerting the guards of her position. Sweat began to trickle from her pores. She shook her head, speeding forward, pressing the knife against him, and spun him around so that his back was to the bars. Thanks to his burly size, he blocked her from sight. She whispered for him to drop to his knees to hide her, but he didn't listen. The woman sighed in exasperation and sliced at his leg, drawing blood to show the man that she wasn't about to play any games with him. Digging her glove into his mouth to silence his cry of pain, the man fell to the ground. The girl hid her body behind the man's shadow while the lights reached its peak, illuminating everything save for the shadow behind the criminal. Myra knew she was safe and smiled softly when she heard the guards shuffling their boots against the floor. The light didn't disappear though, forcing her heart to raise in speed. She glared at the criminal, who was now drooling onto her hair, his eyes wide with surprise, probably gawking at her beauty. The guards were gone, but they left their torches on the sconces lining the prison walls. She knew that he'd have to move faster than before. If she's seen, it would mean her imminent death, something she wasn't intending to happen anytime soon. The criminal, though, was tired of her and pushed her from his body and pressed his hand against her cheek and immediately ran his hands across her breeches, sliding his hand against her cunt. Myra's face went red and her eyes darkened with rage. The man may have been large and strong, but she was quicker and smarter. She reached back and covered his face with spit before bringing her forehead up, breaking the man's nose. He fell back, but before a shout could come free from his lips, she rested her body on top of him and dug her blade into his throat, spilling his blood across the floor. His soft gurgles could barely be heard as Myra slid away from his corpse and back into the hall. She wiped her gloved hands across her tunic and breeches to wipe away from blood, checking the packages she had with her to see if they were perfectly fine. Myra sighed softly and took off through the long halls for the first stairs leading deeper into the dungeon. She froze when she heard two guards coming up the stairs. They were already coming around the corner. Not enough time for her to sneak somewhere. Doing the first thing that came to mind, she undid the laces to her tunic and her breeches, letting more than enough cleavage to be seen. She pulled her breeches down, revealing a little bit of skin and teasing at the tip of her nether lips. If there was anything that the guards of King's Landing that everyone knew, they were just as easily seduced as they are to be bribed. She walked down the stairs. As the men appeared, they immediately froze, their hands shooting to their blades, their eyes widening but immediately sliding their hands back to their sides. They gave her weary looks as she walked up to them, a sly smirk on her face. Her finger was tracing her cleavage, slowly pulling her tunic down to reveal more than enough tit to get the guard's blood running. The two men smiled at her, their hands raising up to her chest. She slapped their hands away with a playful look on her face. The two men were confused, sweat pouring from their faces. She bit her lower lip and let her hands trail on the two men, one hand for each. She reveled in their hitched breaths, always amazed by how easy they were to trick. She asked for someone with a made-up name, all the while tracing her hands along their hard-ons. The two men sputtered, pointing down the stairs. She smirked darkly when she saw how ridiculous they looked. The two men looked like they were about to drop their torches. "I'll see you two later tonight." Myra smiled softly, all the while swiping a water skin from one of the guards. Neither noticed as they took off up the stairs, speaking excitedly. Myra shook her head in disgust, all the while pouring water from the stolen water skin over her hands to wash them. She shook her head and took off down the stairs in search of her reason for being here in the first place. She arrived into the deepest pit of the dungeons and took a moment to rein in her emotions. The air smelled stale and vaguely of piss and decomposing shit. This place was where the greatest criminals are placed, or traitors of the crown. She rushed through the hall, finding a lone torch sitting in a metal sconce over a Lannister soldier trying his best from falling asleep. She bit her lip and leaned against the wall, watching the man not going through with his duty. She headed through the darkness, fixing her tunic and her breeches to seem more presentable. She sighed when the Lannister shot to his feet, sword drawn at her. She groaned and reached to her back and revealed a rolled parchment and handed it to the guard in charge. The man read through the paper's contents, staring at Myra with worried eyes. He bit his lip and handed her the letter. Myra watched him reach over and return with an unlit torch before lighting it as well and placing it into her hands. She smiled at the guard as he unlocked the gate to allow her entrance, but before she could continue through the dungeon cell, the man told her she had only 10 minutes before the other guards returned. The door shut behind her, but the lock was not shut. She sighed in relief as the guard was seen collapsing in his chair ready to take a nap. Myra blinked but shot forward through the darkness, lighting her way. She arrived to see Lord Stark leaning against the wall of the dungeon, looking like a shell of his former self. She slid the torch into a sconce and fell to her knees, removing one of the water skins she hand strapped to her waist and removed one of the pouches she had, laying it out for the Stark. Ned watched her with fear, but she urged him on when he wouldn't take it. Myra unhooked the cork and took a sip herself, along with a bite of the food. Ned took the food and drink with a small gasp escaping his lips. "Lord Stark, you still have friends here in King's Landing doing their best to save you and get you back to Winterfell." Myra smiled softly. "My employer wishes to send his regards. He would have come himself, but he was rather indisposed at the moment." "My Lord Baelish," Ned asked hoarsely, that sniveling. "If I was here under Lord Baelish's orders, you'd Undoubtedly be dead by now, Myra replied. Try again, my lord, you are close, Varys Ned asked after a long pause. Precisely, my lord, she nodded, but I'm not here for only you though. She shot to her feet and turned to see a shirtless Naruto with a giant black mark on his side. She gasped at the sight. His arms were chained tightly. Clearly it wasn't meant for comfort. Unlike Lord Stark's, Naruto was bruised and scarred all over his torso, and his legs hung limp beneath him. His legs were also chained, but seemingly tighter than her arms. Her feet looked swollen. Myra dropped to her knees and loosened the chains. Naruto groaned softly as his legs were released from their prison. She felt her jaw loosen when Naruto's swollen feet were already beginning to revert to normal. Their light purple color began to fade. She sped to her feet and wrapped her hands around Naruto's face, slowly tracing her thumbs against his soft but dirty cheeks. Oh, Naruto, Myra sighed softly, leaning her forehead against his. What have they done to you? Water, he moaned. Food, please. She nearly slapped herself for forgetting and immediately shot her hand to her back and returned with another water skin and pulled the cork, slowly pouring the water down Naruto's throat. She pulled away and the boy sighed softly. She put the water skin back to her waist and brought the second food pouch up to be seen. She undid the wrapping to reveal a small loaf of bread with cubes of cheese and small pieces of warm fish. Naruto's eyes widened, and she could feel his heart racing in his chest. The boy dropped his jaw and the girl began to feed Naruto slowly at first, but as the contents began to run dry, she immediately stuffed the remaining contents into Naruto's mouth and tossed the cloth away. Myra, Naruto whispered, finally realizing who it was. What are why you doing here? Shush, my love, you need to conserve your strength, Myra whispered back, rubbing her hand across his face. She looked different to the boy. She wasn't the same kitchen wench that he remembered having morning talks with during breakfast. She looked fierce and almost as if she were a killer, an assassin, but she was clearly not here to end his life or Lord Stark's. In fact, she bloody fed the both of them and gave them water. He swallowed his food and immediately begged for water, and Myra quickly complied, pouring the remaining water for the boy to consume. After Naruto was finally finished, he no longer looked like a hanging corpse, but rather a somewhat presentable person. She brought his head down and placed a soft kiss onto his lips before taking her torch. I'll be back soon, Myra smiled. I'll return with more food and water for the two of you, along with information. We won't fail you too. Lord Varys is watching you too carefully. Lord Stark, Naruto, I want you two to know that I want to apologize for not being able to break you two free. Believe me, I want to, but even if we got you out of this prison, it won't change a thing. Lord Varys extends his apologies. I'll be going now. Joffrey sat silently staring at the wall in front of him and the stained glass window bearing the seven-pointed star of the faith. He wasn't angry for once, nor was he saddened by anything. For once he was content with everything. His father was dead, his mother now under his control through the rather vicious blackmailing that Hardin had done for Atana. The spy did wonders on his mother. Joffrey nearly laughed when Cersei realized that her old spies came to find work for him. The king sighed though and leaned into his small seat. His council was dismissed not even 10 minutes ago, leaving him alone in the small council chambers. He leaned forward, thinking of the words his lead spies said to him before the small council meeting. 2 weeks have passed since his coronation and the imprisonment of Lord Stark and his brother, and already issues were rising to the north. He was beginning to wonder if he'd made the right choice to imprison his own brother as well. The Starks were in love with his brother, and he knew for a fact that Robb Stark would fight for both his father and for Naruto. Joffrey's peaceful feeling evaporated when thoughts arrived on the one who convinced him to take down his brother. Hardin had been a great spy, loyal and useful in every single way, but the man was now asking him to become a kinslayer. Joffrey felt his stomach lurch at the idea of being a kinslayer. He may have been a sadistic bastard literally, but he wasn't about to kill his half-brother, half-or not. Joffrey knew that he still had his same blood running through his veins. No one will believe that Naruto is the only trueborn. No one will bloody believe that his mother's children are all inbred, but Joffrey knew the truth. He heard his own mother say it herself. Joff sighed and ran a hand across his face. Sweat was already formed, flowing down his cheeks. He was a king now, and so far it was everything he thought it'd be, save for the rebellion rising in the north. The boy frowned at the thought of the Vale men joining in the war. Chaos would ensue with the power of the North and the power of the Vale bearing down on the Lannisters. Joffrey felt that he needed to prepare for the worst. He shook his head and immediately went to writing a new royal order on a sheet of paper. He needed an army that was loyal to him, a royal army loyal to the crown. Lannister forces were great, but they were loyal to his grandfather Lord Tywin, and not to himself. Joffrey couldn't trust his own family. If anything, they would try to manipulate him to accomplish their goals, just like how Hardin was strangely trying to convince Joffrey to go through with a heinous crime as kinslaying. He continued writing his new order and called his personal page, and the boy got the message. He ran off ready to copy more letters to send off throughout the Crownlands. Joffrey was demanding half of the forces that every lord in the Crownlands could field and send them to King's Landing for proper training he leaned into his seat, eyes trailing back to the 7-pointed star of the faith. He recited their names. Father, warrior, smith, mother, maiden, crone, stranger. He examined each point of the star, expecting their bodies and faces to start appearing. He wasn't about to murder his brother, but he sure as hell will execute the Stark if he doesn't admit to his treason and proclaim him as the true king of Westeros. Naruto was to do the same, and Joffrey was going to let Naruto return to his normal life, knowing Naruto to be just as religious as he. Naruto wouldn't kill him, and Joffrey was going to show the same sentiment. Neither of them were going to try to kill each other, but that didn't mean that he was just going to let the boy walk free and happy. Joffrey was king now, and he wanted to make sure Naruto stayed in line. Suddenly the door opened to reveal Hardin with Myra and Catherine. At his sides, the three of them bowed at Joffrey with smiles on their faces and pulled over seats. Hardin obviously had something important to tell him. Joffrey smirked, expecting more great ideas to come from his most trusted advisor. Naruto was dying of thirst and hunger. He could feel his body growing weaker and weaker with each passing second. Oh, how he missed Myra. She hadn't come back in almost a week, and the boy was starting to worry that the girl had forgotten him. Tears began to flow down his cheeks as the pain of starvation and thirst dug into his body. He writhed slightly, rattling the chains. He wanted to cry out, but he couldn't find his voice. Lord Stark, of course, was being fed and allowed to drink occasionally, but the Stark was too far away from Naruto to be able to share his food and drink. Nevertheless, Naruto waited patiently, trying his best from going delirious. He needed something to eat and drink soon. This imprisonment was the worst thing he could imagine. Suddenly the door swung open to reveal the guards that burned his wound. They were laughing and sputtering nonsense. He watched them walk over to Naruto with glares on their drunken faces. Just like the last time they entered into the cell, they slid their torches into sconces. This time, all of them, the sick looks on their faces were never leaving. Naruto suddenly felt shiver run through his body. The guard in front of him pulled out a spoon, and the other handed the guard a bowl filled with a brown porridge-like substance. The guard simply said in a gruff voice, "Dinner." The man took a spoonful of the brown substance and shoved it into Naruto's mouth. Naruto was surprised with its meaty taste. He opened his mouth for another bite, and before the guards knew it, the boy already ate through the entire bowl. The guards looked at one another, surprised with Naruto's hunger. They didn't even get to surprise him. Oh well, they thought, now that he's finished the entire meal, the surprise will be all the more meaningful. The men laughed slightly and even took out a small wipe and removed a small piece of meat from the side of Naruto's mouth. The guard held up a small water-skin tea. The guard asked, "His Grace ordered that we give you warm tea?" "Oh, of course," Naruto said with a small smile on his face. The guards poured the contents into Naruto's mouth, immediately washing Naruto's dry throat. Once the contents were sipped dry, the men tossed the wineskin away into the darkness of the cell. Naruto smiled and leaned his head back in between his chained arms. "You know," one of the guards said, "that meal you just ate was bowl o' brown, you highborn fool, made with pig shit and water, and that tea you drank was fresh piss." Another guard exclaimed, "Baha, you actually believe that it was tea? What a fool." Naruto retched heavily. The contents of his stomach exploded from his mouth and nose, cascading like a waterfall. It splashed everywhere, covering the guards' boots with stomach matter. Naruto shuddered, and the chains rattling them like a little babe. Naruto cried out, but shot his head down as his body tightened. He puked once more, this time on one of the guards. Naruto groaned, his head reeling in all directions, the pain growing with each tightening muscle. The guard didn't take too lightly to Naruto's stomach contents. "Though, you bastard," the guard growled, "you'll pay." The man rammed his club into Naruto's gut, almost making Naruto's eyes pop from their sockets. The boy hunched forward, making his chains rattle like an annoying song. More food and piss escaped his mouth and onto the floor. The lead guard grabbed the hair on Naruto's head and pulled the boy back to meet. His eyes blue, stared into the dark pits of onyx. The man had neither said a word, but the man rammed his fist into the boy's gut instead. Naruto groaned and threw up once more, this time losing control of more than just his stomach. Suddenly the other guards burst into laughter, pointing at Naruto's britches. "He fucking pissed himself," one of them cried out through a fit of laughter. "What a little shit this one is." Another cracked up, "I bet if we continue we'll even make him shit himself too." "Please," Naruto groaned suddenly, "and no more. I can't take it anymore. You don't command me," the lead guard said in between each punch connecting with Naruto's gut. "I am only treating you as you deserve. You're nothing but a monster, a freak, and we're going to make sure that you look the part of a monster for your bloody trial. And don't worry, we have something great planned for you. Last day in this dungeon, monster. Let's go," the guard said, taking his torch from its sconce. "He's thrown up too much. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts trying to eat his own filth." Naruto hung loose, his mind flowing freely in space. No thoughts were being made and nothing was really coming to mind. He couldn't remember the look of Sansa's face, and he couldn't remember the way the dire wolves looked. All he knew right now was the darkness of this dungeon, the cruelty of these guards, and the silence of Lord Stark. Through everything he couldn't feel the pain anymore, his body completely numb, his eyes watched the darkness around him, counting the faces he sees whipping through the black of his surroundings. There were faces, right, he could see them flying by, frowns and looks of abhorrence and disgust. They stared at him, dark-eyed and hairless. Everywhere he could see faces. Soon enough he began to hear voices coming from those nameless, bodiless faces. Footsteps were heard, but not from the guards having a drinking game, but rather from within the cell, feet shuffling along with chains dragging along the stone floor. He wasn't scared of the faces anymore. The only problem he had, though, they were always glaring at him as if he'd done something horrific. They stayed near him, so close in fact that he swore he could feel them breathing, but every time the guards would arrive to feed him, those faces would disappear and only reveal nothing but the empty darkness that this dungeon cell held. He began to spin slightly with his chain tightening before unraveling and spinning him back around. The boy let out of small gaps when the chain spun too much, entangling his arms together. He could feel his bone twisting. Thanks to his own boredom he winced, but since he couldn't feel his legs, he couldn't control theme enough to press onto something. Suddenly he felt hands press on his body and begin to spin him around, twisting his arms together. Suddenly the door swung open with the guards returning for another session of beating the prince. They stopped when they took sight of the hilarious mental case hanging from the ceiling. Naruto was spinning himself around, twisting his own arms. He screamed out for faces to stop. The men looked at one another, realizing that the boy had probably gone mad, and decided to watch the scene play in front of them. Naruto kept spinning, and suddenly loud, heart-wrenching cracks were heard. The boy roared out in pain as a second crack was heard. The guards fell over, releasing bellowing laughs echoing throughout the dark dungeon cell. The boy spun back around, wailing and begging for the faces to stop. He did go mad. The guards broke down into laughing fits. The former prince began to kick and scream, shaking his head fervently in his torso like a stuck fish. "What are you fools doing?" Ned shouted, finally having had enough of the guards. What was that? The guards immediately went quiet. "Help him," Ned shouted. "He's just a boy." "Silence, fool." One of the guards rammed his leather cudgel onto Ned's temple. "You're in no position to be making demands. Have you no honor?" "What did I just say?" The guard smashed his cudgel against the Stark's head once again. "You northern savages are stupid as you are primitive." "Please," Naruto's voice roared out. Stop it, Obito, stop this, Obito." The guard gave the writhing blonde a strange look, making up names. "Now maybe the Stark's right. He's going crazy." "Sasuke, Sakura-chan." Naruto's eyes were shut tightly as he continued to fight back against his chains. "Hinata Shikamaru Ino Choji Shino Kiba Tenten Li Niji Kami, make this pain stop. Shut this madman up." The guard roared over Naruto's incessant cries. "What is life?" Naruto's blue eyes stared at the ceiling above him, dull and washed over with pain. His heart was beating at a low pace. His breeches were soiled almost a week ago, and a week before that he'd pissed himself thanks to the surprise the guards set up for him. He'd been rotting in this dungeon, surviving on pig shit and small droplets of water that seep through the stone ceiling. His chains were as tight as ever and his body was still in ridiculous pain, but he was no longer fighting back. No longer did he have the will or reason to. It's been almost 3 weeks since Myra had arrived with food and drink, and Naruto had already given up on her ever coming back. I've been abandoned. His own mother hadn't come to see how he was. He hung like a strung piece of drying meat, and his mother never once came to see him. Lord Varys even sent someone to speak with him. Of all the people in the castle, it was Myra. He didn't see that coming. To be frank, Myra working for Lord Varys was never in his mind. He would have laughed if he wasn't in such a painful situation. His eyes were dry and felt like they'd shrivel up and pop from their sockets at any moment. Naruto felt cold and freezing. Given he doesn't have a tunic, and Lord Stark can be heard softly mumbling, "Winter is coming." Over and over again Naruto tried to shut his eyes, but saw no point if he closed his eyes. Nothing would change, since all he was going to get was darkness. "What is happening to me?" Naruto's hair hung loose, sticking to his skin thanks to the gallons of sweat he'd released. The boy swayed in his chains with little feeling in his arms. He'd been laughed at and ridiculed for his mental breakdown a week prior by the guards, but then they asked him who Sasuke was, then Obito, and countless other names that made no sense to him. "What in 7 hells is a Niji?" "It sounds like some foreign pastry." The boy frowned when he thought that his stomach grumbled. He winced at the burning sensation that came with it. No longer did the hunger feel like a pit in his stomach, but this time a fiery explosion. Every time he thought of food, almost like his stomach oozed molten rock and metal into his gut. He groaned as the pain exploded from just heat to searing blaze within. He wanted to shout, but he knew what would come with that. If he dared to release a scream, the guards would rush in, cudgels ready. The boy didn't want that anytime soon, not anymore. He'd learned that he should just accept what the guards were doing to him. They were most likely tasked with breaking him to be used as Joffrey's new dog. Like Sandor was, the guards sure enjoyed their jobs, torturing him to no end. Sure, they beat him and fed him shit and poured water and piss on his head, but it was the mental torture that got to him. Their words were cutting deep into his skin, filling him with an unexplainable dread. Tears would have formed in his eyes, but the memories he was having weren't as he could see himself a small child crying in the center of a street with 9 foxtails swishing behind him. At least that's what his shadow always portrayed around him. Men and women of all ages and sizes were giving him the same look: disgust, fear, hatred. He was never looked at like this in his life, so why was he remembering something like this? He was never hated until now. He was never belittled or scorned as bad as he was in these memories. He saw himself flying through the air only to fall on his head. He could see some bone had torn through his skin, and yet no one came to help him. All he could see was the store owner that had cast him away, screaming at him, calling him the same thing over and over again. "Monster, MIAM monster, you have a visitor," one of the guards said with a glare. The metal door unhinged, creaking throughout the dungeon cell. Naruto's skin cringed at the high-pitched sound. He shivered slightly at the sound of flickering flames. The cell door opening usually meant the guards were coming, and the flickering flame meant they were close. The footsteps dragged through the dungeon cell as a small child arrived before them, and Naruto awaited for the gut-wrenching sound of a torch sliding into a sconce. Suddenly a shuffle of clothes and chains. Naruto realized that the guards were there to hurt him again. If it wasn't the guards, then who was it? "Father Naruto," a voice said. "Bran, Ned?" and Naruto asked. With incredulous faces, quiet Bran said with a hushed voice, "They don't know who I am. I'm here in secret." "All right, father, here's something to drink." "Naruto, here, you need to eat something real." I am not hungry." Naruto's eyes widened in fear. His heart was racing at the mention of eating. His chains rattled with him. He shook and nearly screamed when Bran revealed a water skin. Bran looked at the prince with wide eyes before the light finally revealed Naruto's truly broken appearance. "And Naruto," Bran whispered, "What have they done to you?" They Naruto shut his eyes, but a tearless weep began to escape his lips. "I didn't come here for this." Bran sighed softly and wiped a small tear from his eyes. "Father Naruto, I have important information of things going on up above." "What happened?" Bran Ned asked with a worried look. "Rob has marched south with a massive Northman army," Bran said with a sigh. "He's already engaged Sir Jaime and captured him. Lord Tyrion has escaped the Aaron's clutches and is now back in Lannister control. Rob is just a boy." "Father, wait." Bran sighed and took a deep breath for the final thing he was intending to say. "Sansa was forced into a marriage pact with Joffrey as king. Joffrey saw to it that Sansa's marriage pact with Naruto was severed, and he took her instead. He plans to marry her once she has her blood." "No," Naruto moaned. "She won't go through with it." She agreed. "Only if Joffrey showed mercy on father and you." "Naruto," Bran said with a frown, "Joffrey's going to have the trial within the week." "Father, the queen managed to convince Joffrey to let you go to the wall if you confess your crimes of treason." "Naruto, Joffrey said that you can keep your place as prince as long as you confess to trying to steal his throne to take it as your own. You two can live and keep your heads if you agree. Please, Arya and Sansa and I are begging you." "We will." The two men replied. "Father Naruto, I have one more thing to say," Bran said, suddenly getting quiet. "I have been having a reoccurring dream for the last 2 weeks." "Not you too," Ned sighed, leaning his head against the stone wall behind him. "What of it? A stag shedding its skin to reveal a lion?" "No, father," Bran replied with an incredulous look. "It was of a stag shedding its skin to reveal a 9-tailed fox." The door shot open to reveal the guards once again. This time they brought with them an air of alcohol and the disgusting stench of filth. They weren't alone this time. Gold cloaks were with them, filling up the dungeon. Bran was right. It had been exactly 1 week since his visit that Joffrey called for their trial to take place. The guards placed torches along the various sconces, illuminating every inch of this dungeon cell, revealing at least 18 different skeletons filled with rats lining the back wall of the dungeon cell. Ned nearly jumped at the revelation. Suddenly his chains were undone, and he was pulled to his legs. The Stark nearly collapsed to the floor, having forgotten how to use his legs. Naruto was no different. The boy wasn't fighting back, nor was he surprised anymore. Naruto was already mumbling, "Stop it, please stop it." They had definitely broken the boy, and Ned was beginning to worry what else they had in store. The guards began to untie Naruto's chains from his arms and legs, unraveling the countless feet of wasted steel. Naruto continued to mumble incoherently. Soon enough those pleading words turned in him whispering names and asking the faces for mercy or their help. Ned never figured it out. Suddenly Naruto shot his hand out, lodging his fist into one of the guards, shooting the man into one of the pillars. The remaining prison guards shot forward, gripping his barely healed arms, and pushed on the broken and twisted bone, eliciting a high-pitched wail from the boy. "You're gonna pay for that, monster." The guard backhanded the prince. "Wait," Ned shouted, "show mercy on him. Leave Lord Stark alone," Naruto shouted. Ramming his elbow in one of the guards, he shot his head forward, digging his forehead into the nose of the guard in front of him. The man wailed in pain, gripping his broken nose. Naruto was on the verge of passing out. The guard placed his hand on the weak boy and forced him back into the pillar behind him. All the while the other guards began to pop his arms back into place. Naruto was too weak to fight back now. The guard gave Naruto a sick smile. The blood pouring from his broken nose only seemed to Make the image worse. You hear that men? The guard asked. It seems that monster likes wolves. What about it? One of his fellow prison guards asked. If he likes the wolves so much, why don't we make him look like a wolf? The guard laughed, all the while drawing his knife. How are we going to do that? One of the gold cloaks wondered with a smirk on his face. I believe a wolf has whiskers. The guard replied, now hold still, my lord. You don't want your whiskers to be uneven now, do you? Sansa stood on the platform, heart racing with anticipation and fear. Arya was standing next to her and Bran next to her. The three of them watched the procession of their father through the angry mob. It was a small penance walk from the prison to the September of Baelor. Men and women screamed at him, crying out that he was a traitor. They hit him, beat him and spat on him, and the Stark children knew there was nothing they could do. Arya clenched her fists, but Bran gave her a small look. He'd told Arya of the dreams he'd been having about a week after the dreams began, and it turned out that Arya was having similar dreams, but instead of a stag and a lion, she dreamed of a nine-tailed fox killing a lion, gouging its eyes out. Nonetheless, she listened to what Bran had to say, and she was immediately beginning to regret every listening. Everything was falling into place just like in Bran's rather vivid dream. The Bran, this was the most horrifying experience he could imagine. He knows that his father was going to die. Bran shivered at the thought. He couldn't believe that the one man that he thought was invincible was about to be taken from him before his very eyes. He wanted to know who this nine-tailed fox is. He wanted to know so he could kill the man once all of this ends and Bran returns to being Naruto's squire. As Joffrey promised, Bran was going to make it his life goal to tear this nine-tailed fox asunder, tear him apart so badly that not even Summer will want to eat the mush that'll be left behind. He clenched his fist as some fat noble hurled a rock into his father's face. The gold cloaks didn't care and dragged their father through the crowd. Just before they made it to the platform, his father's feet caught onto something and he slipped from the gold cloak's clutches. He tried to push himself up, but the people were stomping their feet into his back. Over and over they brought their feet and fists and canes onto the fallen Stark, crying out that he was a traitor. Ned was dragged along and forced to stand before the people. He could barely breathe and the light of beaming sun was burning into his eyelids. He shivered, realizing that he was going to undoubtedly die right at this spot. Once the crowd was silent, Ned took a deep breath and sighed. I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King. Ned took a deep breath. I come before you to confess my treason in sight of gods and men. I betrayed the faith of my king and the trust of my friend Robert I. Promised to protect his children, but before his own blood was cold, I plotted to have King Joffrey murdered to place the monster Prince Naruto on the throne. Suddenly a rock flew from the crowd, hitting the Stark in his eye. The man stumbled, nearly collapsing to the platform. Blood poured down his cheek. The Stark tried his best to stay steady. Suddenly a large hand was placed on his shoulder, holding him still. May the High Septon and Baelor the Blessed bear witness to what I say, Ned continued. Once the pain receded, Joffrey Baratheon is the one true heir of the Iron Throne by the grace of all the gods, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Now as Lord Stark has confessed. Grand Maester took a pause to receive his breath. Bring forth the second conspirator, Prince Naruto. Sansa, Arya and Bran shot their heads to the prison door, awaiting what they were going to see. Gasps were heard coming from the crowd and screams of fear echoed into their hearts and ears. The three Starks eyed the doorway with hearts racing and stomachs churning. They didn't know what they were going to expect. Two gold cloaks arrived carrying a broken boy. He was shirtless, showing the various scars from his undoubted torture upon his arms. The sight of torn skin and chain marks could be seen, but their eyes trailed to the boy's face to see 6 large gashes carved into his face. His mouth hung wide, almost as if this was done recently. Naruto was dragged down the steps, his legs not working on their own. Sansa shook her head, her eyes watering with fear rising in her chest. Soon enough, Naruto was barely standing on the podium. His body swayed slightly and his eyes were shut tightly to keep the bright sun from burning his eyes. From his head, blood coursed from his gouged cheeks. His throat was coarse. He didn't know if he'd be able to speak loud enough for the people to hear him. The winds were warm and yet cold at the same time. His gut began to twitch and lurch. Naruto had to rein in his will to keep from soiling the September of Baelor. The boy's once strong sapphire blue eyes were dull and washed over. He took a deep breath, knowing that he had no other choice in the matter. He looked down and took a deep breath. I am Prince Naruto, son of King Robert and brother to King Joffrey. Naruto said, voice rough and crass. I, along with Lord Eddard Stark, tried to steal my brother's birthright for our personal gain. A large rock suddenly found itself digging into Naruto's gut. His legs nearly gave out, but thanks to Sandor Clegane, the boy was kept standing. The boy swayed, the blood flow finally coming to a slow halt. He finally let his eyes open to reveal the massive mob in front of him. Their shouts were getting louder and louder, deafening him. He took a deep breath and sighed. May the High Septon and Baelor the Blessed bear witness to what I say. Naruto shuddered. I, Naruto Baratheon, do hereby give up all claim to the throne and declare Joffrey Baratheon the one true heir to the Iron Throne, by the grace of all the gods, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the Realm monster, someone roared out, hurling another rock at Naruto. Creature freak liar. Joffrey had enough. He raised his hand and the mob immediately calmed. Naruto was pulled to his feet by the hairs of his head thanks to Sir Trent. The boy was teetering on the brink of simply giving up. At this moment Joffrey took a deep breath, but the words of Hardin echoed in his mind. Joffrey took a deep breath and sighed. He was already going to plan on Lord Stark's execution, but in this way didn't ring well. With him it was no matter if Hardin said it's the better alternative, he was going to go with it. Joffrey looked to the Stark children and to his mother before turning back to the people. My mother has begged that I allow Lord Stark take the black and live his days out on the wall. Joffrey said there he is to serve the realm in permanent exile, and my lady Sansa and her sister Lady Arya begged for mercy on their father. Bran froze, but the soft hearts of women. Joffrey disregarded everything they had said to him. Hardin was right. So long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished. Joffrey smiled. Sir Ilyn, bring me Eddard Stark's head. No, Sansa and Arya cried. Wait, please, I don't care. Joffrey growled. I want their respect, I want their fear. Wait. Joffrey held up his hand just as Sir Ilyn drew ice. The Valyrian steel sword of House Stark. Prince Naruto, prove to and the people that your words of fealty are the truth. You bring Eddard Stark's head or Sir Ilyn will remove yours as well. The crowd exploded with a thunderous roar. They cheered and raised their canes and pitchforks, screaming their approval, all the while calling Naruto a monster. Naruto's body wasn't responding. I'm the nine-tailed fox. Naruto shivered as the tears finally fell. He could hear Sansa screaming for Joffrey and him to stop. Bran and Arya though were watching him with bloodshot but knowing eyes. Arya's lips quivered and Bran was trying his best not to cry. But just as Naruto felt that the entire world couldn't get any louder, everything came to a shuddering tranquil silence. And Naruto, Eddard said. The entire mob and the screaming daughter were shut quiet. Do what must be done. The Stark lowered his head, revealing the nape of his neck. Naruto shook his head fervently. He was about to simply fall to his knees as well, but Lord Stark's voice echoed in his mind. Do what must be done. Naruto continued to shake his head, but reached over and took the sword from the royal executioner. He turned on his heels, heart breaking with each step he took towards the Stark. It was all over. He wanted this to end already. He raised the sword over his head, staring at the Stark in front of him. Suddenly all sound rushed into his ears. The screams of the crowd and the screams of Sansa filled his ears. She begged him to stop. She screamed out his name, but Naruto knew that he couldn't stop. If he died, who was going to make sure Joffrey didn't kill the three of them off? Naruto took a deep breath and shut his eyes. The sword was getting heavy for his barely healed arms. He needed to bring it down soon. It'll be over quick, Naruto told himself. It'll be over quick, it'll be over quick. It's done. I did what I had to do. The boy is still as a statue. I did what I had to do. I did what I had. Tears welled. Ned Stark's own blood stained the Stark ancestral sword. His lip quivered and hands shook. He clenched his jaw, trying to calm his emotions. He couldn't feel anything anymore. There was practically nothing within him. No beat of his heart, not even the heaving of his lungs. He didn't even know if he was still breathing. His dull blue eyes never left the headless form of Ned Stark lying below him, lifeless, done by his own hand. The boy desperately wanted to wake up to find that this was some horrendous dream, some nightmare, and wake up to find Sansa sitting on his bed and Bran waiting in a chair across the room. Eyes tightening, he tried his best to imagine the sight. Sansa, bright smile, red flowing tully hair, wearing her gorgeous teal blue dress as she stitched, her soft laughs echoing in his ears. That laughter was suddenly drowned out by the sound of cracking and banging to reveal Bran and Arya in the midst of a heavy duel, their smiles and their joy filling the room. The door opens to reveal his father and mother, bright smiles on their faces, along with his siblings and Lord Stark, the whole family together as one in his soul, or the whole family talking and enjoying each other's time. The direwolves running back and forth to play with the king and queen. All the while Ned watched after his two youngest, his fatherly aura being felt by even Naruto. But just as the image grew brighter, it disappeared, flowing from his grasp. He opened his eyes to reveal Lord Commander Janos Slynt holding Ned Stark's head out for the people to see. Sansa stitching, Bran and Arya dueling, Ned Stark's undying love for his family gone. Naruto felt sick once again. The one family he would never wish harm to, the one family he loved unconditionally, is the one family that he betrayed in the worst way. His jaw began to twitch at the sight of Ned's loose jaw and severed head. The man's eyes were still facing out towards the narrow sea. Lord Commander Janos Slynt didn't even give the Stark the courtesy of shutting his eyes. Naruto dropped ice, the great blade clanging on the stone stage. Suddenly a few gasps and shouts were heard from Bran and Arya. Naruto turned to see Sansa had fainted. The boy looked out into the crowd of people, finding every single one of them cheering at Naruto's actions. They still called him a monster and a freak, each word stinging 1,000-fold. The boy felt a little lightheaded. He walked away towards the stairs, but his legs finally gave out and he unceremoniously plopped onto the stone stage, bringing a bellowing laughter from the mob present. Joffrey though saw this, and with a quick snap 2 gold cloaks arrived and lifted Naruto from the stone stage and They began to drag him. Another snap was heard coming from Joffrey, surprising the two gold cloaks. Carry him, you fools. Joffrey glared. He may be a monster, but he is still my brother. He's proven his loyalty. He's no longer a prisoner. Joffrey clenched his fists as he stomped through the halls of the castle. It's been a day since the execution. Everything was perfect yesterday until his brother arrived, scarred and mutilated by prison guards. Joffrey wanted him broken, not turned into a disgusting, disfigured mess. The boy king took a deep breath, realizing that what he was doing was counterproductive. Nevertheless, what the guards did to Naruto was perfect. The look on Naruto's face was the broken expression he was looking for. That meant that he could use Naruto and turn him into his loyal soldier. The longer he can keep Naruto alive, the longer he can keep the Stark children in line. Sansa no doubt hated his brother now, with all her heart, leaving her ripe for the taking. In Joffrey's eyes, Bran would fall in line behind Naruto wherever he goes or whatever he does. Hardin said that it was obvious that the male Stark was loyal to a fault to Naruto. Whoever Naruto was loyal to, Bran Stark was undoubtedly going to be loyal as well. Joffrey smirked wildly, completely forgetting his conflicting emotions from before. Whoever Bran Stark was loyal to, so was his bloody direwolf. Joffrey could already see the carnage that oversized dog could do on a battlefield. The boy had half a mind to have Naruto and Bran get sent off to fight alongside his grandfather against the Starks, but he felt he'd tortured his brother enough. Hardin had come to him after the execution with disturbing information. Naruto's uncle Renly was amassing his forces in Storm's End along with a large Tyrell host at his back. Joffrey didn't know what to make of it. It was no matter, his grandfather could handle the Starks for now. He was going to have his brother and squire have a go at warfare soon. Joffrey smiled during Naruto's month in the dungeons. Joffrey's little plan went into effect. 8,000 footmen along with 800 cavalry were at his command, with another 2,000 still in training. This last month Joffrey had hired mercenaries and trainers from all over Westeros and Essos to train his new personal army. The Crownlands were more populated than Joffrey had first thought, and that was a fact that he was going to exploit with this army. Hardin said that he'd be able to take the pressure off of his grandfather and still put up a fight against the Baratheon host and the Stormlands. His army was now a professional army, and with the funding of House Lannister at his back, Lord Baelish, the Master of Coin, had assured Joffrey that the royal army was going to be the greatest and yet the most important expenditure that the crown has ever made. Joffrey smiled. His father had asked him once, which is stronger, 7 or 1? In his innocence he answered 7. King Robert, though, replied with a small smile. 1, he said. 1 army fighting for 1 man, united behind one purpose. Joffrey realized that the man was a fool and too afraid of making changes. Joffrey, after having sent out the letters to the lords of the Crownlands, they replied happily, sending their forces to join this royal army. Joff sighed and made sure to not be the same as his drunken legal father. He was going to change the 7 kingdoms for the better. He was going to revolutionize the battlefield and crush all who stand in his way. With the funding and the experience of the forces of the Westerlands, Joffrey knew that no amount of men or armies could defeat him. The only bloody thing that could possibly have a chance at defeating him was the legendary dragons that the Targaryens rode, but of course all of them were dead along with their dragons. Joffrey shook his head and continued through the castle halls, constantly thinking and remembering all of Hardin's advice and words of wisdom. Take this, Gara. Naruto shot from his sheets, sweat pouring down his brow. His blue eyes seemed darker with a slight dull overtone to them. He looked left and right, surprised by how white everything was. Placing his hands over his face, the light wasn't diminished or even shaded. If anything, the bright light only got worse. He shook his head, squinting to keep his beating eyelids from exploding. This bed felt 1,000 times more comfortable than his normal bed. Where was he? He asked himself. This isn't his room, nor is this like any room he'd seen in his life. Everything was white, annoyingly so. Who in their right minds would dare to color the walls of a room this color? His eyes scanned where he was, finally adjusting to the brightness. He could hear the birds chirping softly from the open window on the far side of the room. He was beyond confused at this point. His hands ran across the soft cloth of the blanket wrapped around his body. More white. He groaned. Everything was so different. The sun peered through the open window with soft winds blowing through the curtains, handing along the sides of the windowsill. A calm feeling came with the winds rustling through his unruly blonde hair. He ran a hand across his face, tracing the whisker marks carved into his cheeks. It seems they wouldn't heal. Suddenly the door slid open in a strange fashion, unlike any door he'd seen in his life. A beautiful woman with a large bosom and blonde hair came in, followed by a smaller girl with a red sleeveless tunic of sorts, with pink hair. Naruto's head began to pound. He gritted his teeth and leaned his head down, pressing his bandaged palms into his forehead. The 2 women screamed and ran to him. He could feel their arms wrapped around his back, bringing their faces close enough for him to see perfectly. The blonde had beautiful hazelnut eyes with nice, perfectly sized lips. The pink-haired girl had a pair of emerald eyes and a young face, couldn't be more than 3 years younger than the blonde he'd just seen. Naruto, the blonde woman said, sounding eerily Akin to his mother, suddenly the image began to fade and warp, their faces began to disfigure before his very eyes. He shut his eyes as tightly as he could, their faces changed, and before long the pink-haired girl had disappeared, taking with her the heinous white of the room, the soft winds, the calming sun, and the beautiful blonde woman, replacing her with his own mother. Naruto's breath hitched slightly, struggling to find peace with what he'd just seen. The hazelnut eyes long gone and were replaced with glazed emerald eyes, almost as if his mother was about to burst into tears. She bent down and pressed her son's head into her chest, holding him tightly as she wept. "I tried to save Lord Stark," she whispered. "I tried to keep Joffrey from taking Sansa or any of the children. I did what I could." Mother Naruto frowned. "You're the queen, doesn't matter now," she replied. "Everything I say won't matter now that he's bloody king. He could have me executed at any moment, but grandfather will know." Naruto frowned. "Joffrey's a shit, but he won't do something like that." "Are you sure?" Cersei asked. "He's already threatened me with beheading." "What?" Naruto roared, rising from the bed filled with a powerful raging fervor. "Why would he threaten you?" Naruto. Cersei rose from the bed and walked to the boys' balcony and stared off into the city below with a frown. "You've been out for almost a week. We had to mash food and force it down your throat and wash it all down with water. You missed out on a lot of things. Most importantly, your brother ordered the death of over 30 bastards, each one having had the blood of your father, so no one will contest him for his throne now that you've given up all claim to it. Joffrey's decided to get rid of every other pretender." "I forgot I did that." Naruto frowned. "What is he planning to do with me now?" "I don't know." Cersei sighed and leaned against the railing of the balcony. "He's planning something. While you were in prison, he amassed thousands of men from all over the Crownlands and enacted a royal army edict. If I know Joffrey as well as I know I do, I can keep you and Bran alive in the easiest way." "Mother, what do you mean?" Naruto asked, wiping the sweat from getting into his whisker scars. "I can convince Joffrey to give you command of a regiment or even a company, hells, even an entire division," she said. "If you lead troops into battle, it'll keep you and Bran and Summer alive until we get a way to survive through the backlash of Joffrey's orders." "Wait, Mother, what of the Starks?" Naruto asked softly. "How have they reacted?" "We don't know yet," Cersei replied. "Maester Pycelle sent the raven earlier this morning." Robb glared at the tree in front of him, swinging his sword wildly, clashing the metal against the bark. He bashed his blade against the tree trunk, roaring in pain and anger. He tossed his sword away and began to punch the bark, knowing full well of the damage he was undoubtedly causing himself. He didn't care though. He continued to beat the tree trunk, denting the bark, all the while embedding small splinters into and through his rough hide gloves. It didn't matter at this point. All he wanted to do was continue fighting and continue beating this tree until it fell over dead. To think he trusted the prince, to think he'd given his approval of their marriage, to think he wanted him to marry his sister. The message said it all. Prince Naruto executed Lord Eddard Stark with ice to teach the North a lesson. Lord Eddard threatened to kill the prince and the king before he himself was defeated. Robb Stark, as Lord of Winterfell, you are to arrive to King's Landing and release Ser Jaime Lannister and swear fealty to King Joffrey. Only then will your siblings will be released." Robb felt played and lied to. He clenched his jaw and rammed his fist into the tree trunk, roaring like a feral wolf. He raised his sword once more, raising the blade above his head, and brought it down onto the bark, digging the blade deeper and deeper. He didn't care though. His blood was boiling and his vision was hazy, with the tears already beginning to form once again. Suddenly his mother arrived. Dark tear stains trailed down the side of her face as well. Her eyes though filled him with so much worry. He stared at her as the tears finally came free. He looked at her with a blank, teary stare and a quivering lip. Robb's gloves were torn, revealing torn skin, but strangely his knuckles were torn asunder. He'd managed to ruin his sword. Instead, Caitlyn rushed forward and held Robb tightly, wrapping her arms around his head as he wept. He trembled in his armor, resting his heavy weight onto her shoulder. He pressed his face into her dress, drenching it with tears and saliva, but she didn't care. Over and over he whimpered, "I'll kill them all." Robb wasn't making a promise, it was reassurance to her and to himself. Over and over he cried it, decreed it, begged it, and Caitlyn knew he was going to need all the help he can get to go through with it. Shutting her light blue tully eyes, she clasped her son, caressing his auburn locks of curly hair, and whispered into his ears, "They have your sisters and brothers." She was calm, but deep inside a rage boiled within her. "We have to get them back, and then we will kill them all." Caitlyn sighed and left Robb to his devices, trudging through the grass and the trees. The boy turned back to the tree, boiling with anger. His hands shook with a violent fervor. Never had he felt this way, not even in his battle against Ser Jaime, or when he called the banners, or even going as far back to when he had his first kill at the age of 10. No situation or event brought him to this kind of shaking rage. With clenched fists and cracking knuckles, the boy lifted his sword from the ground, cocking his arm back. He shut his eyes, taking slow deep breaths, but what he saw wasn't darkness, but instead a small pond and gray wind's reflection. Hours later, Robb sat confused and still, contemplating what he'd come to witness. Earlier in the day his fingers were clasped together as The winter winds began to drop in temperature. Just a day prior the weather was still beating of summer, and now it seems he'd brought the winter with him. His breath misted in front of him as it did for every other man around him. Next to him the tall beauty Daisy Mormont kept her eyes on each of the arguing and debating lords of the northern host. Robb watched them as well, wanting to make sure no one drew their swords to clash. Even with a flawless victory under their belts, no one still trusted each other as well as they should be. Especially with the news of his father's execution, many were already beginning to think fighting a war wouldn't be in the best interests of the North. With winter already coming, there was no guarantee that the crops will be harvested in time. There of course were more militant ones, specifically Great John Umber and his rather patriotic idealism for the North. The giant of a man sat silently, while Lord Galbart Glover among others were arguing with rude words exchanged here and there on whether or not to side with Renly or Stannis. Soon enough more ale began to flow and insults began to flow with them. The proper course is clear. Galbart roared over a few rather angry Manderleys and Serwans. We swear fealty to King Renly and will march on King's Landing. They say he's already amassed 100,000 men. I've had enough. Robb sighed and rubbed his brow. Renly cannot be king. How so? Lord Galbart asked with a fearful look. Other northern lords had the same gut feeling of disgust. You can't mean to hold to Joffrey, my lord. He and his brother put your father to death. That doesn't make Renly king. Robb replied, this time with a stern look on his face. Renly is King Robert's youngest brother. If Bran can't become Lord of Winterfell before me, then that means Renly can't become king before Stannis. Then do we swear fealty to Stannis? Galbart asked with a raised eyebrow. The Greatjon's boisterous voice echoed in everyone's ears. Robb leaned back in his seat, wondering what the Umber had in store for them tonight. Hearing you squabble like handmaidens is making my ears bleed. An applause of laughter shook many of the men and the few ladies present. Stannis, Renly, Joffrey, here's what I say to these three kings. Robb felt his lips curl. The Great John hunched over and spat on the ground, the largest blob of spit the boy had ever seen, and nearly burst into laughter. He wasn't alone. Meej Mormont laughed. Lord Rickard Karstark of Carhold joined her, and soon enough even Lord Roose Bolton of the Dread Fort flashed a smile. The northern lords repositioned their bodies for an exciting speech. The Umber rested his palm on the hilt of his sword and let out a bellowing laugh. Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor Stannis neither. Why should they rule over me and mine from some flowery seat in the south? The Great John asked with a roar. What the hells do they know of the Wall or the Wolfswood? Even their gods are wrong. Great John added with a spiteful scoff. It was the bloody dragons we married, and now the dragons are dead. No longer will I allow those southern cunts and their silken robes tell me what to do. There sits the only king I intend to bend my knee to, the king in the north. Great John drew his sword, bringing his shining blade to the ground below. Robb watched the Umber bend the knee with wide eyes. He was the most difficult one to deal with since the start, and yet here he was the first to bend the knee. Robb looked at the various lords and ladies watching him, waiting for his reaction. The proper course was clear indeed, Robb told himself. He rose to his feet, shoulders held back and head held high. Breaths were heard and gasps were released. His tully eyes examined the men, waiting for their response. A great solemn silence reigned through the camp as the lords waited for the next to come. I'll have peace on those terms. Rickard Karstark shot to his feet, body clearly shaking, in his heraldic mail armor bearing the white son of House Karstark. They can keep their red castle and their iron chair too. The king in the north, blood of the north flows through our veins. Those Southron fools will never understand our ways. Meej drew her mace and dropped to her knee, bowing her head in reverence and respect. The king in the north, am I your brother now and always? Theon Greyjoy asked. Now and always, Robb replied with a small nod. Then my sword is yours in victory and defeat from this day until my last. Theon joined the lords and knelt before Robb with a sword at his feet. The king in the north, you know Naruto? Sasuke's voice echoed into his ears. It's not healthy that you're seeing me right now. It's worse that every time I feel that I have to reply to you. Naruto groaned, pressing his face into his palms. Why won't you disappear? Quiet, Baka, Sasuke roared. Do you want people to hear you talking to yourself? What? Naruto asked with tired eyes. Sasuke, hide, someone's knocking on the door. No, I think I'll open it. Sasuke laughed and sauntered over to the door handle, wrapping his individual fingers with a growing smirk spread across his face. I think I'm going to annoy you as much as you used to annoy me. The Uchiha pulled the door open, causing Naruto's skin to pale and his eyes widen with fear. Sasuke, though, released a bellowing laugh and screamed Konnichiwa at the top of his lungs. Naruto felt his heart drop into the pit of his stomach, but for some reason whomever it was that was let into the room didn't see Sasuke. Soon enough Bran appeared with Summer following close behind him. The two of them watched Naruto with worried eyes. Naruto was blank-faced, almost sickly looking. If only Bran could see what Sasuke was doing behind him. You know, Naruto, the annoyance I'm doing right now. Sasuke paused and released a gut-wrenching laugh. Is nowhere near the annoyance you caused me. Think of this as extra credit on my part at least. Okay, I'm trying to have fun here and you're being a prude. I don't understand what he's saying, Naruto thought to himself. Indeed, Sasuke was speaking in a strange foreign language filled with syllables and words like dobe and medokusai by the gods. Naruto thought to himself Sasuke was beginning to speak gibberish, but between trying to not go brain dead and listening to nothing but Sasuke's innate ramblings, Naruto missed every single words Bran had said and simply nodded his head, completely sure his answer was for the right reasons. Bran nodded his head and walked from the room, calling for Summer to come along, but just before the giant direwolf could exit the doorway, the wolf froze and turned to face the immediate direction of where Sasuke was. Summer sniffed, his eyes glowering with a deep anger. The wolf couldn't even see him, and Sasuke was already labeled an enemy thanks to some good thinking on Naruto's part. The direwolf soon enough exited the room, leaving Sasuke to slam the door shut before heading over to the chair he was resting in. The Uchiha picked up a wooden compass and began to pick the dirt from his fingernails with a bored expression on his face. Thankfully Sasuke didn't have the same drive to be as annoying as possible as Naruto's past life probably did. The Uchiha smirked at Naruto and placed the wooden compass. Once the dirt was free from his fingernails, neither of them spoke, and it was beginning to bother Sasuke. This reincarnation was more boring than the previous, but 10 times more powerful. Sasuke leaned into his seat, rubbing his brow, more annoyed that he was reincarnated. But why is it that every reincarnation was an idiot save for that one guy Oris, or was it Aegon? Sasuke thought to himself. Oh well. The Uchiha was done being serious and rose from his seat, heading over to the table nearby, wrapping his hands around a small roll of bread, bouncing the small roll in his palm before hurling it at the bedridden blonde. Naruto didn't even look at him, but the boy shot his hand up and caught the roll of bread with lightning fast reaction, and crushed the soft bread before throwing it back at Sasuke. The Uchiha nodded his head and leaned back into the table behind him. It seems that Naruto has the skills, but he needs to be in the right situations for him to use them. Sasuke watched Naruto with blank onyx eyes, wondering what the boy was thinking, but the door was opened once again. Not even 10 minutes after Bran had disappeared, my lord, a woman's voice sounded. Myra, Naruto asked, eyes widening slightly. Should I go? She asked, the blush burning into her cheeks. You seem out of it. Wait, don't go. Naruto frowned. We have a lot to talk about now. Bran yawned in despair, sliding into his riveted leather jerkin. His shoulders protected by gray spalders strapped to his waist was his arming sword bearing the head of a wolf. The sun was beating upon him, peering through his window and balcony. A feeling of content flowed through his body. Joffrey was kind enough to let him and his sisters still reside in their solar. It was strange, since all the men guarding the room were not longer Northmen, but instead Joffrey's personal soldiers. Bran disliked their armor choice. Reminded him too much of the Lannister man-at-arms light plate armor. If anything, the only difference was the color scheme, no longer bearing the color red or black. Their helmets weren't as ornate as the Lannisters, but rather gold-colored saulets, the standard helmet among the armies of the Seven Kingdoms. There were some though with kettle helmets and some without helmets at all. Bran hated the way they looked, reminding him of the men he had to kill that day. They watched them with dark looks in their eyes, and some of them gave his sisters leering looks, especially Sansa, and it made Bran's stomach churn. He was sure that if any of them laid a hand on his sisters, he was going to remove the hand and their heads. Bran's a prisoner, and his sisters were too, and the 3 of them were bound to be tormented by Joffrey and his ruthless idiocy. He was no longer going to cry, never was he going to cry again, thanks to a few slaps and punches from Lady Tarina and a deep talk from Ser Delran. Bran had grown and matured. He is the man of the Stark household here in King's Landing, and crying wasn't going to make him any better. Crying wasn't going to make his enemies fear him. If anything, crying was going to make him look weak, vulnerable, a target. Bran headed through the solar, his armor ringing and flapping with each step. Many thoughts swirled through his tired mind, and none of them were up to any good. The only thing he could think of though was putting a sword through Joffrey's gut long enough to see the light disappear from his annoying green eyes. To call the young Stark angry and hateful was an understatement. At least that's what he was aiming for. The glare, the spite, every negative emotion was swirling in his brown eyes, but Bran was waiting for the right enemy to exact his building wrath upon. With many men and boys in King's Landing leaving their shit-filled hovels they call home and joining Joffrey's royal army, Bran knew that it was only a matter of time before he and Naruto were forced to the fronts. He hoped Lady Tarina and Ser Delran weren't forced as well, but knowing Joffrey, Bran had a feeling that wasn't going to be the case. His elder sister Arya was training with Syrio in the Queen's Solar like she always had been since a week after the death of his father. Cersei was kind to the 3 of them, feeding them, clothing them, protecting them. Not only them, but the dire wolves as well. All of them knew Joffrey's animosity towards them, and the Queen was doing all she can to keep his claws from digging into the wolves. Bran frowned when his thoughts landed on his eldest sister. Sansa was spending her time with Joffrey as per the Queen's orders. Sansa, though, never once complained, nor did she ever try to fight back. She followed Joffrey like a lost puppy, and every time the subject of the elder fool made Bran's blood boil he bared his teeth, clenching his fist around the hilt of his arming sword, shaking in his armor. Her sacrifice of happiness and her sanity to Joffrey was in vain. Their father is dead, and Naruto was broken, ruined in the mind, and even began to say a series of names, 9 in total, every night in his sleep. Shikaku Matatabi Isabu, Son Goku Kokuo Saiken Chome Gyuki Karama. Bran repeated their names in the exact order Naruto said those names, in that exact order, never deviating, never forgetting. But those names weren't the only ones Bran remembered. One specifically, it was almost as if Naruto was having a full conversation with the non-existent person Sasuke. He called him. Who in 7 hells is Sasuke? None of this is making sense. What by the old and the new gods did they do to him? Naruto mumbled more, whimpered more, and barely met eye contact anymore. His eyes were always planted behind him, always looking anywhere but him. Conversations became tedious since Naruto's attention was always on something else, almost as if he were seeing specters or ghosts. It was aggravating to the Stark. Naruto was probably the strongest boy he'd ever seen, but Joffrey took advantage of Naruto and tortured him into submission. Bran had a feeling that this wasn't permanent. At least he'd hoped he was going to be right once again. These feelings in his gut and these ridiculous dreams were only proving him to have the same power as Arya and Rickon. From what Arya told him, Bran shook his head of those thoughts. After all, he was having the same dreams of 9-tailed foxes strangling a wolves, dragons, and bushes of roses and thorns. It was a fox that could easily trample the Red Keep Hells, trample all of King's Landing with a single swing of its tails. It was massive, towering over everything he's ever seen in his life, with eyes as red as blood and filled with more hatred than anything he'd ever been graced to witness. It was easily more hatred than anything Bran felt he could muster. It was powerful and horrifying to behold, and yet beautiful. Bran wanted that beast to appear and tear this city to the ground. It was a place of hypocrites and liars. He pressed his hand against high sweaty brow. It was barely midday, and he was already thinking of ways for the people around him to die. A spiteful laugh escaped his lips. Of all the things he'd be wishing on anyone, it just had to be death if he was still in Winterfell. Bran doubted he'd be thinking things like that, death threats and all. If he was still in Winterfell, he doubted he would have killed as many people as he's already killed here. He shook slightly, the faces of the men he'd killed flashing in his mind. They were undisciplined and moved with a cocky misplacement that made them open targets. Bran did what he thought he had to do to protect his sisters, but he didn't expect them to die so easily. Maybe they were after all just sacks of meat and blood just waiting to pop like a pork sausage. He headed from the solar, eyeing the guards as they watched him with a close eye, their face following him to a T. Bran hated their armor and their faces. He hated their looks, and he especially hated the air they carried with them. Most of these men were flea-bottom dwellers, homeless orphans, murderers. They joined because of the 100 silver piece monthly salary that each soldier would receive. How the crown would be able to afford such an expense confused Bran in every which way. Last he remembered, the crown was in debt beyond all recognition, so with this expenditure Bran knew that there was going to be no way in any of the 7 hells that the crown was going to pay this off. I need to find Naruto and speak to him. Bran frowned. This is getting bad. I did as I was tasked, Myra said with a blank tone. Hardin and Catherine sat with Lord Baelish, going over a ledger of names. The 3 of them talked amongst themselves, giving Myra small looks. Gazing at her from head to toe, Catherine of course had a small sickening smirk played across her face, almost as if she was coming up with those little fantasies in her mind. Myra was of course as quiet as ever, waiting for Lord Baelish's verdict, new mission or dismissal, back to spying on Lord Varys. Nevertheless, she knew that neither was going to be healthy for her mind. All of this back and forth, lying here, lying there, was beginning to get to her. Spying for Varys, spying for Baelish, spying for Joffrey. She kept her eyes planted on the image of the 7-pointed star of the faith. The 3 of them were eyeing her with lecherous grins. It took all she had to not give them disgusted looks. She was certain that Lord Baelish knew nothing of her association with Lord Varys in other ways than spying. She was certain that Hardin and Catherine were oblivious to her double agent status. Among them, she knew that Catherine would have a hissy fit. Oh well, the girl thought she was the best at what she did, and Catherine couldn't ever hope to compare. Her hands slid to her back, clasping her fingers together. Baelish suddenly stood with Hardin and Catherine rising with him. Wonderful work, Myra. Baelish smiled and traced his thumb against her chin. I expect you to continue to spy on the prince, keep him close in any way possible. What of us, my lord? Hardin asked. Hardin, you are to continue to give Joffrey advice and bring him closer to executing my plans, Baelish said with a calm voice. And Catherine, I'm sending you as an envoy to King Renly as a handmaiden for Lady Marjorie Tyrell. You are to leave on the morrow. The 3 spies bowed to the man and took off in all directions, leaving the lord alone. The smirk never left his face. Baelish swiftly collapsed into his seat and rested his knuckles against his chin. As he always said, chaos is a ladder, and he was going to be the one to make the climb. At the end of the journey lied something worth more than all gold in the world. Power war was just a means to an end, religion was just a means to an end. It was all about the ending itself. Power. Baelish wanted more, and the more power he had, the more he ran, the more he controlled. He told himself every day since the beginning of his lordship, Westeros could burn to ash for all he cared. As long as he is king, he'll be a happy man. It was no matter. He may not be the king, but Joffrey was his puppet. If the boy wasn't yet, it wouldn't be long before he became one. Baelish leaned into his chair thinking of the various men and women he'd been manipulating from the start. Varys Pycelle, Lord Stark, Queen Cersei, Lord Tywin, Lady Catelyn. The list could go on and on for as long as one could ever hope, and Baelish was hoping that he could add more names to that list. Manipulation was the greatest gift the man could ever hope for, and manipulation was what he was going to do. Naruto was weak and still ripe for the taking with Joffrey currently trying to brainwash his brother. Baelish wanted to make Joffrey turn Naruto to see things his way. With the king on his side and a prince as powerful as Naruto, Baelish knew he'd be unstoppable. But if he was any good with manipulation, he knew that manipulation was useless without patience. Patience was key to everything. That was the one trait that both Naruto and Joffrey lacked. Joffrey went ahead to spend millions of silver pieces and gold pieces to pay for his new army, and Naruto, Baelish, wanted to laugh. No matter the foreigner smiled. He repositioned his body in his seat. He had reasons for sending Myra specifically. The girl was acting suspiciously, and Baelish was a bit worried that she may be working against his interests. Either way, if she went to war with Naruto, she was undoubtedly going to die. If not, that meant she was of more use to him than any of his spies. A royal army that accepted people of all races and genders. Baelish wanted to sputter and die of laughter, but that would be unbecoming of someone of his stature. Joffrey sure thought well on his own in deciding to make this army accept any and all from all walks of life. Flea Bottom should be renamed the Desolate for how empty it was for the last month. It wasn't only Flea Bottom. Various parts of King's Landing were beginning to empty out. For every able-bodied man and woman available were signing up for the king's army to receive the 100 silver monthly salary. For their own personal reasons, it was a new idea. Baelish, though it can be improved on soon enough. At least Joffrey didn't do away with lordships and the Bannerman forces. With help from Hardin, Baelish was able to convince Joffrey to allow the lords of the Crownlands to continue their lordship of their holdfasts in towns. They were to become generals in charge of different sections of the army, with their families leading various parts of the sections assigned to them. Lord Rosby, and House Rosby specifically, was assigned a large, mostly cavalry section and ordered to reinforce the army besieging Maidenpool. Lord Renford Ricker and his son Brandon Ricker were in charge of the new royal fleet, with over 200 ships at their command. The lords of House Blunt, House Byrch, and House Cressy were going to be generals of the vanguard to fight Lord Stannis should he come down through Crackclaw Point, or even through the Vale. Nevertheless, Baelish was excited for this war. This had to have been the most success he's had in any ploys that he'd put forth before. Hopefully this success wasn't a fluke, and this time hopefully the success was going to be long-lasted. Baelish was going to be the one to build this great continent up from the ashes that it was to be reduced to through war and deceit. Baelish was going to succeed. Joffrey was no king, Robb Stark was no king, Renly was no king, Stannis was no king. Peter didn't think much of himself being a king, but he just wanted the power. He wanted to hold the world in his palms, no matter the price. Joffrey. Naruto gave his brother a blank look, eyes dull and seemed like brittle steel. What do you want, your grace? Why are you talking so down? Joffrey asked with a raised eyebrow. You're not one to openly give respect like that. What's the point? Naruto asked. Are you bloody kidding me? Joffrey asked with a frown. Look at me so I can see your face. Naruto complied immediately, feeling a quick rush of pain speed through his face and body. The prince was expecting Joffrey to insult him and belittle him, but Joffrey simply nodded his head, showing what seemed to be a look of sympathy. The prince didn't even think that Joffrey knew how to show that kind of emotion. The king sat on the side of the bed, green eyes locking with Naruto's. Sapphire, I'll make sure those men are executed. Joffrey frowned. Didn't you order them to do this to me? Naruto glared, baring his teeth. I ordered your torture. Joffrey admitted. I said to break you, not mutilate you. How in seven hells am I going to send you off to marry a rich lady? No woman in any of the 7 kingdoms would find you attractive now that your face has been torn asunder. Why? Naruto said with tears building in his eyes. I know that you hate me. Hate you? Joffrey gave Naruto an incredulous look. I don't hate you, I'm envious of you. I only ordered the torture for a single reason. And what is that? Naruto asked, his mind filling with a soft cool. I needed to trust you again. Joffrey glared. You killed 10 of our household guards, and you attempted to aid the traitor Ned Stark's children to escape. You do realize what that had the possibility of doing to our family's grasp on the kingdoms? I do. Naruto nodded. But what did Ned Stark do so wrong that you wanted to have him executed here? Joffrey frowned. Read it. Why, you can't be serious. Naruto's blue eyes widened with fear and disgust. Lord Stark would never. He confronted Mother one day, Joffrey said with a glare. My spies told me what he did. He threatened her life and our own. He called us products of incest. between mother and Uncle Jamie, but Naruto shook with tears building in his eyes. You threatened mother too. How am I going to? She slapped me in front of over 80 men working on the redecorating the throne room. Joffrey replied with a dark look. She slapped me in front of my subjects, who by the way had just learned that I and all my own siblings are born of incest. I needed to assert my position as king, and telling mother how it is was the only way to solidify my claim. None of this is making sense. Naruto leaned his head into his headboard. That's not all. Joffrey glared and tossed his brother 2 other sheets of paper. Uncle Stannis and Uncle Renly have decided to believe the words of a liar and a traitor and crown themselves king, but we're not born of incest, Naruto shouted. I know that, Joffrey shouted back. They won't believe anything we say, Naruto. This is why I've come to you. Suddenly the door shot open, revealing Bran dressed in his armor, and his sword at his side. Brown eyes locked with Joffrey's green eyes, and Bran nearly drew his sword. In the instant that Bran's hand wrapped around the handle, Naruto called out to the Stark, freezing him in his steps. He stared in anger at the king sitting on Naruto's bed. The Hound gave Bran a silent gaze, then pulled the Stark into the room, setting him at his side. Renly has amassed over 100,000 men made of his levies in the Stormlands and levies from the Tyrells, and their bannermen. Joffrey's side, Uncle Stannis, has a little under half that amount and already holds most of Crackclaw Point thanks to the Stormlords loyal to him. Robb Stark crowned himself king in the north and demands the secession of the north from the Iron Throne, and specifically asked for your head, Joffrey said with a calm voice. The king nearly smirked when Naruto's body clenched and froze. Me. Naruto's eyes went wide, his body ran cold. But fuck, grandfather is spread thin and has lost 3 battles out of 3 battles, Joffrey said with a frown. Robb Stark has personally won every single battle he's fought and has many of father's bannermen on the retreat or defensive. As of now, 2 northern hosts are besieging Pink Maiden and the Golden Tooth, with Robb Stark on his way to the Baneford. If you think I'm done, think again, little brother. Joffrey sighed. Uncle Renly is stupid and not that great of a strategist. Thankfully, after receiving a raven from grandfather, I was told to send a force of 500 foot and 100 cavalry to besiege Tumbleton. Taking Tumbleton will grant us a perfect opening to the rest of the Stormlands through the Reach's northernmost city. Who's to go? Naruto asked. You are, Joffrey replied. W what? I trust you, brother. Joffrey smiled. I'm sending you because who more to send than my own brother? Is this some sort of trick to get me killed? Believe it or not, mother convinced me, Joffrey said with a frown. She said it'll be better if you led the charge south because of your proven skill in battle, whereas I will be fighting against Uncle Stannis. Why you fight? Naruto asked with even wider eyes. If you think I'll let you get more glory than me, the king. Joffrey shook his head in disgust. Think again, little brother. If you won't do this for me, do this for the rest of our family. Imagine what they'll do to Tommen. I believe there would be a spike with his head upon it, and mothers and Marcellas will join him, but of course that'll be after men of their armies rate them into submission. Is that what you want to happen? No, of course not, Naruto shouted, his brows furrowing deeply. Then good. Joffrey rose from the bed once more and headed to the door. You leave on the morrow.